Hello, everyone. Please find a seat. Let's start our first session. So welcome to the very first session of this year's CoRL. So this session will be on manipulation, and we'll have a line of amazing speakers on talks. And then we'll start with the talk, Stabilize to Act, Learning to Coordinate for Bimanual Manipulation. Hello.
Hi, I'm Jen, and I'll be talking about bimanual manipulation, where one arm is stabilizing while another arm is acting. Now, controlling a bimanual robot is difficult due to the higher dimensional control space. And this makes collecting exploration data hard because now suddenly the majority of your actions aren't going to be representative of successfully coordinated behaviors, which is what you really want. And so if exploring is hard, you might ask, what about demonstrations? And providing demonstrations often requires this kind of specialized hardware like Aloha. And we're really lucky to have Aloha here. So I would highly recommend everyone go checking it out. But this kind of specialized hardware is just an extra overhead when you want to be providing demonstrations, and that's just less than ideal. We make the insight that for a variety of bimanual tasks, we actually utilize a shared coordination paradigm where one arm is stabilizing while the other arm is acting. And we use this insight to assign roles to each of our arms. So a stabilizing arm is going to hold a point steady while an acting arm acts in this simplified environment. So in this example, we have the stabilizing arm holding the zucchini in place while an acting arm is making the cut. We formalize this insight with BUDS, which is a framework, bimanual dexterity from stabilization. And BUDS reduces this problem into two subproblems, one being how to stabilize and how to act. And these combine to form a bimanual policy. So to start, we're going to learn this stabilizing position model, which is going to take as input an image and learn to output a stabilizing key point, which we parameterize as W hat S. And this key point is visualized here as a point on the zucchini to hold steady. Now, if we want to hold this point steady, we're going to use a non-compliant controller. And this is going to output stabilizing actions that keep this key point in the same place over time. For the acting policy, we train a BCRNN architecture on 20 expert unimanual demonstrations, and this is going to be in a simplified, stable environment to bring down the sample complexity of this policy. So this policy will output our acting actions, and together the stabilizing and acting actions will combine to form a bimanual policy. Now, we're done, right? We don't need anything else? Well, I would say we could consider, what if we have our zucchini slip from our grasp while we're actually trying to make this cut? What if instead we actually want to make multiple cuts and we want to move up the length of the zucchini? That's actually going to be difficult with this kind of setup because we need some way to close the loop with what we're doing with this policy. And the way we're going to do that is with one final model called the restabilizing classifier. This classifier is going to take images as input, and it's going to output a binary classification of whether the current stabilizing key point is still effective, in which case we can continue acting, or it's no longer effective and needs to be updated, where we'll sense a updated key point from the stabilizing position model. And thus the process will repeat until the task is completed. We evaluate BUDS on 4 bimanual tasks, and we use these 2 UR16E arms. And we report our task success as a percentage of the task completed over 10 trials, and we compare it to 2 baselines. The BC stabilizer baseline will be comparing the need for our stabilizing key point parameterization, and instead it's going to learn a stabilizing policy via imitation learning from 20 demonstrations. The no restable baseline will only stabilize at a single point instead of using this closed loop setup that we've just described to show how important that is. And finally, we'll report 4 failure modes for BUDS. We have a stabilizing key point incorrect prediction, an acting policy error, a restabilizing classifier false positive, and a grasping error. So for the sake of time, I'll be skipping over the pepper grinder task and move instead to the jacket zip. So here we're trying to, as you might imagine, zip up a jacket, and we'll have a stabilizing arm that holds our zipper down at the bottom while an acting arm is trying to zip the zipper up the jacket. And we're going to be restabilizing to move up the length of the zipper while we're actually zipping. And that is able to help disambiguate the deformabilities of the jacket. And so we can see that we have two different settings for this task. Clean is going to be where the zipper is fully in view of the overhead camera, and occluded is where the zipper is partially occluded, like shown here with this sleeve covering part of the zipper. And Buds is able to zip the majority of this jacket most of the time. And comparing to the no restable baseline, we can see that it really starts to show how important it is to restabilize, because the no restable baseline gets caught on the slack of the jacket and isn't able to manage it as well as Buds does with this closed loop kind of sensing. Now, we also want to further stress test Buds' generalizability. So we're going to consider two out of distribution object settings, one that is easy, where it looks more similar to the object, and one that is hard. So we can see that between Buds, the in distribution red jacket, and the out of distribution easy gray jacket, there's similar performance. However, when we move to the hard black jacket, it's really difficult to sense an effective stabilizing key point due to its homogeneous visual appearance and how that's really different from what we've seen in our training data. Now, our next task is marker cap, and this task really highlights the precision that Buds is able to afford a bimanual robot. So in this task, the robot is aiming to cap 3 markers in succession from bottom to top, and the precision required of this task yields mostly acting policy failures. So previously we were trying to cap these Crayola markers, and now we're going to be moving to our out of distribution easy expo markers, which visually look kind of similar to a Crayola. They have a colored cap. And then we have these out of distribution hard ready mark markers, which means they're very different because they have this gray body and then this blue cap. And we can see that despite these settings being out of distribution, Buds is still able to cap a majority of these markers. Now, our last task is cut vegetable, and here the robot is aiming to make 3 cuts along this jalapeno to separate it into 4 pieces. So to start, the BC stabilizer baseline is just not able to learn an effective stabilizing policy with just 20 demonstrations that is also robust to all of the variety in the jalapeno in terms of shape, position, and dynamics. So it's not able to make these 3 cuts. The no restable baseline holds the jalapeno at the end, and then the 3 cuts are being made. However, this is also not effective because the pepper will twist and it'll break, like shown here. So that's not an effective stabilizing policy either. So the only policy that works is actually Buds for making these 3 cuts because of the fact that it's restabilizing after every cut, and that affords it the ability to be able to do this. Now, Buds is only trained on jalapenos, but we also want to consider cutting zucchini and also celery. So we show here that surprisingly, Buds is actually able to outperform the jalapeno task because the zucchini has a really strong internal structure, which makes it easier to cut than the hollow jalapeno. And maybe unsurprisingly, the celery was the hardest to cut because of its fibrous nature. In conclusion, Buds is able to achieve a 76.9% success on a variety of dexterous and precise bimanual tasks. And in the future, we're excited about incorporating other sensing modalities and object-centric representations for more complex tasks.
Let's thank the speaker, and any questions from the audience, you can raise your hand and the microphone will pass to you. So while they're thinking about their, oh, you have a question? Great. Yeah, it's a really cool microphone.
Yeah, thank you again for the great talk. So how did you determine the regressing point for the stabilizing hand?
Like on the
Different
vegetable?
objects, yes.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're actually doing this all through the key point. So depending on where the key point is, then we're going to grasp at that point. So after the restabilizing classifier says we need to sense a new one, we'll move to the next position and we'll grasp there.
Is the key point like pre-trained or predetermined, or it's like kind of categorical level?
It's trained on an offline data set of 30 image key point annotations.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's thank the speaker again, and let's welcome the second one. Cool. Our second talk will be for Kent Loon, learning tracing of one-dimensional objects for inspection and manipulation. Great, take it away.
Oh, hello. Sorry, one sec. Okay, hi, my name is Vainavi and this is Kaushik and we're from the Auto Lab at UC Berkeley. Today we're going to be talking about cable tracing, which is the process of finding the path that a cable takes through an image. Tracing, or estimating the spatial state of long deformable linear objects, can be useful for a broad range of tasks from home robotics, factories, and healthcare. We define S as an arc length ranging from 0 to 1, which represents the normalized length of the cable. And P of S is a pixel location and crossing type for a point on the cable. The objective of our work is to estimate the state represented as a pixelized trace for a cable with annotations of over and under crossings encountered.
So how do we trace a cable? Well, before we get into that, just over a month ago, OpenAI released GPT-4V, which solves computer vision, right? So we thought we'd give it a spin at this task. So let's prompt it with the image and tell it to give us a sequence of pixels starting from the top left endpoint. And we get a response that looks somewhat reasonable. It gives us a sequence of points. So let's go ahead and plot those points. Oh boy, okay. So maybe this was expected, as these large vision language models aren't really good at these sorts of tasks, these sorts of long tail tasks, especially when asked to reason about spatial locations in an image. So we're gonna have to think a little bit harder about this. So maybe a more practical approach is to start at one endpoint, and we can take straightforward steps along the cable as long as there's only one option for where to realistically go. However, things might become more complicated when we encounter crossings. Which way should we go? We might need to actually explore multiple branches and choose the best one. Analytic methods, for the most part, do exactly this. They segment the cable from the background and generally choose the path that has the least overall curvature and covers all of the cables in question. Now here's a small sample of prior work on tracing long cables. CoRL et al. Use learned embeddings to match different cable segments at crossings. However, their method is applied to simple cases like the ones shown without complex crossings. Huang et al. Handle cases with multiple cables, multiple crossings, and complex backgrounds. However, most of these crossings involve orthogonal cable segments, making them easier to resolve. Also, Kiki et al. Use analytic methods to skeletonize the cable and stitch together segments, eventually creating B-splines from the traces. Now, some of the issues with these prior methods is that they've not been shown to work when cable segments are twisted with one another, and also in cases where shadows and more subtle cues are needed to disambiguate which cable segment to follow. Our key idea is to auto-regressively predict the next steps of the trace from the previous points using a learned method after discretizing this trace of the cable into steps with fixed length. We present Handloom, heterogeneous autoregressive learned deformable linear object observation and manipulation, a tracing and crossing classification algorithm as shown here for long deformable linear objects with up to 25 crossings. The end result looks like this, with a full trace of the cable and crossings labeled. This shows that inductive bias in local crops is surprisingly effective for 1D deformable object state estimation.
The model we use is a unit with the ResNet 34 backbone. The input to the model at each step is a crop of the image centered at the previous predicted point in the trace. The input also contains a visual indication of the previous points, and the model outputs a heat map with higher values representing the more probable next point in the trace that's approximately 12 pixels from the previous step. We train with pixel-wise binary cross-entropy loss using ground truth data. The tracers trained on 568 real hand-labeled images and 30,000 synthetic grayscale images. We sampled the real images such that they appear in 20% of the training examples, and the synthetic images make up 80% of the training examples. When generating the synthetic images, we imitate the real cable behavior by placing the next point to be outside a small radius of the current point, indirectly mimicking the turning radius of the true cable. We noticed the initial version of the model struggle with near parallel segments. So where it would always jump onto the other cable segment. So increase the presence of this failure case in our training set. And lastly, we constrain specific cable segments to create overlap and dense knot-like structures. We found that making the conditioning spline a gradient helped inform the direction of the trace was moving in, improving performance. We tuned this gradient such that it connects the previous 3 points of the trace, and each point is spaced 12 pixels apart. The next point prediction problem is rotationally equivariant, in that the next point is relative to the cable is independent of the rotation of the image. So we noticed significant gains in model performance by exploiting the rotational equivariance and ensuring in the input image, the previous 2 condition points to the model are always traveling horizontally left to right. So here's a video example of the trace prediction model. In the top right corner, you can see the crop that the model sees. So the condition spline is in red. The grayscale image is kind of showing up blue. And then the predicted next point is like the bright green heat map. And you can see as we travel through the cable, the condition spline, the last 2 points are always horizontal, traveling left to right. We also identify crossings as over or under with the ResNet 34 based classifier. The input for this model is 3 channels, 1 channel for the grayscale image, 1 for the spline that highlights the cable of interest, and 1 to draw a narrow Gaussian blob on the crossing of interest. This is also trained with BCE loss. First, we evaluate the performance of handloom in tracing knots in a variety of cables unseen during training. The leftmost is the cable we trained the model on. The tracer achieves comparable performance on all of the cables. One note on these cables is they are within a certain thickness range and have a contrast with the background. We also tried handloom on thicker ropes or very thin wires on darker cables, but in those cases, it falls out of the distribution shift. And in order to enable this further generalization, we would need to explore retraining the model on more types of cables.
Next, we evaluate handloom on the task of cable inspection in multi-cable settings. In these experiments, handloom is given an endpoint as an input and is tasked with tracing the corresponding cable ending at the plugged-in adapter. Here are 3 successful traces from the handloom algorithm across 3 tiers of difficulty. Tier A1 does not contain any knots, Tier A2 contains single cable knots, and Tier A3 contains multi-cable knots, which are much more difficult to handle. Overall, handloom achieves 80% accuracy across these 3 tiers. We also evaluate the ability of handloom to stand in as the core perception component of an automated cable untangling system. Here's a sample untangling rollout. If the tracer can't trace the full cable, meaning it exits the workspace or the trace is incorrect, the robot lifts the endpoints to simplify the cable state and try again. When knots are detected, the robot pulls the knots apart. And finally, if no knots are detected, the algorithm completely terminates. We can see that across the tiers, despite being a little bit slower due to more conservative termination checking, handloom outperforms prior work in success rate. We apply handloom to 2 other problems, 1 robotic and 1 perception only. Please check out the paper or stop by our poster later today for more details.
The main perception failures were the trace diverging and crossing misclassification. In crossings or parallel segments, the trace can jump onto the wrong segment as shown here, where the red arrow indicates the correct direction. Crossing misclassification is when the under or over label is incorrect. These failures caused other failures, such as selecting an incorrect action that tightened the knot. It also resulted in untangling false termination due to missing a knot and untangling timeouts due to false negatives during knot detection. And on the manipulation front, the main failure mode was missed grasp by the robot. In summary, we make the following contributions. Handloom, a tracing algorithm for long deformable linear objects with up to 25 crossings that shows that inductive bias in local crops is surprisingly effective for 1D deformable object state estimation. Novel methods for cable inspection, state-based imitation, knot detection, and autonomous untangling for cables using Handloom. Data from physical robot experiments suggesting that Handloom can correctly trace unseen cables with 85% accuracy and detect knots with 77% accuracy. And Handloom in robot experiments achieved 64% untangling success and 80% knot tying success. And lastly, we have publicly available code and data at tinyurl.com/handloomcorl.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? Is there a hand? Oh, there one.
How big are the crops and how did you choose that size?
Yeah, the crops, that's a good question. The crops are approximately 30 pixels wide, and we ran some experiments sweeping over this size. The issue is if the crops are too big, there's a lot of distractions going on for the model, and it sometimes overfits to the training data. If the crops are too small, it can't effectively leverage the context surrounding the crop. So it was a trade-off. So we swept over some sizes and picked the best one.
Great. Let's thank the speaker again. Okay, so next we have the presentation on robot cook. Take it away. Oops.
Hello. Greetings, everyone. My name is Hao Chen. Today, it's my pleasure to present RoboCook, a robot system designed for long horizon manipulation of elastoplastic objects with a variety of tools. I would like to thank my collaborators, Hua Zhe, Samuel, Yunzhu, and Jiajun for their invaluable contributions. I would like to start by talking about dumpling making because it's an extremely long horizon task which requires the use of diverse tools and manipulation of deformable objects like dough with complex dynamics. Before talking about how a robot accomplishes this, let's take a look at the human's approach first. To make perfect dumplings, first we blend flour, water, salt, and other ingredients. Then we knead the dough until it has a smooth and spherical texture. Next, the dough is deformed into an elongated shape and segmented into smaller portions using a knife. With a rolling pin and our hands, we flatten these portions into dumpling skins or dumpling wrappers. It's then time to fill them with the chosen ingredients. Finally, the dumplings are ready for boiling. However, could a robot arm possibly master this challenging task as adeptly as humans? Since humans highly rely on their hands and tools like knives and rolling pins to make dumplings, how about constructing a robot system that uses diverse tools? Inspired by everyday tools, we created a toolkit for the robot arm, featuring 15 3D printed tools, including different grippers, rollers, pressers, cutters, spatulas, and a hook. Also, similar to how humans follow certain rules within a constrained action space when using a specific tool, we simplify the tool action spaces for the robot. There are 9 tools with at least 3 degrees of freedom, 4 tools with 2 degrees of freedom, and 1 tool with pre-coded primitive. We also develop a system for seamless tool switching. We put the tools on 3D printed racks, highlighted by white dashed lines in the left image. Yellow ellipse indicate the 4 RGBD cameras observing the environment, and the red rectangle delineates the robot arm's workspace. Now, let's watch our system in action. We demonstrate the robustness of RoboCook by applying external human perturbations during real-time execution. After the robot cuts the dough, the human puts the excess dough back. The robot cuts again to have the dough in the right volume. Then the human grips the dough into an irregular shape, but the robot still accurately achieves the goal with guidance from the self-supervised policy network. After the robot presses the dough, the human pinches the dough into a lumpy shape. Then the robot presses twice to flatten it again. When the human adds a small piece of dough on top of the original dough, the robot presses again to flatten it. Next is rolling. The human perturbs by folding the flattened dough into a thicker shape. The robot rolls again to ensure that the dough surface area is large and flat enough to cut a circle. After the robot cuts out a circle dumpling shape, the human shows no mercy and destroys everything the robot has just accomplished. After this perturbation, the robot puts down the roller, picks up the knife to start from the beginning, demonstrate the robustness and idealistic patience of robot cook. The robot then uses a pusher to push away the excess dough. Now we have the dumpling skin ready. Here's when the skin spatula comes in. The robot uses it to pick and place the dumpling skin onto a dumpling mold without deforming the shape of the dumpling skin. Then the robot selects a filling spatula to pick and place the dumpling filling onto the center of the dumpling skin. Finally, the robot uses a hook to hook the handle of the dumpling mold to close, press, and open it to finish the dumpling making pipeline. So how does robot cook decide the right tool at each stage? Robot cook takes the inputs the current observation and the final target dough configuration, which is the shape of a dumpling. Then the tool classification network makes a discrete choice about the next tool to use. In this example, robot cook selects a large roller to further flatten the dough to cut out a circular dumpling skin. Condition on the chosen tool, the observation, and the target. A policy network determines the precise actions to take in a continuous action space. The robot arm then executes the planned actions, changing the dough state. Finally, our system closes the loop with visual feedback from the depth cameras and moves on to the next stage. Robot cook not only devises skill level plans, but also motion level plans for each skill. Based on the tool selected from the tool classification network, we sample actions randomly within the tool's action space. We also collect data of some random dough initial states in the real world and apply the sample actions on these initial states to roll out dough trajectories with a learned dynamics model. We then use this synthetic data set to train our policy network. Central to this self-supervised learning procedure is a learned dynamics model based on graph neural networks. Our graph neural network-based dynamics model takes a current observation and iteratively predicts future states based on the given actions. Here we show our model can accurately predict the future states in the gripping task. The predicted states in the top row are virtually identical to the ground truth real states in the row below. Likewise, this model architecture can be directly applied to the pressing task, as well as the rolling task. Here we show our data collection process. Our approach only requires 20 minutes of random interaction data per tool to learn a dynamics model. To our surprise, with limited amount of training data, our method can also generalize to new tasks and new materials. For example, robot cook is versatile enough to shape dough into alphabet letter cookies. Compared with dumpling making, this task involves fewer tools, but more fine-grained manipulation of the deformable object. Starting with a rectangular piece of dough, our system can pinch the dough into different letters, R, O, B, C, K, spelling out its name, RoboCook. All our collected data is based on a real dough recipe containing flour, water, and salt. Remarkably, without any additional training, our dynamics model generalizes to various deformable materials, such as Play-Doh, air-dry clay, and modeling foam. To summarize, RoboCook is effective and robust in long-horizon tasks that require diverse tools and deformable manipulation. We only need 20 minutes of random interaction data per tool in the real world to train our dynamics model. Moreover, our method can generalize to new tasks and new materials without retraining. Please scan the QR code to explore our project website. Also, please join me during the poster session for a more detailed discussion about our project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Okay, there's one.
Thank you. This very good talk. I have a question is about, the test level planning. I'm curious, like, is that test level planning? Because in some procedures, making dumplings, sometimes if the material is better or is well prepared, we don't need that many steps. So could it generalize to different number of steps, for example?
Yes, that's a great question. The short answer is yes. Our pipeline doesn't strictly follow a pre-coded pipeline of using different skills. It knows when to skip and when to repeat a step when making a dumpling. So, because the tool classification network can take the current observation and the final target observation and output the most appropriate tool to use in the next stage.
Okay, thank you. Very good talk.
Thank you. We do have time for another question. Is there anyone else want to ask a question? Here.
Thank you for the talk. Are the images that are the next goal for like the long horizon task of making the dumpling, are you using the final image of the completed dumpling to know what the next step is? And otherwise, how do you determine what the sub-step goal image is to actually determine like a unique tool to get to that next stage?
Yeah, that's a great question. So first to clarify, our goal states are specified by point clouds. So it has more fine-grained details of how the shape will look like. And our tool classification network takes the final target configuration, which is a dumpling, and outputs the tool to use. And each tool is associated with a sub-goal. In our, we do a one-shot human demonstration to get the sub-goals associated with each tool. And the policy network, since it's conditioned on the selected tool, it knows the associated sub-goal with that tool. And that's the input to the policy network.
Thank you. Let's thank the speaker again and welcome the next speaker. Okay, so next we will have the presentation on the utility of Koopman operator theory in learning dexterous manipulation skills. So you can take it away.
Thank you. Sorry, it's in the extend mode, so I have to. Yeah, nice. So hello everyone, I'm Yunhai Han, and I'm here to present our work on the utility of Koopman operator theory in learning dexterous manipulations. Let's begin by considering why we are focused on dexterous manipulation in particular. Our work is designed by and for humans who have impressive dexterity. So robots need dexterous manipulation skills to operate in our world. Second, coordinating multiple fingers can increase control and enable complex manipulations. Third, the ability to grasp and use tools can help robots succeed in human environments. However, achieving human-level dexterity is still a distant goal due to a variety of hard challenges. First, the motions of robot hand are intricately linked to the motions of objects, and with numerous decision variables such as contact areas, contact forces, and contact timings, all of which can significantly influence the object movement. Second, dexterous hand often involve multiple finger joints. Therefore, even when dealing with the same object motions, reading about the ideal joint motion in this high-dimensional space get even harder. Third, as we all know, during dexterous manipulation, mating and breaking contacts are quite frequent, and it makes the underlying system dynamics nonlinear and discontinuous. As a result, recent attention has been focused on using neural net-based deep learning methods to learn dexterous manipulation skills, either with well-designed rewards for reinforcement learning or calibration datasets for imitation learning. And this method have achieved impressive results as shown on the screen. However, there are a few practical limitations of this neural net-based deep learning method. First, the first concern is the substantial computation power required by these deep learning methods. The second concern relates to hyperparameter tuning. It often involves painstaking effort to find the right combination of the hyperparameters. Additionally, even when we select the right hyperparameters, the weight initialization can also impact the training performance. This is because gradient-based method typically converge to low to minimum, where the underlying system dynamics, where the underlying system is nonlinear and discontinuous. Last, as we such method typically operate as black box systems, so it is difficult to interpret what policy has learned, even if it perform well on the given task. This practical limitation motivate us to ask, could we use a well-understood structure from dynamical system and control theory to address the challenges in data interpolation? In this work, we demonstrate the answer is yes. We show that two-man operator can effectively learn the data interpolation skills by simultaneously encoding the complex interdependent motion of the objects and the robot hands as solutions to a highly nonlinear dynamical system. But what is the two-man operator? Two-man operator can encode an arbitrary nonlinear dynamical system as a linear system in the lifted space via a lifting function, either by polynomials or trigonometric functions. So once transformed into the high dimensional lifted space, the systems. Oh, sorry, I need to take one. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Say we have a discrete time nonlinear dynamical system. Lifting function essentially transform the original system state space into a high dimensional lifted state space, for example, by using polynomials or trigonometric functions. Two-man operator theory say that with an appropriate lifting function, any nonlinear dynamical system is equivalent to a linear system in the lifted space. But there's a catch. For exact equivalence, the lifted state space needs to be infinite dimensional. Thankfully, it turns out that we can use a finite dimensional lifting function and still achieve a close approximation of the highly nonlinear systems. Once we decide on the training data and once we decide on the lifting function and the trial training data, we can analytically compute the two-man matrix K by solving a least square problems without relying on gradient-based optimizations. Now, let's talk about how two-man operator theory addressed the limitation we saw earlier. First, the computational burden is significantly reduced as we are solving a least square problems. Oh, sorry. Second, there's no sensitivity to initialization since we have an analytical solution. Third, since we are learning a linear dynamical system, we can readily and rigorously analyze the system performance. Fourth, while choosing lifting function can be seen as hyperparameter tuning, our experiments show that the performance is not very sensitive to the specific choice of lifting function, even if the choice is task agnostic. We call our system framework TODAPS, short for two-man operator-based data interpolation. This is a system framework, and there are two main components. First, we use the two-man operator to learn the interdependent motion of the robot hand and object. Here, we use the reference dynamics to describe a fictitious dynamical system that generate the task-specific ideal trajectory in the configuration space, not the robot physics dynamics. Second, we introduce an inverse dynamic controller, which is used to track the reference trajectory generated by the two-man operator. Now let's take a closer look at the individual components. Since data interpolation is object-centric, we simultaneously learn the reference motion of both the robot and object, unlike previous work that primarily focused on the robot's own states. Our experiments also show that the polynomials up to degree of 2 are effective lifting functions across complex tasks. Note that two-man operator merely generate reference trajectories for both the hand and objects. So to avoid painstaking tuning of a PD tracking controller, we train a simple MLP network at the inverse dynamic controller to track such reference trajectories. Lastly, during deployment, when provided with a random object role configuration, we utilize the two-man matrix to forecast the full trajectory. And later at each time step, we input the simulated current robot state and the predict next state to compute the motor torque for execution. We evaluate the utility of two-man operator on 4 data interpolation tasks that are commonly used in the literature. We found that TODAPS is able to learn to successfully perform all 4 tasks despite its simplicity. We also conduct rigorous quantitative evaluation of TODAPs and other baseline models. N and LSTM are two standard polyset catchers, and NDP and NGF are two SOTA imitation learning approaches for data translation. We measured both task success rate and the imitation error. Across all tasks, TODAPs perform comparably to the baselines and even outperform them in some cases. Importantly, TODAPs is consistently an order of magnitude faster for training. We also evaluate the stability and sample efficiency. Let's take the look at the door opening task. Number of demonstrations on the x-axis and the imitation error of the task rate are on the y-axis. We can see that TODAPs can achieve the good performance with the fewest number of demonstrations. We think this is because this is due to the two-man operator's ability to capture the nonlinear dynamics. We also see similar trends in tool use and the in-hand rotation task. The only exception to this trend is the object rotation task, where TODAPs require more demonstration to achieve good performance. We speculate this is due to the high variances in the demonstration of this task as the hand-based moves across the large space. But once again, we see that TODAPs remain dramatically scalable and sample efficient than the baselines as we increase the number of demonstrations. Before I conclude, let's look at some caveats and future work. First, our results are limited to simulation. We are currently conducting TODAPs on hardwares. Second, other non-smooth lifting functions such as ReLU might better capture friction and contact effects. Third, TODAPs currently learn from state action demonstrations. We are extending TODAPs to learn from state-only observations and enable cross-embodiment learning. In summary, we have shown that a two-man-based framework can effectively learn the data translation skills and match all the from SOTA imitation learning approaches while being an order of magnitude faster for training. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience?
Yeah, you can ask me any questions.
Okay, I have a question if no one else wants to ask a question. So you highlight the 4 advantages of Kaufman operators over deep learning method. What are some disadvantages?
That's a good question. I think right now we have seen a lot of advantage of using deep learning methods to a lot of tasks, even for like data translation, locomotion, or a lot of like tabletop implementations. But right now, I think our work just reveal a piece of the advantage, like the utility, the good performance brought by the Kaufman operator on the data translation. So I think we probably have to do more, its evaluation on other benchmark work to see if the TODAPs can really beat with other neural net-based methods across all the robot tasks, like especially for ladder locomotion, because this is also a high-dimensional robot system.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Let's thank the speaker again. And welcome the next speaker. So the next talk will be about deep LFD, learning from demonstration.
All right, so today I will discuss our work on model-based learning from visual demonstrations using differentiable rendering and simulation. Well, the vast array of online human demonstration videos offers a rich source for robot learning, and enabling robots to learn from these visual demonstrations can reduce the engineering efforts on, reward engineering, and also broaden the skill sets for the foundation robot models. However, directly learns from these videos can arise several challenges. First, most data sets only offer RGB videos, lacking object pose and shape. Second, demonstrations don't come with task-specific rewards. And third, despite the total volume of videos, there's still a scarcity of video for specific tasks. And to tackle these challenges, our learning from demonstration system reconstructs and estimates object poses from raw RGB videos and defines manipulation objectives using the object poses as sub-goals. And we further leverage differentiable physics-based rendering and simulation for efficient learning. While there are other works on learning from visual demonstrations, our system is able to handle dexterous manipulation tasks and reconstruct accurate object geometries from the video Moreover, we leverage model-based manipulation policy to produce expert trajectories and then train behavior cloning agents. Using a human demonstration video, our system first reconstructs the object shape and determines its 60 pose sequences through differentiable rendering. And the identified object poses serve as a manipulation subgoal, guiding the robot's action with a differentiable simulation. And to enhance the real-world efficiency and address the sim-to-real gap, we utilize a behavior cloning agent, and this agent trained on model-based trajectories and then fine-tuned is ready for the real-world deployment. Let's first delve into the perception module. Imagine a human manipulating a teapot. Our pose and shape estimation module processes video frames in two primary stages. Initially, it reconstructs the object and determines its pose through the differentiable rendering. And the reconstructed mesh is then enhanced using synthesized images from a diffusion model. In the initial stage, we initialize the mesh with primitive geometries, for example, an ellipsoid in this case, adjusting its position and scale to align with the video's contour. And this mesh undergoes optimization via sampling-based local region growing, guided by the loss signal from the differentiable rendering. And subsequently, the object's texture is optimized from the RGB frames, which aids further in optimizing the object's 60 poses across all frames. While this initial stage captures the visible object parts, certain parts might still remain obscured in the original video. Thus, to address these, we employ diffusion models to generate the images from unobserved angles and use these images to refine the mesh. Interpreting both image sources, we achieve a comprehensive object reconstruction, totally in a model-based manner. This draw phase process of shape reconstruction and pose estimation repeats until convergence. Once the object shape and 60 pose sequences are determined, the manipulation policy aims to mimic its transformation, and the texture of the object is ignored here. Our model-based policy employs a graph search, and in the graph, nodes represent a mix of contact points and object pose. While the edge of the graph represent two manipulation primitives, the contact point localization and contact range optimization, while the first finds new contact points on the object surface for ensuring the manipulation, while the later refines the robot's control ranges to steer the object to the subsequent subgoal. For contact point localization, let's say we would like to move the object from its present pose to the next. We first compute the required transition range, denoting the essential force and torque for the desired motion. And we compute this range with a PD controller and account for the object's gravity. And the localization then identifies surface points that is capable of generating this transition range via the numerical contact mapping. Once the contact points are identified, the robot then optimizes the contact range for object manipulation. And the goal here is to narrow the gap between the observed object pose and the manipulation result, with penalties on object velocity and range magnitude. However, direct optimizing using the gradients can be challenging due to the discontinuity of the contact dynamics. Thus, we mitigate these by smoothing the gradients with the Gaussian kernel and leveraging an unbiased expectation in the gradient descent solver. Our model-based policy, equipped with two manipulation primitives, can craft dexterous manipulation trajectories, sidestepping the local optimal commonly found in model-based manipulation algorithms. And this is achieved by determining contact points globally and optimizing ranges locally. To obtain a closed-loop policy that runs in real time, we further use the generative trajectories to train a neural network controller. Specifically, we gather data from the model-based policy to guide the behavior cloning agent. And additionally, to bridge the sim-to-real gap, we fine-tune this agent with reinforcement learning, aiming to optimizing the object tracking reward. In synthesis, our integrated system learns the intricate manipulations from demonstration. And now let's delve into the evaluation of each module. First, let's see how our model-based perception stacks up against the NERF. Our results indicate that our model-based approach can still accurately perceive the objects. And remarkably, without any object-specific design, it can handle a variety of objects, including those with complex concave geometries. In contrast, we see nerve shows reconstructions with a floating fog, which we hypothesize is due to the lack of background movement that leads to inaccurate pose estimation. We then explore the need for diffusion synthesis in the shape reconstruction. Animated demonstrations reveal that the model-based method can struggle to perceive the occluded object areas given the absence of prior object knowledge. However, synthesized images in our model provide a credible estimate under such occlusions, producing natural object reconstructions. Turning to the manipulation policy, we evaluate our model-based planner against other planners. Our planner excels in generating dexterous in-hand manipulation trajectories across a set of object geometries. And when pitted against earlier model-based planners, our approach boasts the lowest mean squared error, all within a brief computation window. Lastly, we compared our learning pipeline with pure reinforcement learning, and we highlight that our learning process contains a model-based planning, behavior cloning, and further RL fine-tuning. While both strategies were able to learn the skill eventually, we observed that the model-based trajectory helped the network to learn much more faster. After fine-tuning, the policy can still generalize to new objects that are neither used in the model-based planning nor the fine-tuning phases. And furthermore, this policy can seamlessly transition to real robots, enabling them to mimic human demonstrations. In conclusion, our research introduces a learning from demonstration system that harness model-based perception and manipulation strategies. And this system is versatile, handling a range of objects and being readily deployable to the real world. And as a final takeaway, also echo many talks happening in this room yesterday, our exploration lies in integrating model-based methods with machine learning techniques. And we posit that merging insights from both domains can unlock greater potential in robot manipulation, enhancing both interpretability and generalization, and can potentially generate large-scale data for the foundation robot models in a purely self-supervised manner. And for more details and experiments, please visit our poster session later today.
Thank you. Okay, so before we move on to the Q&A for this paper, I want to have a quick announcement. So if you are the presenter or for the spotlight session, for the next session, please line up on this side of the stage. All right, so, and then any questions for this paper?
Hi, thank you very much for the talk. So if I understood it correctly, you need to estimate some parameters of the objects that you are manipulating, such as the weight or potentially other dynamical properties. So do you estimate them just from the videos, or how is it accomplished? Thank you.
Yeah, this is a very good question. So for the mass and also the friction coefficient, we mainly sample it from a like reasonable range. And then, or the domain gap is probably rely on the reinforcement fine-tune phase to encounter the different mass and or friction coefficients.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, if not, let's thank the speaker. Thank you. And we're gonna move on to the last presentation in this session. And we're gonna hear about the talk on predicting object interactions with behavior primitives.
Hi, everyone. I'm Haonan Chen from UAC. Today, I'm going to present our work in oops. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So today I'm presenting predicting object interaction with behavior primitives, application in storing tasks. Yeah, it seems that the connection is unstable.
When it's sagging, it
Okay. Uh, Okay, stowing, the task of placing objects in clutter shelf or bins is a common task in daily life, manufacturing, and hopefully it's working this time. Yeah. Stowing, the task of placing objects in clutter shelf or bins is a common task in daily life, warehouse, and manufacturing operations. However, this task is still predominantly carried out by human workers, as stowing is challenging to automate due to complex multi-object interactions and long-horizon nature. Modeling this interaction is challenging as it requires the understanding of the intrinsic properties of friction and contact among objects. To illustrate, consider a scenario where we aim to reorganize an object from a table into a clutter shelf. In this context, a straightforward pick and place strategy is ineffective. We need to push the object first to create a graspable pose. We then need to reason about multi-object interaction and identify the right place to insert the object to complete the task successfully. While heuristic method provides a starting point, they cannot fully address the task due to its dynamic nature. The nature of this task requires determining the characteristic of contact and frictions, which is the task that presents considerable difficulties. Consequently, the design of a controller capable of managing such tasks is a meticulous and demanding process. The existing methodology, including manually programmed system, exhibit notable limitations. Classical pre-programmed systems struggle with adaptability, unable to efficiently handle variations introduced by different arrangements of objects on the shelf. In our work, we employ a graph neural network to predict object interactions and optimize behavior primitive. Within our GN model, each object in the system is represented by its respective particles. We define the graph state where a graph vertex O represents the object particles and edge E represents the relation between particles. Each vertex O consists of particle position and object attributes. C including its attributes, including whether the object is dynamic or static, the object it belongs to, and its offset from the object center. The control action is represented by gripper's position, planned motion, and the corresponding attributes. The feature of all vertex and edges are processed through encoder multilayer perception, resulting in latent vertex representation denoted as HIO and latent edge representation denoted as HIJE. At each time step, we apply message passing function to the vertex feature and the edge feature for several iterations to handle signal propagation. Subsequently, we also apply a multi-layer perception decoder to the vertex feature processor final layer output. The rigid transformation for each individual object is determined by calculating the mean of the decoder's output corresponding to that object. During our training, our approach begins by sampling a set of random robot action parameters. Following the execution of this action, we collect the ground truth future object state. We take the state and the corresponding action as the input to the graph neural network. The GN then generates a predicted state of the objects based on the robot action and provided initial state. The loss function using mean square error compares the ground truth and with the GN's predicted state. Transitioning to control aspect, our system incorporates 3 parameterized behavior primitive: sweeping, pushing, and transporting, each encapsulating various prehensive and non-prehensive motion. Using trajectory optimization, we sample action parameter within the skill parameter space utilizing GNN to predict object movements in response to that action. We can then select the action that leads to the state most closely aligned with the desired state. Our system goes a step further by executing these skills in a sequential manner. The skill serves as a higher level of abstraction to facilitate efficient planning. This approach effectively gets our system, enabling it to accomplish the task with great efficiency. We conducted experiments as illustrated in the top left image, and also evaluated our method using various objects shown in the bottom left image. Our method was tested within a standard stowing setup, then with the small objects added to the shelf, then followed by object substitution with heavier objects like books, and eventually with non-box shaped objects such as bottles and slipper rollers on the shelf. We also vary the shelf size. A video here demonstrates how the stowing task can be accomplished using 3 skills: sweeping, pushing, and transporting. Our framework is designed to accomplish this task using 3 primary skills, proving its efficiency across various objects and scenarios as evidenced here, navigating through different object shape and sizes effectively. We can also accomplish the task using just 2 skills, pushing and transporting. Even with only 2 skills, our framework can successfully complete the task, which is notably challenging given the cluttered fact of the shelf. To explore our method adaptability, we also extend our method to include deformable objects. Interestingly, even though our method was primarily trained with rigid box-shaped objects, it demonstrates admirable generalization capability. However, the unique dynamics of the deformable objects did present challenges, and the performance was slightly reduced compared to other test cases. However, our method does have its limitations and can encounter failure, particularly when the angle between the object and the table is minimal, posing difficulty in manipulation. Here's the takeaway summary. We introduced a novel model-based imitation learning framework to learn from minimal demonstrations, which enable robots to acquire complex skills. We create a comprehensive stowing benchmark for long horizon manipulations, which is highly prevalent in both industrial and household applications. We also demonstrate the effectiveness and generalization of our method across a wide range of real-world experiments in stowing tasks. And again, I would like to thank you again for my amazing collaborators. It's impossible without their help. And for additional details, please feel free to refer our paper. Thank you very much for your attention and interest in our work.
Thank you. Unfortunately, due to the time limits, we will take the Q&A offline for this paper. And that actually concludes the whole session, the first oral session this morning. And we will welcome all the spotlight speakers to give us their spotlights.
of the papers received a higher score. So on the histogram on the right, you can see the shift of the distribution of scores towards the right before and after the rebuttal. So I really want to thank all the reviewers and area chairs. But more importantly, I want to thank you all, the authors. Without you, we are not going to have the program today. So let's give them a big round of applause. Next, I'm going to transition to the workshop chair, Sehun.
Hello, I'm Sehun from Georgia Tech, and I'm a workshop chair. So we have received 32 strong workshop proposers. Every single proposer has a fascinating research topic with a strong emphasis on diversity and interesting extracurricular activities. Popular keywords were the foundational models, representation learning, manipulation, and agility. So this number of the 32 workshop proposer, it has been increased 50% from the last year, which leads to a super competitive selection process. We accepted 11 workshops, including 9 full day and 2 half-day workshops, and the acceptance rate was the 34%. And these workshops presented 225 workshop papers combined. So I believe the workshop went well yesterday. So I would like to thank all the amazing workshop organizers. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, hi everybody. My name is David D'Ambrosio from Google DeepMind, and this is Matthew Gambale from Georgia Tech. We are your local co-chairs for this conference. That means we kind of helped put everything together. If things are going right, that you can say yay to us. If they're not, then I guess you can also talk to us. So yeah, thank you all for making this the largest CoRL ever. There's almost 900 in-person folks attending the full conference, and that's amazing and crazy and cool, but it also means that this room is going to be quite packed. We just, that's how many people are here. So get cozy, make friends. You might have to squeeze in a little bit, but I mean, we're all here to see some awesome robot stuff going on. The image we have here is bin packing, which you all may be familiar with. And so we might have to execute that in real life. So the Starling Hotel, that's where we are. The main talks will be held in the Sequoia room, the red arrow. So that's where we're sitting right now. If you go out those doors, take a right and go up the stairs, and then keep going straight, you'll find the Muse rooms. That's where we're going to be holding all of our poster sessions in the afternoons. And then if you go into the main lobby area, there's a set of stairs that will bring you up into the hub area. So the hub has all of our amazing sponsors. They've got really cool demos kind of set up and things to talk to folks about. And then if you go even further down, there are going to be the robot demos that Jay mentioned. And so we really want to thank our demo chair, Deepak. He helped put together a bunch of awesome robot demos. I went up there during the last break. There's robots walking the halls and sitting in the foyer. It's really cool. So I really encourage you all to go check them out. There's a bunch of different diverse topics. We've got legged robots, manipulation, all sorts of cool stuff. So go to the station room that I just mentioned. And then perhaps the most important thing is where's the food? So I think you've all found the food right outside Sequoia. At every AM and PM break, we'll be having food at these marked locations. Please don't just all congregate around Sequoia. Not only is there food elsewhere, but the other food is near our cool sponsors and all the cool robot demos. So I encourage you, just go run straight to the robot demos and go check those out and grab the food there. And for lunch, we have the Politan Row food court that is accessible from the second floor. There's also tons of other restaurants. I think, Matthew, you're going to mention some stuff about that, but this one is right next to the hotel. Lots of different options there. Go check it out. And then we also have a coffee cart. If you go out these doors and to your left, there will be some folks there and they can make you some lattes or some fancier coffees than we have in the normal thing. And then photo memories. There's a photo booth. If you just immediately turn to your right, there's going to be a photo booth there, and you can, remember your time at CoRL, have some fun. Right. Now, pass it to Matthew.
Yes, and I want to thank David for being an awesome partner as we kind of arranged this 5-day wedding of sorts that will be on my CV from now on. We will have t-shirts. They have officially arrived at Georgia Tech. We will be bringing them over and handing those out tomorrow. For those of you that want something a little more spicy in your wardrobe, I'm going to start a GoFundMe for an alternative shirt design. Transformers as a movie was filmed in Atlanta, at least one of them of the 1,000 that are out there. On food, please check out this QR code in the top right of this page. It gives you a link to a map that you can use to navigate the facilities here. Breakfast on your own, but you do get a $15 credit if you're staying in this hotel. Please feel free to take advantage of that. Lunch will be on your own. As we mentioned, Politan Row is great. Come find me if you're having trouble finding the secret corridor to get there through the hotel, but you can always go outside and walk around. The weather is fortunately very beautiful right now. For dinners, we have some great options for you. Tonight, buses will be loading starting at 5 p.m., running till 6 p.m. to take you over to the Georgia Aquarium. If you have a lanyard that has the logos of the companies on it, or you have one of those little cards that has the banquet logo on it for the ticket, then you will get to go into the banquet tonight. We do have a finite amount of space, so we had to hand those out. However, we will have everyone invited to the reception. We will have 2 excellent keynotes at this sit-down dinner at the reception tonight. You can watch the keynotes and their videos on underwater or aquatic robots. You also might get distracted with the beluga whales literally swimming in a tank adjacent to the dining area. It's going to be very beautiful. We will have buses on the way back cycling through. So please do be on the lookout for the buses. Past hors d'oeuvres start at 6 p.m. and then sit-down dinner will start at 7 p.m. sharp. The reception is open to all participants. That will be tomorrow night. It'll be in this room at 7 p.m. Please don't forget your 2 drink tickets. After you use those 2 drink tickets, it will then open up into a cash bar that you can continue to enjoy. As a note, we will be ending the early career panel about 5:15 on Wednesday, I believe. And we need to exit this room as quickly as possible so that the staff can come in and flip the room. We'll give a reminder at the end of that session. And with that, I'll pass it back to Sonia. Thank you.
All right. And I'd like to wrap things up. Again, welcoming you all to CoRL. 2 additional big thank yous from us. One is to all the sponsors that support the conference in many, many different ways that have helped to make CoRL happen. We're really excited to welcome all of the representatives from these companies at the event. They're all around. Talk to them at the booths. A lot of them are attending the talks or giving talks as well. So huge shout out to these folks. And also I'd like to specifically thank the 40+ volunteers who are helping to manage this whole event, and especially to our volunteer coordinators who have been putting in overtime to make this happen, Maithili Patel and Joanne Trong. If you see them, thank them. Let's please give them a round of applause as well. And thank you. We are so excited to see all of you here, really excited for the events ahead. And with that, I'd like to tell you to please enjoy CoRL, and we're going to turn it over to our first keynote speaker. Thank you. And I have to say, this might be the one and only time the conference be early, slightly. Slightly early, like ahead of schedule. Oh yeah, we're ahead of schedule. Great.
Okay, welcome everybody to our first keynote session. And it's really my pleasure that I can introduce our keynote speaker, Andrea Tomas. So Andrea studied electrical and computer engineering at UT Austin. And then I think started a really great career in the area of socially competent robotics, as I would say, with a PhD at MIT first, and then she got a professorship at UT Austin again. And I think she really became a leading figure. Like also, when I would think of somebody that is representative of machines being socially competent, I always thought of Andrea as being, a really leading figure in that. That was not enough. After that, she actually started to co-found an own company, Diligent Robotics, at which she's now also CEO. And trying to get her work actually to the real world. And now today we're going to hear a talk of her putting robot learning to work. So robots in the real world. Let's welcome her again and looking forward to your talk.
Thank you so much, Mark. Excellent. Really excited to be here today. And thank you so much for the introduction and excited to kind of kick off and open up the conference. I was really impressed with the manipulation session this morning. So in this talk, I kind of wanted to go through really kind of three different sections. So first is a little trip down memory lane for kind of reminding, looking at where my career started in terms of robot learning and kind of the things that I've been really interested in. But also some videos of really old robots doing really, really simple things compared to what we see in the conference today. So I think it's a testament to the whole field, kind of how far things have come. And then what happened, what I want to tell the story of Diligent Robotics and how that kind of journey went, and then give you a little bit of a deep dive into what are some of the really hard problems of actually getting a fleet of 100 robots to do something successful and doing anything successful 24/7. So it's a really kind of the long tail of getting things to work in the real world. So let's get started. Like Mark said, my research started, and I have a lab that I've always called the Socially Intelligent Machines Lab that actually started here in Atlanta at Georgia Tech, was my first faculty position, but then I moved the lab to UT Austin. And really, I like to work on human-robot interaction. And one of the reasons I like human-robot interaction is because it is so incredibly complex and offers just a really big problem to sink your teeth into. So, one way that you can think about all the different problems of human-robot interaction is this team of people who are coming together and building furniture. This is actually a disaster relief effort. So this is an ad hoc team of people, and they are doing a physical task, and you're going to add a robot to this task. What would that robot have to do? It would have to perceive multimodal behavior, plan dynamic joint actions, have dialogue with all these people in order to reach a common ground about the tasks that we're trying to do. And then, most importantly, everybody that jumps in and says, hey, how can I help? You have to be able to learn a new task like on the job and say, well, hey, I'm going to do this part. Why don't you do that part? So I think that's, really a fun and interesting way to think about robot learning. And it's the one that's always kind of fascinated me. And, one of the themes that will come up again when we talk about putting these robots into the real world is one of the core challenges is that human-robot interaction happens in real time. And so, thinking about making algorithms and systems and robots that can be successful in a very fast-moving dynamic environment. So I've always been, particularly interested in the learning challenges here. So there, lots of fun challenges of human-robot interaction, but the one that I've always gravitated toward was learning from people, and robots learning from human teachers. And so thinking about, what does that mean? Is it it's demonstrations, it's feedback, there's all kinds of things about a social environment that's contributing to the learning process. And so I'll just show one example from my lab in like 2013, so almost 10 years ago. I don't know. Here? Oh, we can hear. Okay.
No, here. All right.
So we were really interested in learning from demonstration, but learning in a way that a person who doesn't know anything about machine learning might decide to teach a robot. And so this keyframe based learning from demonstration, and then you're really focused on the fact that, you know, what people are really good at teaching is the goals or the reward function of a task, not necessarily exactly how the robot should do it. So here's Kalisha asking the robot to try the task that's just been learned.
That's it. How did I do? That was a success. All right.
But then Barish Akun, whose thesis this was all about, you know, how does the robot practice and learn these reward functions over time through supervision with a person, and then through self-supervision. So this was 10 years ago, and very kind of, you know, my first foray into thinking about robots that would take demonstrations and then learn from some practice, and really kind of saying that the thing that we really want robots to learn from people is the reward function, is the goal, and how that can be a really great way to bring together the best that people have to offer in a learning situation and the best that robots have to offer. And then we started to get really interested in, you know, how do we, it was like super inefficient for the robot to sit there and have to like pound that box open again and again. And so you really got interested in adding simulation to the learning loop. And, you know, thinking about how you could take just that one first demonstration and, you know, get the goal, get the reward function, get the, you know, physics of the environment, and then optimize it. And so here's, you know, some work that my student Adam Elevato did around just that. So tuning a simulator such that even the first time that this robot, you know, executes this task after a demonstration, it can be successful. So that's some of the learning things that I've always been interested in, and kind of, you know, through various PhD students have explored different aspects of it. But I would say, you know, the thing that's also, I've always been interested in the kind of whole interaction that the robot is having in the environment. And so, you know, this is one of our kind of early, this is definitely more than 10 years old video of our robot Simon, who was at the first robot I built at Georgia Tech. And, you know, we were thinking about when you have a robot that's working very closely side by side with a person, how do you move that manipulator? How do you communicate that the robot, you know, really wants to make an action? So you have compliant controllers and kind of hesitant actions, and using the eye gaze to like look up and down at people. So these are like kind of the whole social dynamics of a learning interaction, and, you know, a robot that needs to jointly manipulate things with a person. That's always been the other side of this that I've been extremely interested in. So, so that takes us through, you know, just a little bit of a whirlwind tour of, you know, things that I've always been very interested in a research capacity. But I wanted to next dive into diligent robotics. So we, in some ways, we had, I want to talk about like what it is like to decide to start a company and how the early days went. And it's been a very long journey. The company's about 6 years old, and we are based in Austin, Texas, and we are supporting frontline healthcare workers in hospitals. So we are building robots that work side by side with people. And they are mobile manipulation platforms that are, you know, functioning 24/7 in hospital settings. And the primary goal of our platform, Moxie, is to take away some of the low-level tasks that frontline healthcare workers, you know, nurses, pharmacy techs, lab techs, they find themselves literally running around the hospital, like taking things from one place to another, which was surprising at first when I learned, when we started to learn just how much like hand carrying of stuff there is. But when we were thinking about starting the company in 2016 timeframe, we started to hear from hospital leadership that that this stress and burnout of their staff is really a problem. And so that's even before the pandemic. So this was a problem before the pandemic, and it's only accelerated. So this is a kind of massive market with a desperate problem, we like to say. Don't know what's happening, but okay. But this is Moxie. We call Moxie a point-to-point delivery robot, working side by side with hospital staff today. And I'll just show a quick demo of Moxie. The staff get to call Moxie not unlike a rideshare app. You tell Moxie to come to one place and go to another. Here's a pharmacy tech that called the robot to a pharmacy, and she gets to kind of interact with the screen, make some selections about what drawers to use, has to use her staff badge to unlock a container, and then can put it inside. It locks on the transport, and then the nurse also has to use her badge to unlock a container. So that is the crux of what we're doing today. We're having robots that can manipulate their environment to get from one place to another. And they provide kind of these point-to-point deliveries that have compliant, secure delivery from one place in a hospital to another. And it's a pretty generic platform such that we can help a hospital set up the right kinds of delivery points depending on what sorts of operational challenges they have. So it seems like this is such an intuitive thing. This makes so much sense, but it really took almost 4 years to get to like this rendition of the product that actually kind of works today in at scale. So I want to kind of walk through a little bit of that journey and tell a little bit of the story. So in 2016 and 2017, I started the company with my then PhD student, Vivian Chu, who's here. And at that time, Vivian was still a PhD student. I still had my job at UT Austin, and we were sure that we wanted to start a company, but we thought, maybe this is a good idea. And we joined a program called the NSF I-Core, which I highly recommend for anyone who is thinking they might want to try out entrepreneurship, because that program, it really forces you to try out talking to people about the non-technical version of your product or your research, and trying to find a real application for it. So that's really where we started to dig into healthcare and hospitals and some of the problems that they have before even thinking about like, well, how could robots start to solve that? Then after that, we got an NSF SBIR grant. And in that grant, we actually did about 150 hours of just following nursing staff around. So here's Vivian with a clipboard. We literally did that for about 150 hours across 3 different hospitals in Austin. And at the same time, we were doing proof of concept, kind of feasibility with the robot hardware that I had in my lab in Austin. So mobile manipulation robot, can we take it to a hospital? Is that a good semi-structured environment to have robots running around? That was sort of the goal of this research at the time. And so we ended by having all of, that grant ended having all of this research around what it is that people are running around carrying. And, some of the things like, are these objects that a robot could even carry? Are they, is it the size that it would make sense? But then we also had it's like really shaky video. I think this is probably sped up like 10 times. I'll turn off the sound, sorry. This was the culmination of this research, is that we had a shaky video of a robot in a hospital going into supply room and trying to get something delivered. This was really what we thought delivery was going to be, is going into a supply room, picking something out of it, and then taking it to another room. And so that was great. It was this feasibility study. We learned a lot of things. We decided that yes, hospitals are great semi-structured environments. The hallways are always clear like this. They always look like this. So it's really nice for robots that need to navigate. There's other things that are not so easy, but that's really where the journey of diligent robotics began. So after that research, we kind of decided, yes, we should go ahead, start a company. We raised seed capital from True Ventures. And 100% as soon as you raise venture capital, it really gets real. So that's when you really start. I stepped away from UT Austin as a full-time professor and became full-time CEO of the company. And so the early days of the company, it actually did feel a lot like I was, it was a corporate version of a research lab, because we still didn't have, we had almost nothing. So this is our press release from our seed round financing. We went over to my lab at UT Austin and found some hardware to like take a picture with, because we, literally the company owned nothing. So in the first 9 months of the company, we built our first prototypes, got the robots out of the lab for the first time. We had never really, Vivian and I had never really taken robots outside of the lab, except for that one time that we brought robots to that hospital and took that shaky camera video. So that was a big challenge that we set our goal for ourselves, like, okay, as soon as possible, we have to get a robot that's out in front of people and getting out into the world. So for the first year and a half, we did a bunch of research trials across Texas. So we took this one prototype that we had built up and we embedded ourselves with nursing teams in 4 different hospitals across Texas. So this was really invaluable to the company, and what we like the product video that I showed you earlier, because we went into these nursing units and we would embed ourselves, and these are 24/7 operations. That's the first time we like truly realized, like, oh gosh, hospitals operate 24/7, because we were there and we were kind of swapping. The small team was like swapping staff and manning that unit, for a 5-week period. So that was real. But mostly we were excited to really partner with those nursing teams and ask them, like, what would you have a robot like this do? We think the robot could do these things or these other things, or we could pick these things up and bring them to you. But we really had to dive into their work and follow them around and ask those questions. And what came out of it was more around, this is, these point-to-point deliveries across the whole hospital. That's what we kept getting asked to do. So we'd be in a nursing unit and we'd be trying to deliver things from the supply closet to a nurse. And, that helps and saves like 15 feet of time that she had to go to the supply closet and back. But then, the look on her face when she was like, but could Moxie take this thing like all the way to the other building for me? That's going to take me 20 minutes. And so we really learned that was the true opportunity. And so the final kind of piece in before we were ready to actually bring a product to market, we had to figure out how to sell it to hospitals, which was, completely novel in the kind of research world. I'd always, very, very much focused on, well, we just want to build the best thing, and then everything else will work out. And so that was a huge learning in the startup world, because, like I said, this phase of the company felt very much like, for a couple of years, we were just running a corporate research lab, and there's like a small team getting lots of really cool stuff to work and, really getting to know our clients. But then getting those same clients that we've been doing free research with to actually pay us for anything was a whole new ball game. But we entered the Cedars-Sinai Accelerator Program. It's a hospital in LA, and that was a game changer for us, because they sort of take technology and help the startup understand how to build a business case for a hospital. They help you, really say, here's how a hospital is really going to want to buy your stuff. So that was great. And as soon as we had that under our belts, it's been smooth sailing. So we came out of the Cedars-Sinai Accelerator in like second half of 2021. And we've had kind of steady demand ever since. So it's been quite a timeline and a journey of like what different aspects of my career that have led to where I am today. But it's been super exciting. The picture on the far left is kind of that very first robot that was in my lab at Georgia Tech, and the cool things that we were doing with it. And then on the far right is the very first delivery that Moxie did at Cedars-Sinai when we had our full, when we were fully integrated into their hospital. And that nurse in particular, Melanie Barone, she was so excited about the implementation, and through the whole implementation process kept making us promise that she got to be the very first delivery. And so that's what she wanted. And she kept talking about how she wanted Moxie to deliver IV pumps because her unit never had enough IV pumps. So Moxie's very first delivery at Cedars-Sinai was an IV pump to Melanie Barone. So that's great. So we say this a lot at Diligent, and it is very true that as entrepreneurs, you have to do more than anyone thinks possible with less than anyone thinks possible. But Vivian and I often talk about how I think that having a background as an academic researcher is really sets you up well for that, because I think as academic research labs, you also have to do more than anyone thinks possible with less than would be possible. So you're learning to really get the most out of the resources that you do have. And unlike kind of a large industry research lab where you could have like multiple different paths, or multiple different products that you're trying, and we'll see which one works, as a startup or as a small academic research lab, you really have one shot. You're like, well, this is what we're going to do. And we have strong conviction, and that's what we're going to make happen. So, so I think that's an exciting part about entrepreneurship and academic research. Okay, so I wanted to dive into a little bit of the under the hood of Moxie and some of the hard problems that we've had to solve, especially on the mobile manipulation side. And then a little flavor of just one or two machine learning problems that we're solving for the audience here. But yeah, so Moxie is doing mobile manipulation in a dynamic human environment. So, we have to solve all of the navigation problems of getting around the hospital. We have to solve a couple of very specific manipulation problems. So we're not doing kind of pick and place of objects in the environment, but we are doing dexterous manipulation of doors and elevators. And so it was kind of surprising and interesting to us how complex and what a wide variety of doors and elevators you find in even a relatively structured environment like a hospital. And so it's interesting the number of manipulation challenges that are there. I think even our clients sometimes are surprised. They're like, wait, why does Moxie need an arm? And then you walk around with them, and they're like, oh yeah, there's like 50 times that you had to use the arm just to get from this point of the hospital to the other. And so as soon as you want to do that kind of navigation and making your way around a human environment, an environment that's built for people, then manipulation just becomes an essential component. But we'll start with some of the navigation problems that we have. So, definitely we're using approaches that would be familiar to a lot of you with LiDAR and mapping and navigation. But some of the things that we focus on in particular are on the social navigation aspect. So, finding people in the environment, making sure that we don't run into them, but also, beds and chairs and other aspects of the environment that are going to be dynamic and moving through the environment, and that we need to be, very careful around. And this is an aspect of the robot that is always very exciting for our customers to test. In hospitals in particular, there have been a lot of examples of robots being applied in that environment, both surgical robots people are familiar with, but also kind of transport robots are something that's been in hospitals for a number of years, even really old robots that were on like rails and tracks or that followed magnetic tape. And so people in this environment that maybe were familiar with those older robots, they don't believe that the robot's not going to run into them. They kind of don't believe the more modern approaches. So we found this obstacle course set up for Moxie. One morning, the night staff had, they were really trying to test the robot. So it's fun. We see like customers and nurses and clients and people that have to interact with the robot every day. It's fun to see the tests that they try to put the robot through. Usually it's just jumping in front of the robot, but this was a particularly creative one. Okay, so I wanted to dive into one case study that is automatic doors. I think it's interesting because if I think back to if I was picking this as a task for my students in my research lab, 10 years ago, we would have just picked a configuration of an automatic door with a ADA button, and we would have just done it one time, or maybe we would have done a couple of different variants, but then we would have declared success. And so I think that's been the biggest journey on commercialization, is that we can't just declare success after solving the 95% of the problem. You really have to focus on that entire kind of 5%, the long tail of all the different ways that things could go wrong, or all the different kinds of doors that you're going to find in the environment. So so our robots open at least 100,000 doors a month. So that's a fun stat. So if we look at the basics of autonomous door navigation, there's a series of hard perception problems and control problems. So first, you have to perceive the device that you need to manipulate, and you have to perceive the state of the door, whether it's open or closed. And you have to do accurate and fast manipulation. And in our case, with a compliant controller that's going to be safe around people. And fast navigation, again, navigating quickly before those doors close on you. And you have to do that, expecting that there might be people jumping in front of your way. Because all of this, one of the number one tenets of all of the algorithms in this kind of environment is to remain safe around people, and especially people that are, they're running around in a high stress patient care environment. So any mistake that the robot makes could really be detrimental to some patient's care, or getting in the way of somebody trying to get to a patient. So we keep that very top of mind. Okay, so here's that particular door that we just looked at. And I like to highlight the 1X. I did see in one of the poster sessions, there was another video that had a 1X video. I was like clapping, because I think that's one of the biggest learnings as well, is how much speed can be a very, very hard kind of long tail thing to achieve. So that's a pretty straightforward door where you've got the device, you've got the doors right in front of you and full view of the sensor. Here's another example where at this point we can't even see the door, but, and this is a door that has a badge that needs to be scanned and not a button that needs to be pressed. And it's on the other side of the robot, so it has to make a kind of awkward, different manipulation. But then we see that the doors open, and then you have to quickly navigate around this corner. Again, keeping in mind that you might have to stop at any second if a person jumps in your way, or if something that you can't see right now happens to be in front of that door that just opened. And then, one of the bigger challenges for our fast navigation is when they put you'll find doors that have a device that's many, many feet away from the actual door. So here's a great example of that. And in this video, I think the doors almost do close on the robot, but then we finally get it through. I don't think that's ADA compliant, but we do find that we sometimes are telling the hospital facilities teams about the things that they might want to change to make their hospital a little bit more traversable for the humans in the environment. But so kind of to wrap up that case study, or to just kind of summarize what's easy, and this was from the very first, that time in 2016 when Vivian and I are thinking about which kind of market should we go after. The idea that hospitals have regulations about the floors being clear, and they have ADA compliance. There's people pushing people around in beds and chairs. So a lot of the environment is automated. So that's a really great thing. And we found that the customers are not opposed to modifying the environment to make it easier for the robot. So you'll notice the tags that we have. It's like, there is no reason that we should not put up tags to identify all of the manipulation targets if they're willing to let us do that. There's no reason for that to not be a redundancy feature that we use. But what's challenging is the environmental variance, and I'll show a little bit of examples of that. And then what's massively challenging is people in the environment, not purposely trying to mess up the robot, but actually just going about their job and their work and creating a lot of dynamics that robots have to deal with. So here's some examples of the variants of different kind of door manipulation targets that you might see. And here's ones that are really nice. They're on a clear wall. There's a single thing. It's very clear to see what you're supposed to manipulate. But then you'll find ones that are, under a arm rail or next to 3 other things. And it's like, hey, which of these things am I actually supposed to manipulate? Or my favorite one is in the bottom center here. This was during the pandemic. Somebody had the idea to put the hand thing that you had to press right under some hand sanitizer that would come out as you were pressing. So that's fun to have to deal with the robot turning on this hand sanitizer all the time. But then there's the people in the environment that will leave things like a bed or a cart or something right in front of the device that you're supposed to manipulate. So some of the ways that we solve this problem are, we certainly do use a lot of learning from demonstration. The way that we implement robots into an environment is, quick demonstrations. And the interesting thing is how fast we're able to do this now, because the robot has so many examples and models and manipulations from prior experiences. You can do very quick one-shot transfer learning. And we do use a lot of simulation in the loop for that process. And I would say from the first time that we kind of introduced opening doors in kind of production robots to where we are today, one of the biggest things that we focused on was that speed factor. And so being able to do things quickly. And, I would say these videos that we just watched, I don't think anyone would say the robot was going very fast. It's not operating super quickly, but the ability to have a very compliant, safe controller running quickly has been one of the most challenging and interesting kind of technical problems that we've tackled in this environment. And it's only been possible because of fleet-wide reliability metrics and taking a lot of data about what's working and what's not working. And so, you'll look and see that, 90% of the doors in hospitals where we're implemented are easy. They completely solved with existing algorithms. And then you would see the 10% that are just hard, or just they don't work every time, or they always require the robot to retry because the timing is just a little bit off. And so, having the data to really collect and hone in on that small set and just kind of whittle away at that last 10%, that was probably a 6-month process from, first implementing doors in production to being confident that it works everywhere. Okay. Then I would like to also, in the spirit of robot learning, I'll just show flash up a couple of examples of where we're using sort of modern learning and where it shows up in this specific environment. So this is not anything groundbreaking, and I think that may not be surprising, but one example of how we're using machine learning in the Moxie robot fleets today is for obstacle classification and avoidance with deep learning. So in this case, we had hand annotated data set of 1428 images, and they were just images of all kinds of things that we find in the hallways. So mostly people, but also other robots. And all of our robots are deployed in fleets. And so it was very important for us to be able to recognize other Moxie robots and not mess each other up. And then, beds, wheelchairs, carts, those kinds of things. And so with that small data set, we were able to train a model that does a pretty good job, but doesn't have necessarily like pixel level accuracy to do, but can easily do kind of bounding box level accuracy of people. So now we take that and do automated annotations with Dino V2, and now have a auto annotated data set of over 150,000 images, and lots of other classifications like doors and other things that are pretty common. There's still things that model, things that are kind of specific to hospitals aren't found in a kind of general general annotation tool like that, but we do find that it's super accurate and able to get us to really nice person classification at a pixel level, able to do kind of doors, beds, and other kinds of clutter that's really important for the robot to recognize. And then my favorite example here was this example of the robot kind of standing in front of a door, thinking about opening it. But this now gives us the ability to see that, yes, there's these two doors that I'm about to go through one of them, and the door behind it is barely opening. And I can see that there's just an ever so slightly the edge of a person that's behind there. So that now gives us a lot of advanced notice that we, in our previous model, would have needed a lot more of that image to become clear in order to say that. Okay. So the last sort of section of my talk is I'd love to really pop up and talk about the impact of this. So after diving into a little bit of the technical details and the long tail of things that we have to solve, for me, it's really about the why and the impact that we're able to have on clinical teams and clinical staff in hospitals. And so, we've done over 200,000 delivery tasks over the last year, and been able to really impact the work that is happening in hospitals right now, just in the US, but doing supply deliveries, medication deliveries, lab sample deliveries, and lightweight equipment primarily. And we find that there is often even a surprise from the customer at how much hand carrying of stuff is happening. So here's an example of a heat map for, it's a little too hard to read, but that's 24 hours of the day in like half-hour chunks, I think. And then this is like the first 45 weeks of a deployment. And you see that this service is necessary all day long. And so I think that's been really great for us to see, is that there is truly a need for transport tasks. And every time that Moxie is doing one of these tasks, then we're saving a nurse or a pharmacy tech from having to step away from their real job to do something silly like run a piece of equipment down to another unit. So we do that we can collect this kind of data for all of our clients. Sometimes we see in some hospitals, they have a particular need in the nighttime and less of a need at other times of day. We like to show them exactly which departments are making the most use of the robot, and that often gives more kind of organizational insights, and sometimes gives them ideas of like, oh, if pharmacy is using it like this, then maybe the lab could use it like that. So this has been really nice for us to sort of get the data about how people are actually using it. But in the end, I think the thing I'm most proud of is that we put these robots together. We build and we do all the final assembly and test in Austin. We have a facility. We put the robots into crates. The big truck comes, picks up the crates, And I'm always trying to help our team remember that on the other side of that truck delivery is a whole team of nurses that is ecstatic. Like they are so excited the day that Moxie arrives, and they really sort of immediately get that this is something that's going to take work off of my plate. And so that's been really exciting to see the reaction that the end user, who's not really our customer, like these nurses haven't bought anything from us, but they're excited to use it and to be the kind of end user. And this was someone who was anticipating Moxie's arrival so much and had seen Moxie on social media and had her own heart eyes ready to go. So we were excited to see that. We see a lot of people dressing up the robots for all different kinds of reasons. They're dressing it up for holidays and just for fun. We had to actually write up some costume instructions where we like had a picture of the robot and we're circling the things that you cannot cover up. Like things will stop functioning if you cover any of these things up, but otherwise go nuts. We don't mind. And so people have been very compliant. They dress the robots up appropriately. We had one person even dress up as Moxie for Halloween. That was a first. But this year we had like 3 or 4 other people dress up as Moxie for Halloween. So that was fun. They celebrate the robot's birthday. We don't encourage this, but almost every site does celebrate the robot's birthday, which they attribute to be like the day that services went live at their hospital. And so we love seeing these sorts of things because it really, to me, it means that they've embedded this robot into their work and into their routine, and they truly are appreciative of the work that we're doing. And this one was one of my favorite examples as well, where they have the team board up at the end of their unit, like with everyone's pictures and everyone's names, and they put up Moxie as kind of part of the team on their nursing unit. So, and then I actually don't know how we have this video, but a customer sent it to us because they kind of caught somebody, running after and hugging the robot in the basement level of one of our hospitals. Okay. So with that, I would love to take some questions. I think, as Sonia mentioned, we are ahead of schedule.
Andreas, thank you so much for that great talk. It's really great to see robots, having impact and coming to the real world. What is that slapping?
No, I'm not sure. There's some knocking on the speaker.
Okay, so we have time for questions. I would like to ask the student helpers to grab these flyable, throwable microphones, which are these cubes. And then please raise a hand and make yourself visible to the student helpers, and they can just pass a microphone to your place directly. And maybe while the first person actually starts, let me start with a question.
Yeah, great.
So you've been in the business now for quite some time, decade, longer, don't know. What do you think? How does your perception? What is the actual challenge actually changed over the time, a bit the history? I could imagine that in the old days, when I remember Media Lab or so, they were talking a lot about theory of mind and machines need to understand the mental state of humans and stuff like that being the challenge. But here it seems that it's completely different challenges. So
yeah, I think that's a great point. I think some of the challenges that we used to have, it's almost simple. Like you see all the videos where we're wearing microphones and you had kind of like structured cameras viewing the workspace of the robot. So I think from a perception, like robots perceiving the world has advanced so much that is really catapulting approaches, but also really exciting to see the progress that's making. I think the idea that you had to have this kind of like top-down theory of mind, like structure to how the world works, it feels it's interesting how far you can get with not taking that approach, right? I think that's what a lot of people are learning, myself included, is that the micro behaviors of how you get around in the world are almost, in the case of Moxie in particular, it's more important for Moxie to know how to just navigate a quick interaction with people. I don't have to have a theory of what you're thinking, other than like, I think I'm going to go right or I'm going to go left. And so I think that has been an interesting kind of change and shift in focus.
Yeah, interesting. Very convincing. So it's hard to see actually, but oh, there is Ken. Can somebody throw gently a microphone at him?
No, we have one question here already.
Oh, there is another one. Please go ahead.
Oh, so this was an amazing talk, and it's great to see HRI working in the real world. I'm curious, do you think that the research that you conducted during your academic career would help unlock the next frontier of tasks? And now that delivery, one of the most basic tasks in an hospital, is being conducted by Moxie.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that we absolutely have intentions of continuing to do more and more complicated tasks and more dexterous tasks in hospitals. I think there's a wide variety of tasks and workflows that we have yet to take on. That kind of point-to-point delivery really just sort of scratches the surface of materials management and logistics tasks that we see happening. We have a lot of people asking us to do more complicated tasks. And so, yeah, we're really looking forward to getting back to that. Hey, Ken.
Andrea, thank you so much. What a great, inspiring talk. I'm curious if two things. One, if things have changed much during COVID-19, if that had an influence on adoption. And second of all, I'm curious if you're thinking about using new tools like ChatGPT as an interface for the nurses and the robot.
Great question. So yes, on COVID-19. So I kind of alluded to the fact that like the true like value proposition to a hospital hasn't changed. The idea that you want your nursing staff and your pharmacy staff that have these degrees in their work to not be doing running around. Like that's really why, that's what we were selling to hospitals prior to 2020. But after 2020 is really when hospitals and hospital administration had to change the way they were thinking about workforce and workforce augmentation. There was a lot of burnout and a lot of dropout. So the workforce challenges that hospitals have just got dramatically worse during the pandemic and after. So we've seen that there was, like, hospitals are not a market that you think of as being very innovative or adopting of new technology. So one thing that we saw was prior to COVID, we were only able to really get in with like innovation groups, or they want to try something and they're billing it as like, oh, we're going to try this cool Moxie thing in our hospital of the future, and they're talking about something that's like 5 years away, and we're like, no, you can buy this tomorrow. Like really, the hospital is today. But that was a difference. So in the pandemic, they kind of said, wait, so this is like really real, and like I could really buy it, and okay, let's go. And so you got people, it was no longer the innovation groups that were contacting us. It was like actual operators that really wanted to solve a real problem. So for us as a business, it was very exciting. We kind of got beyond being just a demo for them, and we got to solve real problems. You had another question about.
Yeah, I think I have the.
Oh, ChatGPT. So yes, we have a lot of clients asking if they can chat with Moxie. And I would say we don't have anything that we're ready to like put out there, but we are exploring some of the different ways that natural language should come into the process. Yeah.
Thanks for the great talk, Andrea. So this way, so I have like a question regarding the data. Yeah. So basically, I'm just wondering, when you're kind of developing this robot, what kind of privacy and data challenges did you face? Did you face any regulations or any kind of pushback from your clients? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. So in healthcare, there's definitely privacy concerns. There's HIPAA regulations that have a lot to say about patient identifiable, like any patient identifiable information. We don't like store and collect patient health records, so that helps us avoid like the biggest thing that people are worried about. But there is a lot of concern that, are the microphones on Moxie going to accidentally pick up a conversation that a doctor's having about a patient? And is that going to be some patient information? So we go through information security intake with our clients, and we have to get them to feel very comfortable about our data pipeline and everything. We have to, we use cloud services, we use, HIPAA compliant cloud services and things like that.
On your left. Hi. So thanks again. I want to echo everybody's comments about this being really inspiring and exciting application of robotics in the wild. I'm curious to know, how much of your world model is pre-built and static, and then in the spirit of the Conference on Robot Learning, how much do you see that evolving into a more dynamic world model that continues to update as Moxie evolves as well?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Great. So we have our onboarding process. We build that kind of static model, by demonstration. You drive the robot around and show it everything it's going to have everywhere in the hospital it's ever going to be. And every door that it's ever going to manipulate, or every elevator it's ever going to have to ride. Those things are very static. They don't change very much. And so that is the main reason that we let that be kind of like a world model that we learn one time. And if we have to change that model, it's a new kind of demonstration process. In addition to that, though, there's all kinds of like dynamic obstacle avoidance and understanding that is absolutely, that's changing often. And, that's changing with new data, that's changing, as we, that's aggregating data across hospitals and things like that. Yeah.
Hey, Andrea. Thanks for the great talk. I really love the process as well that you showed of how kind of diligence started. And one question I have is, how do you navigate questions from maybe your clients or nurses in particular, whether they will be replaced by Moxie? Because I can clearly see that you're more augmenting nurses right now, but I'm wondering how you navigate these kinds of questions.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. I actually we were very cognizant about this question in particular. I think because of being in the robotics field for so long, and anytime I would give a talk and a kind of external capacity, you'd always get that, well, are robots just going to take everyone's job? And so, for Vivian and I, it was really important to enter a market and be doing a task that it was very, very hard for people to say that we're trying to take people's jobs. And that, by and large, it is what we find. So we do find that as soon as people learn what the robots are for, especially the end users like nurses and pharmacy techs, lab techs, they really get like, oh, this is not my job. You're right. You should do that. But there is this kind of sci-fi Hollywood notion that everyone has about robots, and you see a robot like Moxie and you're like, oh, well, yeah, that's what it's doing today, but tomorrow it's going to be like, so we do get a lot of that where we have to navigate those conversations. But I think people see, we've worked really hard to make sure that hospitals and all the people working in the hospital see us as partners in change management, in kind of automating the things that they don't want to do in their work. So we feel like we're doing a good job building that partnership so that we don't get those questions quite as often.
Hi, Andrea. Great talk. So I had two questions. One is, if you are thinking of expanding the task that you're doing, then how are you thinking of updating the hardware that you've already deployed? And the second question is, how much do you fine tune for a specific environment? And is that scalable if you keep expanding to different hospitals?
Yeah, so I think we don't see any problem with having this always be the platform that's for point-to-point deliveries, and there may be other morphologies of robots that we put into the environment for other tasks. So I think there might be a heterogeneous fleet of robots, diligent robots one day. But in terms of fine tuning, I think that is, we do fine tune for each environment. And I think that's actually really beneficial as we go to different environments, because then you can take what works in transfer, but then you kind of start with a transferred model and then fine tune for that specific environment, especially for things like manipulating the infrastructure of a building, that things that are very specific to that environment and not going to change. So those are some of the reasons that we find it like super beneficial to, I just need to manipulate these 10 doors and nothing else. And that actually helps a lot.
Thank you so much for the talk. My question is about Moxie navigating dynamic environments, especially with humans. One part of my question is, do you find that humans also adapt sort of in idiosyncratic or difficult ways to the robot? Or do you take that into account while the robot is planning its path? How do you think about the humans adapting to the robot as opposed to the robot just perceiving them as dynamic obstacles and avoiding?
Yeah, that's a great question. I know, like in research, in an HRI research lab, that was always what we would see too. Like you'd set out the task and it was always really hard. I remember a particular student, Crystal Chow, was always having a hard time coming up with good collaborative manipulation tasks, because you would tell people, no, you do this part and the robot's going to do that part. And then people just can't help but like adapt to make the whole team more effective. So we sort of went into this knowing that people might adapt. And that is why I think it is definitely why we thought it was important for the robot to have a head and a face where you could give intentionality, because we knew that if you express intentionality, then people will respond to it appropriately. And so we do think a lot about that. But I think what is always interesting for me is I was just shadowing Moxie for a client visit. We had a client visiting an existing hospital in Dallas, and we spent like an hour and a half while just following the robot around and like, this is what Moxie does. And what's always fascinating to me is watching after the robot's been installed for like a year at this particular site, it's how much of like no big deal it is. Like people are just like going around it. Like, yeah, the robot's going at a relatively slow pace. People are like twice as fast as the robot. They're darting around, doing whatever. And it's always fun to watch how much they've kind of assimilated this into their work.
Hi, thanks for your really inspiring talk. I have a question regarding how you think about the reliability and lifetime and maintenance of the robot hardware, and how that's maybe changed as you've gone out and deployed robots. I would assume that like once you have a robot in one of these nursing facilities, and if it breaks down, it could be a bit annoying to like repair it.
Yeah. You just described the current state of Diligent. As we've expanded our robot fleet, you do start to see what we like to say is like low probability events become more likely because you just have so many more opportunities out there. Some of the things that we've done are, redundancy in the system. We certainly don't have any less than 2 robots at a given site, things like that. But yeah, we're having to learn about, we're collecting a lot of data. You start to really take a data-driven approach to maybe doing some kind of distributed location of components that are kind of most likely to need replacement and things like that. But it's certainly a learning process for sure.
Let's have maybe one more question before we wrap up.
So I had a question. So you've mentioned a few times they deploy Moxie as fleets of agents. So my question is does Moxie model itself as like sort of a single agent and each Moxie robot is separately controlled, or are they controlled in a multi-agent sense? And my other question is, do you think there'd be any benefit to them, or like, do you see any benefit, or do you think there would be any benefit in them being collaborative and with a sort of a shared controller?
Yeah, great question. For the most part, each robot's autonomous behavior is individual. It doesn't think about being part of a team. The backend scheduler, on the other hand, does think about the fleet and how to optimally divide up tasks between robots. Like each robot has 3 different drawers, so it could technically make 3 stops, but you got to think about, the paths of those stops and stuff. So the backend scheduler does think about the whole team of robots, but the autonomous, the autonomy of the robots themselves, they are just single agents. Where that has started to, one of the biggest opportunities, I think, is as you start to get like really large fleets of robots at a hospital, like, so our kind of largest fleet right now is 8 robots, I believe. And it's kind of funny to think about, but you could have all 8 of those robots like waiting for the elevator at the same time. Like they should really coordinate in some way. And like, they should decide where to stand so they're not getting in the way of the people. And so these are sort of the outlier scenarios that we are starting to have at just like 1 or 2 sites. And we're having to think about like the multi-agent aspect of the environment. But I think there's certainly a lot of fruit there.
Okay, thank you all for these great questions. This was an interesting Q&A. And let's thank Andrea again for this great talk.
So we're going to get started. This is the oral for RL. And first we'll have Cyrus. He's going to be talking about how to learn and generalize from 3 minutes of data.
All right, thank you. So hi, everyone. I'm Cyrus. I'm a PhD student at the University of Texas at Austin. And the work I'll be presenting today was done in collaboration with my lab mate, Frank Jamu, who unfortunately can't be at the conference right now, and with our advisor, Ufuk Topçu. So in this project, our objective is to learn unknown models of dynamics from offline data sets of potentially noisy trajectory observations. But the key research questions that we want to ask are, how can we build flexible and adaptable data-driven models while still incorporating the known physics information that we have to the greatest extent possible? How can we also build useful approximations of model uncertainty that we can use for control purposes and for reinforcement learning? And how can we actually take these ideas and build learned models that we use for the generation of RL policies and model predictive control? So to answer these questions, we propose to use neural stochastic differential equations. And what I mean by that is we're going to parameterize both the drift and the diffusion term of a stochastic differential equation using neural nets. And then we'll solve the SDE numerically in time to actually obtain stochastic predictions of the system's future state. In particular, we're going to represent the drift term as a differentiable composition of known terms capturing a priori system knowledge and unknown terms that we parameterize using neural networks. And this incorporation of physical knowledge we found can be tremendously helpful in improving the data efficiency and the generalizability of the model, even when very little prior knowledge is actually given a priori. Now, on the other hand, we're going to parameterize and train this diffusion term to provide a sort of a heuristic-driven over-approximation of the epistemic uncertainty in our model's predictions. And the idea is intuitively that we want the model to predict the stochasticity of the dynamics when we evaluate it on the training data set. But when we move away from the training data set, we want it to start outputting highly stochastic dynamics. And the way that we accomplish this is by training the model to accomplish the 4 following sort of constraints or properties. Our first constraint is that we really need it to be, we need to be able to quickly evaluate this at runtime. And this is going to be crucial if we ever want to use it for RL training or for online control. Second, we want the entries in the diffusion matrix to be relatively low on points that are in the training data set. Third, we want these values to increase as we move along trajectories that are paths that move away from the training data set. And finally, we want the entries in this diffusion matrix to actually saturate at some maximum values or to revert back to some prior model of the diffusion term when we're evaluating our model very far from our training data set. Now we actually accomplish these objectives through the way that we parameterize this diffusion term and by constructing a training objective that comprises the following 4 components. We have our data loss, which basically compares entire rollouts of trajectories from the true system with rollouts that we get from numerical simulation of the differential equation. And we're going to get gradients by actually doing automatic differentiation through that numerical solution. we have this gradient loss term that encourages the diffusion term to have local minima on each of the training data points. And we have two other loss terms that encourage the diffusion term to be strongly convex in a ball surrounding each of the training data points. Now, this is, of course, a very heuristic method, but we found that it works quite well for our purposes. So just to be able to visualize things, here are some plots illustrating the output of this learned diffusion model or diffusion term after training a dynamics model for this mass spring damper. The left shows a measure of the prediction error of the neural SDE model, and the right illustrates the variance in our model's predictions. And so as you can see, it's kind of doing effectively what we want it to. It has high stochasticity on the training data set and relatively low stochasticity off of it. Now, to put our neural SDEs to the test for control, we started with a model-based offline reinforcement learning formulation of the cart pole swing up problem. So for comparison, the black bar here shows the model-free asymptotic performance that we get for this problem after about 500,000 training iterations. But what we're going to do is gather a much smaller batch of data, use that data to train a neural SDE model or a dynamics model of some other kind, and then use that dynamics model in this experiment basically blindly, treat that as the true system and train a model-free policy on top of it. And that's what we see in these plots here. In particular, the green plots show the mean reward that we get from policies trained on our neural SDE model of the environment. And as you can see, it does almost as well, or actually just about as well as the model-free approach. But of course, this is a model-based method. It actually used 30 times fewer training iterations than the model-free algorithm did. Furthermore, perhaps unsurprisingly, but encouragingly, the more physics information we increase into the model, the better the model predictions are and the better the resulting control policies are. And I just want to emphasize, I'm not giving like full information here. The most we ever give is the assumption that the dynamics are actually control affine. And then finally, looking at the two blue bars in comparison with the two green bars, we see that these uncertainty estimates actually help the control performance, even though the data set that we're using to train here is actually covering most of the state action space that we're using for training. Now, to demonstrate that the framework can be trained relatively quickly and easily, and to demonstrate that it can be evaluated fast enough for use in a real-time control loop, we trained a neural SDE model of this hexacopter, and we used it for model predictive control. Before I start the video, I want to emphasize that it was shot in one continuous take all the way from data collection to model training to deployment. So in the video, my colleague Frank is going to just manually fly this drone around for 3 minutes. And this is going to be all the data that we use to train a neural SDE of these flight dynamics. And I just want to point out that from the bottom plots, that the maximum values of the roll and pitch that we see during training are about 20 degrees. Now, the form of the neural SDE that we actually trained is in this bottom left panel for this example. The drift term has a structure that's informed basically by rigid body dynamics, but we parameterize all of the mass and inertia terms as well as using neural networks to capture the nonlinear motor to thrust relationship and any residual force terms as well. And we found that the inclusion of the diffusion term and the parameterized residual terms resulted in predictions that were more robust than the forms of the other algorithms for system identification that we used as comparison. And they predicted diverging trajectories much less often. And when we tested the control algorithms in simulation, we found that the neural SDEs resulted in control policies that had a much better tracking accuracy. Okay, now once we finish training the model, we're going to deploy it in a relatively simple model predictive control algorithm. And while I've been quickly explaining this, we actually took the drone, downloaded the data, trained up the model. It's back on the drone and we're ready to fly. And this took about 15 minutes. So we'll start off with a circular trajectory. It'll start by flying quite slowly, but it'll pick up in speed as it goes. So hopefully there you could see how hard the drone is actually banking to keep up with this trajectory. It turns out that the MPC algorithm was actually pushing it quite far beyond the training data set that we saw while gathering training data. And to end off, I'll just start this, this video of a slightly more dynamic trajectory. Seconds, yeah. And with that, thank you all very much for listening. You can find me in the poster session this afternoon at 4:15 p.m. And I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Yeah, feel free to raise your hand, and I think we have mics going around somewhere. Maybe in the meantime, I just have one quick question about if you were to expand, you're using 3 minutes of data. If you use 20 minutes of data, hours of data, do you see that this continues to improve, or are you sort of like saturated at that for this task?
I think that we would see it continue to improve. I mean, this task is already tracking actually quite well. I think that, for example, though, if we wanted to look at higher velocities, we want to do more with it, we would need more data. The model allows for that quite well. We can evaluate it very quickly, even if it's trained on lots of data. And we're interested as well of moving up into like higher dimensional inputs and potentially training these types of models in latent spaces as well. And there we would probably need more data.
Okay. Any questions from the crowd?
Oh, there's a question over there.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, my question is, how sensitive is the performance of the system for how much you abstract it and give away the control to the learned neural network versus more finely model the dynamics, perhaps?
Right. So how sensitive is it basically to the amount that we actually incorporate into the model?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good question. It's definitely incorporating more information helps in general. It always helps. But what we have found is that even without very much information, just even putting it in the form of a differential equation like that, it actually that already gives you a huge jump over just parameterizing like the next state directly. Thank you.
Okay, great. Next, we have fine-tuning offline world models in the real world.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nick. With me on stage is Yunhai. We're excited to present our work on pre-training and fine-tuning of offline world models entirely in the real world. And this is a collaboration with other great researchers at UC San Diego and Tsinghua University. So first, there's been a lot of progress in robot learning over the last decade, but there are still some core challenges that remain. Firstly, the data collection is difficult to scale. It's expensive to acquire hardware. And we're also constrained by the physical constraints of actually operating these robots at scale. Additionally, it's desirable to have our robots learn tasks by exploring the environment autonomously. But this is pretty difficult, especially if you're relying on something like CoRL to do exploration for you. You'll need a lot of samples. So in this work, we asked the question of whether we can use existing data that we have from, for example, prior experiments to speed up the learning process of new tasks in our environment. We proposed a framework for offline to online transfer of world models. Specifically, we're using the TDMPC world model that we developed in our lab. Here in this framework, we have the first stage where we pre-train the world model using offline RL on existing data from our lab. So this might be data from different tasks or data from the same task. In the second stage, we take the world model and then we let it fine-tune itself by online interaction with the environment. Again, this here might be a task that is seen in the data set and we simply want to improve our policy. It might also be an unseen task. In this example here, our pre-training data is kitchen interactions, and we have a target task that has unseen distractors. So before we dive into the method, I want to just give you an example of what this fine-tuning might look like in the real world. So this video here, it's a task where we task the robot with picking up this pot and putting it in the sink. We first pre-trained the robot on offline data. So we have an offline data set of previous interactions, successes and failures. This gives us a 0% success of 11%. Quickly after a few trials, 5-10 trials, it starts improving and solves the task consistently. With a little bit more of interaction, it keeps improving, and at 20 trials, it achieves a success rate of 78%. Now, at this point, we introduce a new distractor environment, distractor object to the environment. In this case here, it's a pan. And you see that because of the distribution shift here in the observations, it doesn't solve initially. But after a few trials, it starts to adapt to this new observation. Now, finally, we add another distractor object to the environment. And you see that, again, the performance drops initially. After a few trials, it will start improving and, again, solve the task consistently. So all of the fine-tuning here is done using RGB images as input, and we use sparse rewards from a success detector.
Okay, so how do we achieve this? Let's start with our world model. The model takes the current state S as the input, encode it into a latent representation Z, and predict the reward R on top of that. And it also learns the dynamics model, which predicts the next hidden state given the current hidden state and an action. During planning with the world model, we sample a sequence of actions, A0 to AH, and optimize it with respect to its return. The return is estimated by rolling out the model iteratively, and it is a weighted sum of the rewards R0 to RH-1 and QH, a terminal value function at the end of the horizon. And after planning, the first action A0 is executed. However, due to insufficient offline data, the model can make extrapolation errors when faced with unseen states, which have large uncertainty. And to mitigate this issue, we adopt Q-ensemble to estimate the model uncertainty. And the uncertainty is given by the standard deviation of n independent Q functions. To avoid actions with high value but large uncertainty, and prioritize the actions with both high value and small uncertainty, we regularize the return according to the uncertainty. Here, U0 to UH are the estimated uncertainty at different time steps, and lambda is a constant weighting factor. So the larger the uncertainty, the smaller the estimated return. By planning with the world model and interacting with the environment, we collect new online data and store it in a separate online buffer. During online fine-tuning, we sample offline and online data in equal parts within each mini batch. With such kind of balanced sampling, we exploit the information acquired in online interaction more aggressively. Here are more real-world results. And this is the task to pick up a red object. Now we try to transfer the model to a similar task, but with unseen distractors. As we can see, zero-shot doesn't work. It achieves a success rate of 22%. But after just 20 trials of online interaction and fine-tuning, the model is able to achieve a success rate of 67%. And here's another task to pick up the pot and put it in the sink. With an unseen teapot as a distractor, the model cannot transfer zero-shot. But again, we observe a significant improvement of performance after just a handful of trials. We benchmark our method on a variety of simulated tasks spanning D4RL, quadruped locomotion, and robotic manipulation. We compare against two strong baselines, TD&PC, a model-based reinforcement learning method, and IQR, a recent model-free method for offline IL. We first compared the offline IL performance without any fine-tuning. Here we observe that the average performance of our method is better than the baselines across the tasks that we consider. And next, we fine-tune the methods to the same task with online interaction. And interestingly, we observe that both TD&PC and our method can improve significantly with the online fine-tuning. And our method outperforms the both baselines by a large margin. If you are interested in learning more about our work, please check out our website on the link here or scan the QR code. And you're also very welcome to stop by our poster at 4:15 p.m. today. And finally, I would like to give a quick shout out to the most recent iteration of the TD&PC world model. And TD&PC2 solves more than 100 tasks without tuning and scales to more than 300 million parameters. And please check it out if you are tired of hyperparameter tuning. Thank you so much for listening. And now we are happy to take your questions.
Yeah, looks like there's a question in the middle there. Can the next presenter come put their computer up here?
Thank you for the nice talk. So I'm just curious, when you do the model fine tuning, what's the most important thing that affects the fine tuning performance?
So I think the most important thing is the new data collected when you're interacting with the environment actively.
Sorry, a little hard here.
Okay, so let me repeat. I think the most important part for online fine-tuning is the data you collected during interacting with the environment. So with the pre-trained model, it's not perfect. It can make some error or overestimated value at some state action pairs. But when you visit the state action pairs, actually, when you're interacting with the environment, you can get maybe a negative reward to correct your previous estimation. And so that in this kind of interacting with the environment, you can quickly correct your previous estimation and get a better Q landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're out of time, so we'll move on to the next presenters. I think we'll switch in a second. Once this thing hits yellow, out of time. Great. So next we've got a presentation on hijacking robot teams through adversarial communication. Go away.
Good afternoon. My name is Zixuan Wu.
And my name is Sean Yi.
And we will present our paper, Hijacking Robot Team Through Adversarial Communication, co-authored with Bailey Han and Matthew Gompley. So the communicative multi-agent systems will have many applications in the future, such as autonomous driving, manufacturing, and military uses. In all these applications, there is a chance that an attacker may perturb some communication messages, such that the target agents can be drastically misled by the faulty communication. In this work, we learn to hijack their coordination behaviors with counterfeit binarized messages, usually used in the bandwidth-limited communications. We first present our problem settings. Shown here are 3 collaborative capture agents who must work together to capture the green prey. They send binarized messages based on their own partial observation and generate actions based on received messages from other agents. the team attempts to maximize the team reward R. On the right, we show this task in our simulation domain, where the 4 predator agents attempts to chase the prey. Here we show how we want our adversary policy work. The adversary intercepts the intended messages from the agents and then send back their altered versions to change the behaviors from the agent policies with the goal to minimize the ground truth team reward. On the right, you can see our adversary's policy is causing the predators to no longer be able to capture the prey. However, there are several challenges arise when learning the adversary communication policy. First, previous works usually assume the online reinforcement learning, where the adversary's policy can explore how the altered messages change the agent actions in the environment. This may be unreasonable in the real world, since the system manager could easily detect that the agents are behaving poorly during the adversary training process due to the online exploration. And second, the previous work usually assume the adversary's policy can learn from the ground truth reward signal. We seek to remove this limitation since we usually do not have the access to the ground truth reward in the real world system and can only observe the behaviors of the agents. Finally, the previous work does not explore how to efficiently alter the binarized communication messages. Therefore, our contributions are threefold. First, we learn without environment interactions by learning a surrogate policy. Second, we learn without ground truth agent reward by using a surrogate policy to assign rewards. Finally, we design a differentiable representation for the adversarial bit flipping to modify the messages. To learn how to disrupt the agents without any exploration and in a completely offline fashion, our adversary first learn a surrogate policy for each target agent. We do this by collecting tuples of observation, message, and actions, and use the behavior cloning to create a model of the agents. By learning a surrogate policy, we can train the adversarial policy completely offline to exploit the target agents. We also use the surrogate policy to infer the team reward on which the adversary policy is trained instead of use the ground truth reward. We assign the reward for a certain state action pair as the opposite of the log probability of the actions from the surrogate policy. The interpretation is that the probability of the sample's appearance is proportional to the exponential of the reward in the inverse reinforcement learning theory. Intuitively, the adversary is imagining what messages will lead to the agent actions such that it can maximize the adversary Q value. We invent 2 modes for the adversary communication policy. In the first direct mode, we assume the adversary directly outputs the modified messages. And in the second flipping mode, we assume the ones in the output of the adversary policy indicate which digit to flip in the original message. This adversary flipping can be written in the differentiable exclusive OR form. And the flipping number NF has 2 different forms in the 2 different modes. We use this NF as the L1 regularization term in our laws to best conceal our attack. So let's welcome Sean to continue the next part.
I will now present our results in both simulation and on real robots. So we test in 3 different domains: predator capture prey, partially observable predator prey, and speaker listener. The environment that we showed before was the partially observable predator prey. We train all of our policies in simulation, and then we deploy them on real mobile robots. Here on the left, we show our results comparing the agent rewards when our adversarial policy is used as compared to a random baseline policy. We ensure that the baseline flips the same number of bits as the adversarial policy. So we ablate our model across the number of bits flipped in the message and show that our adversarial model reduces the agent reward significantly compared to the random policy. On the right, you can see that the robots interrupted with our adversarial policy can no longer capture the green target prey. Next, we also compare the difference between our two differentiable binary communication methods, where we create this score function to compare the policies as the number of bits flipped may be different for the two policies. So here, a higher score indicates that the method lowers the team performance more. And we show that our method allows the policies to learn a better adversarial policy as compared to the direct and random baselines. For limitations, encryption could be used to encode the team messages. However, our method could still act on deterministic encryption as our policy is still learning these surrogate policies to correlate the messages with agent behavior. Setting the message to be interpretable could pose a limitation, as changing these messages could be obvious that an attack is occurring. Something like polymorphic encryption could be used as a non-deterministic way to encode the messages. However, we may not want to include these advanced encryption tools on low swap devices that are being deployed on the battlefield. So in summary, our contributions are threefold. We learn an adversarial communication policy, train fully black box by learning a surrogate policy. We train it without access to ground truth rewards by inferring the rewards from the surrogate policy, and we design a differentiable representation for adversarial bit flipping. Thank you so much, and we would like to thank our other co-authors, Bailey Han and Matthew Gondole.
Great. Any questions for the authors?
Thank you for the talk. I was just wondering, given that a lot of multi-agent robot systems use learned communication for like graph networks that have latent communication, could you adapt your bit networks to attack this latent communication?
Yeah, so in our work, we just use the regular multi-agent reinforcement learning to learn those policies, but technically, as long as we can learn a good surrogate policy, no matter what the team is communicating with, we can learn effective adversarial policies to attack that team.
I think we have time for one more. Great, thank you guys. Thank you. Great. All right. Next, we'll have expansive latent planning on sparse reward offline reinforcement learning with Robert.
Okay, yeah. Hi, I'm Robert. I'm a PhD student at KTH in Stockholm, and I'm going to present the work Expansive Latent Planning for Sparse Reward Offline Reinforcement Learning. So this work is very much at the intersection of sampling-based motion planning and model-based reinforcement learning. So classical sampling-based motion planning, for example, you can see your RRT. It works really well for long horizon planning tasks in geometrically complex environments. And in this paper, we're asking the question, can we use it for robot manipulation? For example, manipulation, I can see here, like manipulating this formal object where we have very high dimensional data, potentially image data. And there are, of course, some challenges. We have, very high dimensional states. We are not given a dynamics model. We might have to learn a model. We don't have a state sampler, and we don't have typically available something like collision detection. Okay. So in this work, we particularly tackle the problem of sparse reward offline reinforcement learning from visual observations. And we present a method called value-guided expansive latent planning, which essentially starts by learning a latent representation using contrastive learning for our states. And then we formulate the offline RL task as a guided tree search in the latent space, looking for basically like searching for states where we have a reward equal 1, where we have reached the goal. And you can see a visualization here on the right. we have several components of this method. It's basically very, very standard. So like in model-based reinforcement learning, we have a state encoder, we have a latent dynamics model. In addition here, we have an action sampler or action model. And very important, actually, we have two model-free RL agents, so like a hierarchical decomposition. And so the local one we use, or the local one basically achieves navigation between two states in the state space or in the latent space. We use the Q function also to obtain a distance metric between states. And we have also a global agent, from which we then obtain a cost to go metric. So these are used at various points in the planner, as we shall see later. And yeah, I will not go into detail too much about how these different models are learned, but just to say it's all learned in a self-supervised fashion. And we're using very suboptimal trajectories. But I will talk a bit more about the underlying planning algorithms. So it's very much inspired by the classical expansive space trees algorithm, which essentially picks a node from the existing set of nodes in the tree, and then samples a random action in order to expand and generate a new state, and then add this to the set of nodes. And what we do here is very similar. We use the latent dynamics model, in fact, to generate an n-step rollout once we have picked a node. And then, we want to actually decide, do we want to add this new transition to the tree? And we have basically two things we have to consider here. One thing is we would like to keep the tree very sparse to keep the computation at a relatively low level. And for this, we check if the newly generated node is very close to an existing one in the tree. And if that's the case, then we reject it. And the second thing is, so we have to keep in mind that we're using learned models here. These models might have some errors. So once we've generated this rollout, we check if with our learned local Q function, if this new state is actually reachable within few steps. And in addition to that, we also use an ensemble of Q networks and evaluate the predictive uncertainty. And if the uncertainty is very high, we reject that state. So we've used this basically to generate this tree, and also to make sure that it's relatively robust to model errors. Okay, so if we use the mechanism from the previous slide, we built this tree, but we haven't clarified what node sampling and action sampling distributions we're using. We basically, if we just use uniform, then we will find, this planner will explore relatively slowly, and it might take forever to cover the latent space. So what we're doing here is we have basically two parts for the node sampling. One is based on the number of neighbors a node has in the tree, and we sample nodes inversely proportional to the number of neighbors it has. So like we kind of enforce sampling in sparse areas. The other thing is we also use the global Q function as a cost to go metric to basically have this goal-directed sampling behavior. And if we combine these two, we quickly explore the latent space, but at the same time also explore towards the goal. For action sampling, we also, with some probability, pick the action generated by the policy. Okay, so yeah, now I've introduced essentially how the planner works. In order to use it now for control, we want to embed it into an MPC framework, and this is what we're doing. So we essentially replan every n steps with our planner, and we keep track of the closest waypoint in the generated path, and use our local policy to navigate basically from waypoint to waypoint. As you can see here, the paths might not be super optimal. One could, for example, integrate something like rewiring, like in asymptotically optimal sampling-based planning, like RRT star. But we found this not to be necessary because we have the MPC controller around it, which achieves some smoothing. Additionally, that would require more computation, and it's a bit harder to parallelize. Okay. We have an evaluation in simulation and the real world. In simulation, We make use of the meta world benchmark, and yeah, like all what you can see here is basically control from purely image data. We find that our method works particularly well in very sparse reward environments where model-free reinforcement learning typically struggles a little bit. We can also compare it to other model-based RL methods. Very common are those that optimize trajectories over a fixed horizon, and we see that our method outperforms these methods, which is mainly due to the fact that it more globally explores solutions. So it's stronger on the exploration side. We have an evaluation also in the real world, as you can see. We have the sponge pushing task and this rope manipulation task. And yeah, more details about this in the paper. Okay. All right. So in summary, we tackled the problem of sparse reward offline reinforcement learning from visual observation data. We formulated as a tree search in a learned latent space, which we make very efficient by introducing several heuristics for nodes and action sampling based on the sparsity and the learned Q values. I think there are very many interesting future directions from this point. So one thing, of course, we have very many modules in our method. One could start improving each of them, for example, the dynamics model or the uncertainty estimation. And yeah, improving each of them will contribute to the overall method working better. But I think what's very interesting here is to explore different ways to make use of the uncertainty of the model. So one thing could be to propagate the uncertainty further into the future and look at something like belief-based planning. Another thing I have to say is in this paper, we look at the very extreme case where we only have visual observation data. In order to make our life a little bit more easy, we could of course use other sources, for example, proprioception, but this would require us to look into multimodal representation learning, but definitely an interesting direction. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Please visit my poster and I'm open for questions.
Great, thank you. It looks like a question in the back there.
Hey, thanks for the great talk. You mentioned you have two Q value functions in your algorithm and you use the global one to help with the goal-directed sampling. What's the use for the local one?
Yes, so the local one is very important because we obtain like a quasi-metric, like a distance between two states, and we use it at several points within the planner. For example, I showed you that we want to keep the tree very sparse, so we somehow have to evaluate distances between states there. And for that, we're using the local Q function. The other thing is, for example, in the MPC, as I said, we're tracking like the closest waypoints. That's something else. And then we're also navigating between the waypoints, like from waypoint to waypoint. And that's also where we use the local agent.
Great. Thank our speaker. Okay, our last speaker will be talking about learning hybrid actor-critic maps for 60 non-prehensile manipulation. We'll have Wenxuan give a talk.
Hi, everyone. I'm Wenxuan from Carnegie Mellon University. I'm going to introduce our work, Hackman, and this is in collaboration with Bowen, Fan, Chris Paxton, and David Held. In this work, we want to study non-prehensile manipulation, which means to manipulate objects without grasping them. And this is an important capability in manipulation. For example, humans often use a combination of non-prehensile and prehensile skills in our daily life. And also in our work from CoRL 2022, we demonstrate how we can use non-prehensile skills to prepare for grasping. And in this work, we want to see how we can use the non-prehensile skills to finish this task of 60 object pose alignment. Basically, given a target 60 pose, the robot needs to manipulate the object into this target pose given point cloud observations. And this task is pretty challenging because it requires complex interactions. For example, it requires sequential contact decisions, and it requires dynamic interactions with the object. And there are also challenges from generalization if we aim the policy to work on a diverse set of objects. And this may require additional reasoning about object geometries. And in this work, we propose a reinforcement learning framework with an object-centric action representation to try to address these challenges. Usually, standard action space in manipulation is robot-centric, such as delta end effector movement. For example, given an object, the robot may need to output many delta steps in order to interact with this object. However, this is extremely inefficient because most of the actions are actually free space motions, especially during random exploration. And also, when the actions are robot-centric instead of object-centric, it might be difficult to generalize a diverse set of objects. And instead, in this work, we define an object-centric action space, consists of two parts. The first part is contact location selected from the observed object point cloud. And this is defined as a discrete action space over the point indices. And the second part is motion parameter defining the post-contact movement. It can be delta end effector movement after the robot made contact with the selected point. And this will be a continuous action space. And here's an example of executing such an action in simulation. Over here, the robot can first move to the contact location on the object and then perform post-contact movement following the motion parameters. There are two benefits of this type of action space. First, it is temporally abstracted because we're saving time on free space movements and focus more on the contact-rich movement. And second, it is spatially grounded because we're defining the contact locations as per point scores over the observed object point cloud. And this action space is very related to many work in spatial action maps, which is a way of densely connecting actions to visual inputs using segmentation style networks. However, previous work might be limited to discrete actions. Some of them require expert demonstrations, and some of them might be limited to one-shot contact decisions. In this work, we want to address these challenges, and we're building on top of 3D spatial action maps. We're using a discrete continuous action space, and we are learning it with reinforcement learning, which means we don't require expert demonstrations and we can do sequential decisions. And we are also showing the benefit of using spatial action maps for a more complex task. So here's how we modify existing all-policy algorithms to incorporate this action space. Given a point cloud observation, the actor will output motion parameters, which is the continuous part of our action space. And we also define a critic to evaluate the actions. But then the problem is, how should we choose the contact locations, which is a discrete action space defining over the point indices? And our idea is that we can obtain per point contact location scores directly from the critic. And here's how we do it. We change the Q function to be a segmentation style point cloud network, so that given the observation, we can get per point critic features. And when it is concatenated with the actions, then we can get per point contact location Q values. And we call this a critic map. And in this way, by definition, each QI in this critic map is estimating the return if we're trying to make contact at this point location I. And then we can choose the location corresponds to the highest Q value to be the final contact location output. We can also try to do a softmax to get the per point probability, which will be helpful for exploration. And different contact locations may require different motion parameters. So we also use a segmentation style network for the actor, and we call this an actor map. To summarize the full pipeline, given the point cloud observation, the actor outputs per point motion parameters and the critic outputs per point scores. And then we can choose the best point according to the scores with its corresponding motion parameters as our final action output. And we call this overall method hybrid actor critic maps for manipulation, or we call it Hackman. In the experiments, we train one model over 32 training objects and diverse goals in 60. And we perform zero-shot sim-to-real transfer and evaluate the policy on the real robot with diverse unseen real objects. Let's look at some real robot results. Starting from the top left example, here's the robot can flip the object multiple times in order to push it to the target pose. And in the second example of a Lego block, this is a very unseen object, very different from any objects trained in simulation. And we have more examples of the milk carton and flipping up a mug. So overall, Hackman shows context-rich and dynamic object interactions that transfers to the real world. We also compare Hackman with alternative action representations in simulation using 5 variants of this pose alignment task, from the easiest with a single object, planner goals, to the most difficult version with all of the objects and 60 goals. Here's the performance of our method, which is using an action space that is spatially grounded and temporally abstracted. If we remove the spatially grounded feature by directly regressing a contact location from the actor, then we have this baseline. The performance becomes much worse when the task becomes more difficult. And if the action space is not spatially grounded and also not temporally abstracted, which is basically just to directly output delta and effector movements, then the performance becomes even worse. And it achieves almost 0 success rate for 4 of these variants after additional reward shaping and hyperparameter tuning. And please find more results and analysis on the paper. For example, we provide visualizations of the credit maps, which demonstrates goal condition object affordance and multimodal solutions. We also show quantitative results on object generalization, which shows that basically we generalize to unseen objects without too much performance drop. In summary, in this work, we present a novel approach that uses a hybrid discrete continuous action space in reinforcement learning based on 3D action maps. Our method learns complex skills that can generalize over unseen objects in the 60 post alignment tasks shown both in simulation and the real robot. And in the future, we're also excited to extend Hackman to more skills, more tasks, and more embodiments. For example, we can move from robot arms to quadruped. We can move from rigid objects to deformable objects. And we can extend Hackman from just doing non-prehensile skills to include many, many skills. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, it looks like there's 2 questions in the middle.
Quick question: how sensitive is the approach to occluded point clouds if you only have one view?
I think that's a good question. So currently in the real robot experiments, we're setting 3 cameras. And if we have occluded point clouds, then basically we're restricting the contact locations that we can select. As long as we have a good coverage over the objects, the side of the object where the robot needs to manipulate, then it should be okay.
Okay, thanks for your good work. I want to ask, like, if the physical structure of the object, does that influence your result? Like, if the surface is very smooth or it's very rough, definitely their result will be very different from sim to real.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So I think surprisingly in our real robot experiments, the policy can work over objects with very different surface frictions. And however, I think in the future, if we want to further improve it, we can do more domain randomization in simulation to try to improve this aspect.
I think we have time for one more if there's any last questions. Right there. Yeah, it looks like one over here. Maybe you can shout it out and we can. We're using a uniform weight or uniform density of objects during training in simulation. And in the real world, we don't have control over the distribution of densities, but at least it can generalize across all of the testing objects we have shown in the paper. But I think if the objects are super heavy, then it might affect the policy performance. Great. Let's thank all of our speakers. And I think now is a poster session.
Yeah, welcome to mobility session. So I'm Jamin, I'm chairing this session. Our first paper we'll see is VINT, a foundation model for visual navigation. You can start.
All right, thank you everyone for coming. I know it's early in the day. Some of my authors aren't here yet.
I'm Dhruv, and I'll be presenting this paper on Wind, a foundation model for visual navigation. This is work with my brilliant co-authors at Berkeley, and the presentation is over. Yes, I want to highlight that the two lead undergrads in the project are looking for jobs, and you should hire them. So is this guy. Okay, well, we're all gathered here at the conference on robot learning, so I don't need to convince anyone that learning-based systems are cool and have achieved some immense feats. These are 4 of the papers I really like from the last few years, and they lie under 2 broad buckets. First, kind of on the left, we have this brilliant work on drone flying through the forest. But if you look deep down, it kind of relies on large-scale simulation training, which requires modeling the environment in simulation, and mostly only a few modalities transfer, like depth and proprioception. On the right, we have a lot more work on real-world robot training, but to get that working, it typically needs a large amount of on-robot data collection, thousands of hours of data that's required, which can be typically difficult to generalize zero-shot to new embodiments and new robots. So why is real-world robot learning so hard? Well, the real world is hard to simulate unless we're already in a simulation, in which case I'm in trouble. And collecting data is a really, really high barrier for entry, and especially for some systems where it may completely be infeasible. And learned policies tend to be fragile, both at the level of perception and dynamics. But I believe you don't need to look too far for a solution to these problems. If you look at how AI used to work as of a few years ago, and when I say AI, if I use the word very broadly, we would have one segmentation model that goes from images and spits out segments, a classification model that spits out classes, and a captioning model, a VQA model, a sentiment model. All of these were different models. But then increasingly, the way AI tends to work today is we have a large, giant, unlabeled data set or a bunch of weakly supervised data sets that we use to train a pretty large unsupervised or weakly supervised pre-trained model, which you could call a foundation model. And then we take this model and somehow adapt it for our task of interest, either by fine-tuning or by prompting, or by specifying a task for it. And of course, it is widely seen now that NLP and computer vision, where these pre-trained models are taking off, they're very successful. So this paper is about robotics, and in this paper, we argue that a similar sort of consolidation can exist for mobile robots. So how robot learning works so far is you have your favorite robot in your lab, you train a neural network to do your task for your navigation task in your own lab, but that's about it. So instead, in the future, we might have these large amounts of unlabeled sources of data, which would be robot data, and you train a giant robot foundation model that can be adapted either by fine-tuning or by prompting. And the question in this talk is, how would we go about something like this? So from the lens of machine learning, this boils down the problem to 3 sets of challenges: developing algorithms for training these models, collecting and assembling large data sets that would make it feasible to train these large-scale models, and of course, designing flexible and general architectures that are able to absorb large amounts of data and learn things. I would emphasize that our aim is not to learn kind of every possible task in the realm of navigation, but kind of have a backbone that people can adapt for their tasks. For the algorithm, we use a self-supervised objective that uses trajectory level labels that are readily available from training data. We use temporal distance between the frames and a set of suboptimal actions available in the data set, and train using goal condition behavior cloning. On the data front, rather than collecting our own data, we aggregate a large cross-embodiment data set that is sourced across 10 robots and different research groups, which we collected on robots of different speeds, sizes, action spaces, and so on, and of course, different environments across the world. And for the model, we proposed a new high-capacity transformer-based backbone that uses past observations and goals specified as images to predict the targets, which is temporal distances and actions. And the transformer backbone is not only great for kind of good generalization, but it's very data efficient for adaptation and gives you cute features like prompt tuning that I'll talk about in a second. So the model that we're talking about, called the Visual Navigation Transformer, it takes a history of past images and a goal image as an input, and it uses convolutional networks to encode them as transformer tokens. And then you have self-attention blocks at the end to learn kind of this cross-robot goal condition policy for predicting the targets, which in this case is temporal distance and waypoints. Wind contains 30 million trainable parameters across the convolutional attention layers and is designed to be efficient and run in real time on the robots. The proposed architecture can be deployed zero shot on many robots and enables some very interesting downstream applications like kilometer scale navigation on unseen environments, efficient fine tuning, and so forth. One quick thing to mention is Vint expects goal images as the input, and typically goal images are not available when you go to an unseen environment. So you pair Vint with a large image generative model, which in this case is a diffusion model, to propose goals. The video below shows the current observations to the left with the diffusion sub-goals sampled shown on the right. We incorporate these sub-goals into a global planner that can incrementally construct a topological graph of images and as the environment kind of representation. Here's an example of Wind exploring a previously unseen indoor office space on the Locobot. The robot has never seen this environment before and has access to the goal position kind of very far away. On the bottom left, you see what the visualization looks like from the robot's point of view. And on the right, we see what the actual task is, even though it's not available to the robot. We can do this on multiple different robots. So here's Vint on a legged robot, but I'll skip this and show better videos at the end. We also have Wind commanding an outdoor robot going to kilometer scale goals and using the overhead image kind of for heuristics and for more information. Anyway, I'll show more videos at the end. We show that Vint also supports some interesting features like prompt tuning. Concretely, we utilize the fact that the transformer operates in this token space, and one of which kind of, there's a goal information, and the goal information is a specific token. So we can throw away this goal image encoder and replace it with a small neural network that maps a new desired goal modality. In this case, it could be text or positions. And the rest of the model has already been pre-trained and stores the navigation priors from before. This allows us to quickly adapt the model to new tasks and modalities, which in this case, we show that it can solve some nice driving tasks in a simulator. And lastly, I wanted to kind of throw out that we're doing a demo on all days of the conference. This is upstairs, if you recognize it, with legged robots, wheeled robots, all sorts of things. And you should come find us after this at our poster or at the demo, and I'll leave the videos playing in the background for questions.
Okay, do you have questions from audience? Can you raise your hand?
Thanks for the great talk. I wonder, how do you handle different action space? Are you relying on some low-level controller, or you sort of like normalize?
Yes, so we assume that each robot has its own low-level controller that goes from waypoints to actions. So this could be a PD controller, an MPC-based controller, and we have kind of a normalized waypoint as an action space. So that's kind of how we account for different robot action spaces. 2D.
Have you considered adding maps, building maps for the navigation task?
Yes. So one of the environments, one of the things we had is if you have a map and you can use an overhead view for heuristics for kind of guiding which way to go to. So one of the videos I showed, which was in this outdoor space, we actually had the overhead map, which is kind of the satellite image on the bottom right, as an input to the to a higher level model, which was guiding it towards the goal. And in this case, the goal was super far away.
Hi, thanks for the talk. What if the sub goals from diffusion models are wrong?
Yes, we have a great analysis of this in the paper, and we found that because of the way it's trained, even if the sub goals are completely unreachable or unfeasible, the robot just defaults to some actions which are, not towards the goal, but they're still safe. So they would avoid collisions, and they would just randomly explore in some direction. Still, the sub goals become better.
One last question, maybe. Okay, let's thank the speaker.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, so next paper is called Robot Parkour Learning.
So hello everyone, I'm Zipeng from Stanford University, and this is the one from Shanghai Qizhi Institute and Shanghai Tech. We're going to present our project, robot parkour learning, and this project is co-led by Zoan, me, and Vice by Chelsea and Hangzhou, and we have amazing collaborators. So 2023, for me as a robot learning researcher, it's a year of robot parkour. There are just like so many great works from all over the world that people producing great results in robot parkour. So for example, on the top right, we have the parkour paper from Google DeepMind robotics team. And these are all great works, and I encourage people to check them out. So one natural question to ask is why are we doing parkour? Is it even necessary? Because people may think walking or wheel-based robots are enough. We think they're not enough. And the reason is pretty simple. So parkour skills are very necessary for the open world, especially the unstructured open world. So seeing these are three cases where the simple walking robot can easily fail. But if a robot equipped with parkour capabilities like leaping, climbing, or crawling, so in the last case, the robot can actually crawl beneath the coffee table to reach to the other side. So we're going to show some performance of our robots. So this is the first demo, which is a leap. And our robot can climb very high obstacles, in this case, another robot. And it can also crawl beneath the sofa, which is pretty common in the indoor environment. So it's also robust at night in low light. Here's another example of leap. So it can also crawl beneath a realistic object. In this case, it's a card. Here's another example of crawling. So another handy feature of our robot is that it can tilt. So in many indoor environments where the clearance is very tiny, the robot needs to actually tilt itself to reduce the width of the body. So we started this project by going over some locomotion works. So we found one common thing in the past where is that people rely on heavy reward engineering. And all these works are kind of only focused on one task, which is walking. As a result, they're not scalable to learning all the parkour skills at once. We developed a method called reinforcement learning with soft dynamics constraints, which is inspired by direct collocation methods. So by default, simulators are ensuring that the robots will not penetrate the obstacles. So basically enforcing a hard dynamics constraints. We relax that conditions and allow the robot to penetrate the obstacles. So effectively, it's soft dynamics constraints. And concretely, how we train them is by formulate the penalties in terms of a reward. So we take the negative of the number of penetration points that is sampled on the contact bodies of the robot, and we measure the penetration depths. And we use that as a reward to encourage the robot to gradually learn to obey the physics as a auto curriculum. So in total, we use only 6 rewards for all the parkour skills. So first, the robot just directly ignored the obstacles. But after some training, the robot learns to avoid making contacts with this fake obstacles. And gradually it can learn to making contacts, making basically no contacts. But the previous stage is not trained with physics. Real world is full of basically based on the physics. So we actually need add fine tuning stage. So before fine tuning, the robot cannot directly work after the first stage. After fine tuning with physics, actual physics in the simulator, the robot can conquer all these kind of obstacles. So to deploy our policy, we actually need to kind of compress them into one neural network that is like based on only onboard sensings. So we use Dagger to distill them into one big parkour policy. And we do not rely on motion capture and LiDAR and heavy compute. So we only use egocentric depths that is processed by a CNN and together concatenate with a proprioception, which is fed into a GRU. So the robot has memory. So here is a final demo that shows the robot can do continuous parkour in different scenarios. And the top right corner shows the depth image. So here are some quantitative results that shows that our robots can actually climb obstacles that is higher than the robot height and leap over gaps that is much larger than the robot length, similarly for crawl and tilt. So this is emergent retraining behavior that we get. So the robot can actually learns to push back to ensure an adequate run out of space for subsequent attempts. Here's another demo. So we open source our project and feel free to check out the GitHub repo. And I think Ziwen is actively replying all kinds of questions and issues. And we not only open source the simulation code and also the deployment code on the hardware, and also we release the neural network weights so people can download it and directly deploy them. So we did a live demo yesterday, and our robot can conquer the setup. So some limitation of our work is that the robot has a hard time to do leaping in low friction environments, and it's pretty hard to climb very high obstacle and deformable obstacles. More details can be found on the website. Thank you very much.
Okay, do you have questions from audience?
I wondered, how do you train jumping on a box, for example, because there the robot can't really learn the right physics, because if it's standing on the box, it's sinking in anyways, no matter what it does. So how do you train these tasks?
You mean jumping on the box? You mean it's already on the box, the robot?
Yeah, but I mean, how does it learn to jump onto the box? And like, how is it minimizing this penalty for penetration?
Oh,
when
so
you have to get onto an obstacle and not just overcome it by jumping over it.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the jumping actually, so precisely the climbing has two phases. So it's climbing up and climbing down. So I think for using our the phase one method, it's pretty easy to get the climb up policy. And it's not very easy to get the climb down policy which will work. So that's why we add the phase two to get the both climbing up and climbing down.
Thanks for the great talk and nice work. I'm curious about what's the effect of the latency of images? Like how would it impact the performance of parkour? Because I assume this is a very highly dynamic environments where like the image latency would probably matter a lot.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the image that is running on board is actually 10 Hertz. So it's like an asynchronous process that the CNN is running on. And proprioception, the control policy, is running at 50 Hertz. So like both modules are running asynchronously, and we account for them in the simulation.
Okay, the time's up. So let's thank our speaker. The next paper is called Deep Adaptive Trajectory Tracking for Quadrotor Control.
Hello, my name is Kevin. I'm from the University of Washington, and I will be presenting our paper titled Deep Adaptive Trajectory Tracking for Quadrotor Control, or DAT for short. And in our work, we demonstrate a general reinforcement learning-based framework for enabling quadrotors to follow arbitrary, agile trajectories while adapting online to environmental disturbances zero shot and with no fine tuning. And so the basic problem setting that we're interested in is agile trajectory tracking for quadrotor drones, in which we're given a reference trajectory such that at every time t, we want the drone to be at some state xt, and we want to minimize the distance between the drone and this reference. And this is a key problem if you want to control drones. For example, it has many applications in a wide variety of settings, including drone search and rescue, surveying, drone delivery, or drone racing. Basically, anytime precise flight is required. And this can be challenging because the trajectory can often be very agile and push against the actuator limits of the drone. And often the drones also fly in unknown environmental conditions, such as when there's unpredictable factors like wind can be present. And the drone might also, for example, be carrying some unknown payload, which can introduce complex drag forces, which are hard to model in simulation, for example. And so the key idea is we want a drone controller to work without necessarily knowing anything about the target domain a priori, because in the real world, conditions can easily change on the fly. So we want a framework that can control, we want a control framework that allows the drone to be able to track any arbitrary trajectory as close as possible, even ones which may be dynamically infeasible. And we want a controller that can adapt online to unknown conditions, which we may not be able to model a priori. And we also want to be able to leverage varying levels of inductive biases, because drone dynamics are well studied, and we should be able to leverage that for a better controller. But even with zero knowledge of the domain, for example, if we have a complex unknown payload, we still want a good baseline controller. And we also want good sim to real performance across a wide variety of domains with little to no fine tuning. And finally, we want the controller to be very computationally efficient, because with agile trajectory tracking, high frequency control is very crucial. So classically, drones are controlled by this nonlinear feedback controller, which is basically a PID controller, and you can derive it analytically from the drone dynamics. However, the important thing to note here is that for the classical controller to do well, you need these higher order derivatives of the reference position, including the jerk and the snap, and they need to be bounded. And because we're dealing with arbitrary trajectories, we don't want to make those assumptions since they may not exist or they may not be bounded, for example, with like a star trajectory that you see here. It's a feedback controller, so you also need gain tuning, which we want to avoid as well. Another approach is model predictive controller, MPC, which has seen a lot of success for controlling drones. However, MPC relies on both the accuracy of the dynamics model and the optimality of the optimal control problem solver, which can be computationally slow and subject to parameter tuning issues, essentially because all of the computation of MPC has to be done online with the OCP solver. And while there have been works that have applied model learning to MPC to leverage data or combine adaptive control with MPC, they still tend to rely on modeling assumptions, or can be rather domain specific. And now we have reinforcement learning, which has the advantage of requiring relatively minimal priors about the task, but this is also a drawback because the lack of inductive biases make pure reinforcement learning based approaches traditionally not as competitive for agile drone flights. Existing learning-based approaches tend to focus on imitation learning on an MPC expert, residual learning and fine-tuning, or domain randomization. But we aim to combine traditional adaptive control framework with an RL-based learning framework to make RL work with agile trajectory tracking and kind of get the best of both worlds. So in our framework, we use a neural network controller that we train using model-free RL, specifically PPO in our case. And because it acts on the state, an RL trained policy implicitly learns feedback control for drone stabilization very easily. However, for agile trajectory tracking, we also need feed-forward control, which we can accomplish by conditioning the policy on the embedded feed-forward, on the embedded reference trajectory. And in order to adapt to unknown forces like wind, as well as to have an avenue for introducing inductive biases into our controller, we can use L1 adaptive control. Basically, we have a nominal dynamics model, and we represent any residual forces or disturbances that we didn't take into account, for example, wind or drag forces, and we call it D. And in training, we randomize this D modeled as a uniform vector field in simulation. And what L1 adaptive control basically does is it tries to estimate this D with D hat by comparing the difference between the acceleration predicted by the nominal model versus the actual experienced acceleration on the real drone. And then the controller is conditioned on this D hat to compensate for any unknown residual forces. And this is done at each time step, allowing for online closed loop adaptation. And note that this does require quite a bit of modeling assumptions because here we don't consider the torque disturbances in this model, which can increase the overall controller complexity. The D here only represents translational force disturbances. So it's important to note that the nominal model may not be entirely accurate. However, because we're using model-free RL, the policy can then compensate in the case our nominal model is inaccurate, allowing us to generalize to different domains. But unlike a pure end-to-end RL approach, using L1 adaptive control gives us framework and avenue of incorporating these inductive biases, which can offset the weakness of model-free RL and add structure to our policy. And it's also important to note that this framework is very modular because any adaptation strategy can be used. Any control law that can estimate this D hat can easily be swapped in even after the main policy has been trained. And finally, our controller is very fast, running in milliseconds or less. So for our experiments, we run everything on the CrazyFly drone, which is publicly available with open source firmware. And for our hardest task, which we show here, we attach this swinging cardboard drag plate to the drone and fly in the presence of external wind. It is important to note here that the swinging plate introduces substantial torque disturbances in combination with the fans, along with very highly state-dependent forces. And these, importantly, are not modeled in simulation, in which we only represent the disturbance as a uniform vector field. We make very little assumptions about the external domain. And despite this, we achieve very good zero-shot generalization with our controller able to track an infeasible trajectory under these disturbances very well, while a classical L1 controller on its own very quickly crashes. Here, for example, we could see our method DAT compared against the L1 MPC and an L1 nonlinear controller baseline on an infeasible trajectory. On the left, there's no wind or plate, and on the right, we have a wind and plate attached. We see our method works the best even without any environmental disturbances, but especially with strong disturbances, as we mentioned before. We test various combinations of environmental conditions across a wide variety of agile trajectories, some feasible, some infeasible, and we do better on all trajectories tested against the baselines with an over 50% reduction in tracking error compared to MPC on the most challenging tasks. And a lot of the limitations of our method broadly have to do with the limitations of RL in general. For example, guarantees such as stability and safety that you might get with a classical controller, you might not get with an RL-based approach, which is more of black box. There's also fairly high variance in training with PPO. And we found that everything must be represented in the body frame of the drone for the controller to do well, which is something we haven't found a good theoretical explanation for. And finally, the curriculum of how trajectories are introduced during learning can affect performance greatly in often unpredictable ways that we would like to investigate further. And that concludes our presentation. If anyone would like to have more details, we encourage them to come to our poster session today. And the link to our website and code are published at tinyurl.com/CoRL2023 DAT. Thank you.
Okay, do you have a question from audience? If not, then I have one question for you. So have you tried to implement a disturbance observer for the nonlinear control? Because your controller is adaptive to the disturbance.
Yes, we compare against, you can apply L1 adaptive control to any method that uses a nominal model. For example, we tested against MPC and nonlinear. So what we showed was the comparison with adaptive control with the classical controller.
Hi, thank you again for your great talk. I'm curious about what's a like typical failure mode in for your framework. Like, are there some like typical case that your algorithm will fail, or what's the most challenging task that it can handle?
So generally, certain trajectories that it has not seen that are particularly agile or infeasible, it might crash, for example. One of the main limitations is that, for example, the drone that we're flying with has a pretty low thrust to weight ratio. And so if you specify your trajectory in a way that is too infeasible, for example, the drone can easily crash, or if the wind is too strong. But generally, even in very high disturbance scenarios that are like way beyond what is modeled in simulation, that it can still track very accurately.
Maybe one last question. Okay, let's thank our speaker. The next paper is called Intent-Aware Planning in Heterogeneous Traffic via Distributed Multi-Agent Reinforcement Learning.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Xiang Wu, a third-year PhD student at the University of Maryland. Today, I want to present our paper, iPlan, that uses intent-aware planning in heterogeneous traffic via distributed multi-agent reinforcement framework. So here's our motivation. Our motivation comes from three aspects. The first is the challenges comes from the dense and heterogeneous traffic. Well, this kind of traffic has all kind of like vehicles, for like the trucks, the motorcycles, the buses, and also the sedans. And also all kind of like drivers behaviors, like aggressive drivers and conservative drivers. And we need to it's very challenging to modify the model the interactions between all of them. The second is the current insufficiency of the current data set, because the real world data sets are quite insufficient in modeling the heterogeneity of the driving behavior, as they are mainly consist of the homogeneous traffic that are in lack of variation of different kind of driving behaviors. And with this, we try to seek help from the multi-agent reinforcement learning that models the multiple vehicle agents and their interactions simultaneously in a traffic simulator. And this kind of framework can model dense and heterogeneous traffic and provide sufficient data with various kind of driving behaviors. And we do literature review over the existing work. There are quite a lot of private work in either multi-agent reinforcement learning, trajectory prediction, and also intent inference. And there are a lot of famous work in multi-agent reinforcement domain and also the trajectory prediction for autonomous driving. And we also find a lot of famous work on intent inference, opponent modeling, learning the latent representation for strategies. However, we don't find any like existing multi-agent reinforcement approaches for joint intent and trajectory prediction for autonomous driving and in heterogeneous traffic domain. And here's comes our contribution that we propose the first multi-agent reinforcement algorithm. We call it iPlan, embedded with a trajectory and intent prediction architecture for autonomous driving vehicles in dense heterogeneous environments. And we don't have any like weight sharing and communication mechanisms. And we assume that each agent strategies are driven by some kind of incentives, which are not explicitly known by others, but could be discerned by through observations. And we represent the incentives in two aspects. The first is the behavior incentive that represents the high-level decision-making strategies that sets the planning sub-goals, and also the instant incentives that presents the low-level motion planning that executes those sub-goals. And we design the instant incentive inferences. We have agents to infer their incentives from their opponents with their local observations and then perform behavior-aware motion forecasting. Here's our framework for our methodology. In the very left, we have our ego vehicle, let's say the yellow vehicle here. We perform the decision-making in heterogeneous traffic. We estimate over another vehicle, let's say the red vehicle here, in three aspects. The first is the current observation, that how the current observation and the velocity of this red vehicle. The second is the behavior incentives, that what's the most likely action of this red vehicle's driver to take next. And also the instant incentive, that how should I execute those sub-goals planned by behavior incentive, use my controller, and also we can keep safe and still keeping the track for what's the goal. And how to understand the relationship between the two. We have the behavior incentive biases the motion forecasting by setting up those planning sub-goals. And also the instant incentive executes those sub-goals to perform the motion planning. And the right three modules are each vehicles within the multi-agent system. And we have the behavior incentive inferences that uses the historical observation sequences and also the previous behavior incentives to generate the new behavior incentive inferences. And also the instant incentive inference that we use the current observation and also the behavior incentive to generate the instant incentives. And with these two incentive inferences, we combine them with the current observation for decision making. We perform two kinds of experiments. The first is non-cooperative navigation. We have n agents to maximize their coverage over n landmarks without any explicit cooperation and communication. While the agents within this thing has different kind of kinematics, they must select which shall stay at landmarks without any conflicts. We designed two kinds of scenarios, both of which have three controllable agents to reach out three landmarks. We have easy scenarios and hard scenarios, but the hard one has a extra random uncontrollable agent. And here's our results. We found that our I-plan, which is the orange curve, has a higher episode reward than those all other baselines. And the next is the heterogeneous highway, which has another environment. Vehicle agents should stay collision-free and also maintain a prop speed when driving through heterogeneous traffic. We have both controllable vehicle agents and also behavior-driven uncontrollable vehicles, driven by aggressive models, defensive models, and also normal models exist in a highway scenario. We have two kinds of traffic scenarios, minor traffic and chaotic traffic, where the chaotic traffic have more aggressive like vehicles within the thing. And here's our result. We still find that our I-plan have a better absolute reward than all other baselines. And we also perform some analysis over navigation metrics. We have the average speed throughout the episodes, and also the average survival time before their collision, and also the seed rate that the ratio of agents that survive by the end of each episode. And with this, we found that our I-plan has a higher success rate and also a longer survival time than all other approaches. We also provide some animations in a chaotic traffic scenario. The first is our I-plan. We could find that all 5 out of 5 agents survive in the end. And the next is the MEPPO, which is the baseline. We find that only 2 out of 5 agents survive in the end. And also provide the result for IOQ mix. We only find that 3 out of 5 agents survive in the end. And here's our conclusion. We present our agents' incentives to their strategies. We use both behavioral incentives for high-level decision-making and also instant incentives for low-level motion planning. We propose I-plan, which is the first multi-agent reinforcement algorithm embedded with the trajectory and intent prediction for autonomous vehicles in dense heterogeneous traffic scenarios, traffic environments. Our approach shows a promising result in both episode reward and navigation metrics in experiments. And here's our future work. We hope to further investigate over traffic scenarios with more diverse driving behaviors under various kind of weather and light conditions. We hope to extend our work to higher fidelity autonomous driving vehicles, autonomous driving simulators. And also we hope to explore the theoretical foundation for instantaneous inference in multi-agent reinforcement learning. And with this, we want to thank you for everyone. And if you are interested in our work, please reach out to us on our post session, like check our paper and send us email. Also, like visit our GitHub page, and I will be happy to receive any questions.
Okay, so before we begin, please the poster speakers, please line up here on this side of the stage. Yeah, so any question from the audience about this paper? Yeah.
Hi, cool talk. Do you have any ideas on how to evaluate how well the behavior of your learned agents matches with the human driver's behavior?
Sorry.
How would you evaluate whether what you learned as agent behavior matches to real human drivers?
So your question is how to like evaluate what we learned from the human drivers, right? And in this end is right now we are mostly using mostly evaluate our method on a so-called behavior-driven environments, which means that we are using the models instead of like real human drivers. And this the experience on the real human drivers mostly our like future work. But in this end, we can like what we learned is mostly latent representation, which is a very high level information encoded. So it's more like a very abstract like representation of the strategies. Hopefully it helps.
Okay, maybe one more question. If not, I have one question for you. So what kind of simulation environment did you use and how did you manage, so this is infinitely long road, right? So how do you simulate an environment like that?
The simulator we used is the multi-agent particle agent environment, which is very like which is a very famous benchmarking used in multi-agent reinforcement tests, and also the heavy environment, which is also a very famous traffic simulator, and it's not infinite. It's actually the episode length is like 90 time steps, so it's not infinite. I mean, there's finite.
Okay, great. Let's thank him.
Thank you
for this presentation. So next paper is called Language Guided Traffic Simulation via Scene Level Diffusion.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ziyuan Zhong from Columbia University. I'm presenting our work CTG++ language-guided traffic simulation via scene-level diffusion. Road test has been widely conducted for autonomous vehicles development and testing. However, it has two major limitations. First, road tests for AVs can incur traffic accidents. Like last month in San Francisco, a leading self-driving car company's car just ran over a woman. Second, road tests can miss corner cases because the critical scenarios follow a long tail distribution. So it's intractable to cover all those cases in real world. To complement road tests, traffic simulation has been used to test AVs in simulators. Now, what are the desirable properties for a traffic simulation model? Imagine an example. We're given the context, which contains the current and past trajectories of several vehicles. You might want to use a traffic simulation model to simulate traffic trajectories leading to their collision. Then you want it to be realistic, so the results in the simulation can be transferred into real world. Second, you want the trajectory to be controllable, so the collision can indeed happen. Third, you want it to have a user-friendly interface, so minimal manual effort or domain expertise will be required. Unfortunately, none of the existing work satisfy all the three properties. Heuristic-based traffic models, which are widely used in many famous traffic simulators, they use a low-level controller to control the vehicle, which by no means is human-like. Data-driven traffic models, which train deep generative model on large data set, merely reflect the distribution without having the flexibility to be controlled. Our previous work, CTG, used agent-level diffusion with a formal language interface, but it models the trajectories independently, resulting in suboptimal interaction. Also, the formal language interface requires lots of domain expertise. So in this work, we propose CTG++, which address all the three aspects at the same time. Now, if you want a model to be realistic, to generate realistic and controllable traffic, you want it to capture the traffic simulation distribution as well as being flexible enough. So we use a scene-level diffusion on the traffic trajectories. In particular, we use a spatial temporal transformer, which jointly denoises the scene and try to learn how to denoise the noisy trajectory of the entire scenarios. Because diffusion has been known to be good at capturing the distribution as well as providing flexibility. We also want to provide a user-friendly language interface, but there's no paired language traffic data. So instead, we use GPT-4 to convert natural language into a loss function in code, and then use the loss function to guide the scene level diffusion. Here's an overview. When given the context of a scenario, a user might query say, I want the red vehicle to collide with the blue vehicle. Some predefined helper functions and examples along with a user query are provided to GPT-4, which then output the loss function in code. Noise sample from Gaussian distribution along with the context are passed into the scene level diffusion, which is then guided by the loss function to generate query compliant traffic. I will next discuss each component in details. For the language guidance part, the motivation is that there's no paired text to traffic data. We also know GPT-4 can translate text to code pretty well. And diffusion model can be guided by loss function. So we leverage GPT-4 to convert text to loss function in code to guide diffusion. Here's a concrete example. The user query is about this vehicle 1 should collide with vehicle 2. Some predefined helper functions like coordinate transformation are provided to GPT-4, which is not that good at the spatial and temporal manipulation sometimes. You also want to provide a couple of pair examples about the differentiable loss. So in this case, it's about penalizing the trajectories with acceleration exceeding certain limit. Then the GPT-4 will give you this, which is the code about the loss function penalizing the promoting the collision. For the scene level diffusion, we want to model agents jointly. So we propose a spatial temporal transformer to capture agent interaction. At each denoising step K, the trajectory is first encoded and then passed into alternate temporal, spatial, and map attentions. This decomposition of different attention blocks helps to avoid the explosion of attention pairs. The encoded trajectory is then perturbed by the loss function to guide the trajectories at step K-1, and you iterate the process for K steps. For step 0, the trajectory will be the onto trajectory. Now we want to highlight the spatial attention module. The motivation is that if you directly use either scene level coordinate or agent-centric coordinate, both have limitation. Agent-centric coordinates doesn't have enough social structure, while scene level centric does not preserve this local equivariance, can lead to out of distribution quickly during the closed loop simulation. So we use agent-centric coordinate, but we also modify the spatial attention to incorporate relative information of vehicle pairs. On the right-hand side, I show the effect where I plot the heat map of a blue vehicle. So the darker means the more attention it pay attention to. So it mainly pay attention to the vehicle leading to it, which is consistent with human expectation. To evaluate our results, evaluate our method, as you can see here, we show that if you query vehicle A should always keep within certain distance from vehicle B, the red vehicle follow the blue vehicle smoothly. On the right-hand side, I show this example where one wants a vehicle A to collide with the vehicle B, and they indeed collide at the start position. To quantitatively evaluate our result, we evaluate on the nuisance data set under 8 different settings against 3 strong basines. We look into 4 metrics. First is about failure rate, measuring the collision and off-road rate in a scenario. And the last one is our method CTG++, so which achieves the lowest failure rate. For all the metrics, the smaller the better. Second is the rule valuation. 3 methods achieve the best results. And then agent level realism deviation measure independent trajectories, how human-like they are. Both CTG and CTG++ achieve the lowest number here. And then for the scene level realism, because of our design, our method also achieve the best result here. So in summary, CTG++ improve upon failure rate and scene level realism and achieve comparable rule validation and agent level realism. Here's a qualitative comparison. If you look at CTG, it can also achieve the collision, but the vehicle go off-road and you have this curvy trajectory. Will CTG++ satisfy all these different aspects at the same time? Similarly, for the keep distance example, the CTG also have this keeping distance when you use the same loss function, but the vehicle run off-road. Will CTG++ does not have this issue. In summary, we use GPT-4 plus scene-level diffusion for language to realistic traffic generation. For future work, we want to support more complex query and also automatic error fixing for the loss function. Thank you.
Do you have a question from audience? Maybe. Yeah.
Thanks for the talk. Could you clarify a bit on what do you mean by scene level realism and how does the diffusion model decode the scene?
Right, so that's a great question. So scene-level realism, meaning we measure the interaction among agents, like say the relative velocity, relative position, and then we can extract that from the real human-driven data set. We can plot the distribution, and then also our generated trajectory, we can also plot that distribution, and then we measure the distribution distance. In terms of scene-level decoding, for the spatial attention block, because spatial attention block contains attention layers, for each attention layer, you have the key and a value. We concatenated the relative state of each pair of vehicles into that key and a query, key and value estimation. Thank you.
Okay, maybe one more question. Yeah.
Yeah. Here. Great. Thank you. I wonder, how do you quantify your generated scenario, say your generated collision? How do you know it's accurate? Like, how do you know it's actually realistic? I know you show a few metrics, but those are very, when collision happens, rule does not apply, right? Like hitting off-road and all that doesn't really matter. So have you considered maybe have a human to look at it and give it some sort of human rating?
So yeah, in our simulation framework, we measure the pixel overlapping as an approximation for collision off-road.
Okay, let's thank our speaker. Okay, so that concludes our mobility session.
Hi, my name is Adam Rashid.
And I'm Sathak Sharma, and we're from UC Berkeley.
And in this work, we extend a new 3D representation that combines language with nerves for robotics, in particular for task-oriented grasping. Consider this task of making dinner. To accomplish it, the robot needs to be able to grasp lots of different objects at different semantically meaningful locations, depending on the task at hand. For example, first we need to grasp the salt shaker by the lid, and then by the body in order to pour it into the saucepan. All the grasps you see here are accomplished from lerf to go, purely zero shot. For a large variety of household objects, there are preferred ways of interacting with them in order to not damage the robot or the environment. In task-oriented grasping, the robot must pick up a particular part of an object. Prior work has been limited to objects and parts that they've seen during training. Even if you try to scale these data sets, they only still have on the order of hundreds of parts, which is problematic since there's so many ways to decompose an object into its parts. What if we come across an unlabeled part? A natural way to describe these parts is using language. But this necessitates the ability to ground language in 3D so that we can correlate robot actions with their objects and parts. Several recent works have addressed this problem of grounding language in 3D by densely distilling language features into their corresponding 3D representations. While these methods perform well for object-level queries, they struggle with finer-grained subparts. However, identifying these subparts is crucial for task-oriented grasping. So what 3D representation should we use? Language-embedded radiance fields, or LERF, is a recent work that grounds multi-scale clip vectors volumetrically inside a NERF, allowing for language queries in 3D, as you can see here. For instance, the LERF is able to highlight the Nerf gun in this scene. LERF provides many benefits as a 3D representation for grounding language, such as the ability to handle uncommon objects, read text, and support visual descriptions. But most importantly, LERF is a scale condition feature field, allowing for some point to represent the different things at different scales. For example, LERF can activate on both the cluster of utensils here, as well as just the wooden spoon within that group. In this work, we leverage this multi-scale representation for localizing parts of objects.
So how do we actually use a LERF on a robot? The first thing we need to do is reconstruct the scene, which we do with a UR5 robot and a wrist-mounted camera. The capture and training process take approximately 2 minutes. After we have reconstructed the scene, we extract a point cloud to use as input for the rest of our algorithm. Here's an example of what it looks like to query the lerf. You can see lerf is able to correctly distinguish the rose and the daisy. Now, what if we were to just naively query lerf with the object and the part in the same phrase? Well, we see that the rose is correctly highlighted, but the highest relevancy in yellow is on the flower of the rose, but a grasp there would crush it. Why does this happen? It's well known that clip exhibits bag of words behavior, and because lerf is trained with clip, it inherits this problem. For example, you see the query rose and stem individually work well. Now for the query rose stem, because of the bag of words behavior, the word rose is strongly weighted. And since the flower and the petals are the most identifiable part of the rose, lerf has a high activation on the flower. How about instead of querying rose stem, we composite the queries for rose and stem? This unfortunately doesn't work because of the limited overlap between the object activation for rose and the part activation for stem. What we'd want instead is the object activation to include the part activation. We achieve this using Dino, a self-supervised vision transformer, features of which are directly outputted from lerf. Dino is useful for separating out foreground objects like the dog in the video. In lerf2go, we use this property in 3D to create a 3D object mask. To do this, given a point cloud of the scene from before, we use lerf with the object query rose to get the highest activation point in 3D, as indicated by the orange star. From this point, we flood fill on the Dino features to create a 3D object mask, as shown by the animation here. And then this leaves us with the final object mask. Now, conditioned on this 3D object mask, we query the lerf for stem and see it highlights the correct region of the rose. Here we see the naive query on the left and the conditional lerf query on the right, and see that we can correctly highlight the object part. In order to select a grasp, we pass the point cloud into a grasp planner, which produces many geometric grasp candidates, many of which ignore semantics. Instead, we reweight these candidates semantically to correctly grasp the stem. Here's an example of the robot physically executing the grasp. Looking at some objects from before, such as the knife and glasses, lerf generates reasonable semantic grasps for them.
For our experiments, we evaluated on a variety of scenes, as you can see, totaling 38 different objects and 49 different parts. Here are just some of the examples of the physical grasps that we executed on different parts of objects. Here we have a video of the robot interacting with more objects, like the cork or the saucepan handle or the saucepan lid. But lerf2go can be used for many objects, many diverse objects, such as the Oculus controller in the top right, the e-stop under it, the power strip, or even the sunglass frame. We compared lerf2go to 3 other baselines: semantic abstraction, OWLVIT, and concept fusion. All methods did fairly well at correctly identifying the object in the scene, with lerf2go outperforming the best baseline by 11%. However, you can see that the baseline struggled with identifying the part correctly in the scene, with an average drop-off of 30%. lerf2go, on the other hand, only suffers a 14% drop-off for part identification. So far, all of our queries to lerf2go have been provided by humans. What if we were able to automate part query generation with an LLM? Recent works like SEICAN and CODIS policies have shown that LLMs are proficient task-level planners. So we also directly interface lerf2go with an LLM. For instance, take the task of trying to cut cardboard with these objects in the scene. Instead of having a human list every subpart for every time they want to do a new task, we can just list all the objects once and then have the LLM suggest the part queries. We tested the LLM's ability to provide part queries on all of our experiments and amazingly found that the LLM was able to perform just as well as the human for identifying the correct object and only 11% worse for part identification.
Now let's discuss the limitations of our method. First, it's computationally expensive, taking around 2 minutes. Next, it represents a static scene, meaning it doesn't update as we grasp. We also pre-script our robot actions, only automating the grasp selection. Lastly, LERF struggles with existence queries, sometimes falsely activating on objects not even in the scene. One way to address the existence problem might be to leverage VLMs like GPT-4v. In this cooking example, given an image, GPT-4v can output objects and parts available, which could be used as input for planning. And in case you were wondering, GPT-4v doesn't make LERF obsolete just yet. We also want to explore other 3D representations like Gaussian splatting that allow for efficient scene updating, as we show here. Thank you. We'll take any questions for you here or to go.
All right. Thank you, guys. So questions. There's a question up there.
Oh, wow. Could you possibly think of like having end stage queries? Because here I think you're restricted to object and then a part, but you can have complex objects where, say you're building a model of a ship and you want to say ship, mast, the top, like the top thing of a mast. Have you tried doing that? Do you think it's feasible with this?
Yeah, so that's definitely feasible because you could apply the same conditioning process you do repeatedly to get the entire decomposition. We are looking into that for future work. Yeah.
But at least I guess like depending off the shelf right away, it can struggle because we use Dino purely for foreground background separation. We tested Dino for clustering different groups and different like parts, and it kind of works, but it's more reliable for foreground background separation. So in this case of a giant ship, maybe it'll be able to tell the mast from the flag, but in smaller parts, it might still capture all of them in the mast.
Right. Okay, let's thank the speakers. Okay, our second talk for the session is Language to Rewards for Robotic Skill Synthesis. This is going to be presented by Wenhao Yu, Nimrod Gilyadi, and Feisha.
Hi, everyone. We are presenting Language to Reward for robotic skill synthesis. This is Fei, Nimrod, and Wenhao. So we want to enable low-level skill teaching and low-level instruction following behavior for robots. We want to be able to teach robots just like how we teach our pets and how they respond to corrections. People have been using large language models for high-level reasoning type of tasks and for high-level task planning type of questions. We have been presenting SACAN and the CODA's policy of orchestrating a set of code APIs to do high-level robotics tasks. However, we haven't been able to use large language models to do low-level teaching for low-level actions. We hypothesized that this is not a fundamental limitation of large language models, but it is rather a problem of the interfaces. We don't have an interface between large language models and low-level robotics actions. We think reward functions might be a good solution. It might be a good interface. Why reward would be a good interface? First, reward functions are very expressive. By setting different reward terms, you can elicit different types of robot motions. Secondly, large language models have read your reinforced learning textbook as well, so they understand reward functions and they can write reward functions via code. Finally, in robotics, there are rich literature of doing reward function to action or cost function to action. There has been a lot of work on reinforced learning and model predictive control.
So how do we take our favorite large language model and ask it to give us the reward function that corresponds to the motion or the type of robot skills that we want? Now let's take a closer look. So the first key observation we make is that although our large language models cannot directly give us the robot actions that does the job we want, if we ask it, what does the design motion look like, and ask it to give us a description, it can also often give us a pretty good descriptions. Like here, we ask the large language model to tell us what a dog sitting pose look like. It can give us a pretty good description. Sorry, the text is very long here, so we won't go into details. You will have to trust me that large language model did a good job here. But if you don't trust me, feel free to try it out at bart@google.com. So inspired by this, we designed our first module in our system, what we call the motion descriptor, to take the user into instruction and feedback and turn that into a more detailed description of what motion should look like. It's also a more structured language. And then we use a second large language model, what we call a reward coder, to turn this more detailed description into the reward code, which calls a set of predefined reward APIs to set the actual reward function. So in our experiments, we've also tried directly asking language model to output the reward function, which works to some extent, but often takes a lot of interactions and feedbacks to correct and make the right perfect reward function. So for better teaching experience, we chose to design a preset of reward APIs. So here's what the prompt we use for these language models look like. So the full prompt is, you can find it on our website, but the key takeaway or the key message I want to convey here is that we're purely using in-context prompting here, and we're not providing any paired examples to our language models, which means that all examples you see today are just from the prior knowledge of the large language models and through human feedback teaching. So now we know how to instruct our language models to give us a reward function. The next question is, how do we turn this reward function and give us the action for our robots? There are many potential ways to do that. For example, reinforcement learning or optimal control. In our case, we use model predictive control, or in particular, we use the Mojoko MPC tool to translate our reward to robot actions. So Mojoko MPC or MJPC is an interactive tool that can allow us to synthesize a lot of very diverse behaviors on our robots in real time.
Let's talk a bit about results. We wanted to qualitatively evaluate whether this system, a new paradigm, is a good way of interactively teaching a robot new behaviors. We also compared to a couple of baselines, and we tried to run it on some real robots. So we build this chat system where we can ask the robot to do things. And if you ask it to stand up, it will generate a reasonable reward function where it asks for the torso to be upright and the feet to be high in the air. If you then ask it to moonwalk, it doesn't do so well. It generates something quite bad. But then we asked our expert breakdancer, Faye, to explain what the moonwalk is. And with that explanation, it's able to do this beautiful thing that will definitely transfer to the real robot. We can also use the same chat system as a sort of step-by-step instruction. So we can tell it to open the drawer, put the apple inside, and close it. So to evaluate more quantitatively, we built a bunch of evaluation tasks. These are all sort of zero-shot performances. And we compared to the reward coder baseline, which is kind of skipping the motion description that we explained, and to a code as policies baseline, where we offer a different API to the language model, which is more direct, where it can get the state of the robot and produce actions. To execute it on a real robot, one approach is to do explicit state estimation. So we take our images, we use open vocabulary object detection to find the relevant objects, and we use depth cameras to estimate the position. We feed this back into our simulation state and perform planning, and then we execute it. And in this video, actually, it's just open loop execution of the first plan, but you could close the loop in a sort of MPC setup. Another approach we did was a sort of distillation. If you want more details on this, please come to our poster later.
We are greeted by the enthusiasm of the community after we publish this paper, and we see a lot of concurrent work and follow-up works. People have been trying to use more vision input, so it goes beyond just writing code. And people have been trying to automate the reward design by iterations. There's a common theme. People seem to find reward as a good interface. And last but not least, we open source our code for the community to build on top of it. We hope people find it useful. Thank you.
There's a question here.
Thanks, very interesting work. So in these reward functions, typically you have these numbers that are very critical for the output of the function, right? There was 0.5, 0.6. And in the end, when you corrected the moonwalk, you actually specified even the velocity that you're going to do. Do you have to actually get to the point of specifying some of these values, and how correct does that process?
Yeah, thanks for your question. You're right that a lot of these numbers are very important. So in our experience, we kind of help the language model by a little bit by defining a few of them, or give it a initial guidance. Like, you know, a robot is about 0.5 meter long. So when it walks at top speed, it's probably like 2 meters per second. Then you can kind of infer that if you want to do a moonwalk, it's probably like 0.3, 0.4 meter per second speed. And then we can through feedback correct it or make it like move a little bit faster or slower to get to the exact speed we want. So in that case, for the moonwalk, we want to say like move, actually lift your foot a little bit higher, because otherwise it might just vibrate and move backward. So that's kind of the feedback we gave to the model.
I think there was a second question up there.
I thank you for the great talk. I wanted to ask, we heard like large language models might not be great at manipulating numbers, and then they might especially be bad in floating point numbers because of the tokenization of the data and stuff. Did you encounter problems like that? And then if so, like how did you overcome them? Or if not, like why do you think it wasn't the case?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in this particular work, we in the few short examples, there exist floating numbers. So maybe that's why it does a little bit better. Also, we give it a range in some of the tasks. So that further kind of regularize the language model to prevent it from giving you just a kind of random floating numbers.
All right, let's thank our speakers. Okay, next talk is Robots That Ask for Help, Uncertainty Alignment for Large Language Model Planners, presented by Alan Wren.
So, hey everyone, my name is Alan. I'm presenting this work on behalf of my amazing collaborators from Princeton and Google DeepMind. Do robots know when they don't know? I want to show you an example here. So here the human asks the robot to put the bowl in the microwave. But notice that there are two bowls here. One's metal and the other one's plastic. So which bowl would the robot pick up? Well, I asked GPT and assessed the metal bowl. But that's not really very safe because the metal bowl may cause a fire in the microwave. So meanwhile, I think this is also an ambiguous situation because the human did not specify which bowl to pick up. I think the robots should know when they don't know in such ambiguous situations and ask for help. And in this work, the robots are able to realize the ambiguity, ask the human to clarify and finish the task safely. Large language models are very capable robot planners, and we also use them in this work. Meanwhile, they often don't know when they don't know. Their uncertainty estimate can be biased. For example, here, I asked GPT which drawer has a Coke, but the prompt did not have any information. And the output has some bias against the bottom drawer. They can also be overconfident. I changed the prompt a little bit and somehow becomes very confident the bottom drawer now has the Coke. So we would like to better quantify the uncertainty of the large language model planner by calibrating it. At the end, we care about two metrics. One is the task success rate, and the other is the human help rate. With more human help, the success rate will be higher. We first would like to calibrate the planner such that it reaches some target success level by asking enough help, and we want to guarantee this statistically. Meanwhile, we also want to minimize the amount of help to make humans' life easier. In prior work, without calibration, the user has no control over the success rate, and the robot may ask for unnecessary help. To address this, we propose no-no, know when you don't know. No-no figures out exactly when the robot should ask for help to satisfy the two objectives. So let's go over the microwave example. First, the vision language model of the robot sees the metal ball and the plastic ball. Now, how should we quantify the uncertainty of the large language model planner about the next steps? Well, one way is to sample from the model and look at the perplexity or the product of the token probabilities of the output sequences. However, here I asked GPT to put a drink in the middle drawer, and then I sample two different outputs, but semantically they are the same. I will put the Coke in the middle drawer, or I'll put the can of Coke in the middle drawer, but the perplexities can be very different. Instead, in NoNo, we propose planning as multiple choice Q&A. So given the same instruction, we first few shall prompt the language model to generate the possible plans in the multiple choice format, A, B, C, D here. And here, A and D are the two valid choices because the drink is put into the right drawer. The other two are wrong. And then we ask the language model which ones are correct and to look at the next token probability. And now the probabilities of the two valid choices are much closer to each other, 45% and 42%. This works well because these large language models are trained with many multiple choice data sets and is also trained to predict a single token autoregressively. So in the micro example, the large language model generates the possible next steps and also its confidence in these options. How do we determine the condition that triggers human help? Well, we do this with conformal prediction. Given a large language model with uncalibrated uncertainty estimates for the four multiple choices and a calibration data set with diverse scenarios, the large language model will output a prediction set that includes the option that the model is uncertain over. Here, they are option A and B. And also the statistical guarantee that the correct answer is covered in the set with user-specified probability. And this guarantee will help us achieve the target success level with guarantee. So in the micro example, the conformal prediction generates the prediction set with the plans that has the confidence scores above some threshold. Here they are option A and B. And also the coverage guarantee, let's say 80% probability. But how do we actually get this threshold though? We do this by calibration. First, we collect a calibration data set with diverse scenarios and also the ground truth plans and the large language model's confidences in these ground truth plans. And then we put these confidence scores together. The user can specify a target success level, let's say 80% here. And then we look at the 80% quantile of these scores and the user value is a threshold. So this is how we get the threshold here and it generates the prediction set. In NoNo, whenever the prediction set has more than one option, we consider the robot not sure about what to do and trigger human help. The large language model generates the question that disambiguates the options in the prediction set. And the human provides clarification, which leads to safe operation of the robot. Another nice property of conformal prediction is that it minimizes the prediction set size. For example, here, the prediction set turns out to only have one option, which is A here. So the robot completes the task without human involved. And this helps us to minimize the human help rate, which is the second objective. We deployed NoNo in 3 different hardware platforms, mobile manipulation, bimanual manipulation, and the tabletop rearrangement. And in a wide variety of scenarios with different kind of ambiguity settings. We compare NoNo to a few baselines, including 2 of the most popular methods. The first one is simple set that does not perform calibration using conformal prediction. And the second one is binary, which just asks the large language model which one, whether it is uncertain or not, typically used in previous work. And the figure shows NoNo achieved the least amount of deviation from the target success rate. So achieving the target success rate precisely and consistently across different ambiguity settings. Here, we fixed the empirical success rate to 90% for NoNo and the baseline. And across the three ambiguity settings, NoNo reduces the human help rate by 10%, 12%, and the 24%. In this work, we also derive novel extensions of conformal prediction and apply it to multi-step planning setting too. Again, NoNo provides end-to-end success guarantees for multi-step sequences while minimizing the human help needed. I don't have the time to talk about other exciting results from NoNo, so please check out the paper and the website. I would also like to finish with this video of the robot bringing me a bag of kettle chips instead of rice chips, because I'm allergic to rice. I think as we have seen these general purpose language instructed robots getting increasingly capable, I think it's very important that we start thinking about rigorously quantifying their uncertainty and think about safety and robustness. I hope NoNo can inspire future work, and one day we can trust these robots with confidence. Thank you.
Questions?
Oh, thank you for the great talk. I think it's a great application of conformal predictions. What's the requirement between the calibration data set and the target task that you want to achieve? And say if I were to try to implement this, what should I be careful about in selecting the calibration data set?
Right, that's a great question. Yeah, so for the conformal prediction guarantee to hold, we want to make sure that task scenarios are in the same distribution of your calibration data set. So I think you need to be careful with them when you select the data set. And I think one interesting future work is to deploy the system with a guarantee in the wild and do runtime monitoring and recalibrate the system if the distribution shift is detected. Yeah.
Right. Let's thank the speaker and Jesse. Okay, our next talk is Bootstrap Your Own Skills, Learning to Solve New Tasks with Large Language Model Guidance, and Jesse Jung is presenting.
Hi, my name is Jesse Jung, and on behalf of my collaborators, I am presenting our work BOSS, or Bootstrap Your Own Skills, Learning to Solve New Tasks with Large Language Model Guidance. To get an intuition of our approach, let's start with an example. Imagine that you wanted to learn to play tennis. Tennis consists of many individual skills like serving, making forehand returns, backhand returns, and of course, the occasional racket smash. While we tend to focus on practicing each individual skill, typically under supervision from a coach, playing tennis well requires the ability to flexibly compose these skills together to respond to any tennis situation. That's why we return to the court and practice combining these basic skills into complex sequences of tennis moves without supervision. This lets us develop a rich set of tennis behaviors for our next match. So naturally, we ask, how can we enable robots to do the same? One longstanding goal is that of general robots, which can solve complex tasks in ever-changing real-world settings. While recent works have enabled impressive results on many tasks, they typically require dense, task-specific supervision. So therefore, we propose allowing agents to autonomously practice composing their own skills. Through practice, robots deployed in new environments can, one, master existing skills, like how we can practice individual tennis skills, and two, compose skills together into complex behaviors, like how we can compose tennis skills into playing a full game of tennis. As such, practice enables our robots to solve new tasks in new settings. But while we know how to select the skills to master and compose, by knowing how to play tennis and by knowing the tennis rules, robots don't. Simply selecting skills at random would result in useless behaviors. Therefore, we solve this by harnessing prior knowledge contained in large language models to guide robot practice for mastering and composing skills. Prior work, like SeiCan or ProgPrompt, use large language models to plan over fixed robot skills. These are not adapted to new environments. Meanwhile, BOSS enables robots to learn new behaviors in new settings through practice. It results in a closed-loop agent which has learned new behaviors adapted to the target environment without the need for an LLM at test time. Let's see how this works. We obtain a set of initial skills by training a language condition policy and critic with offline reinforcement learning. Once equipped with this skill library, we deploy the agent directly to an unseen target environment where it practices with large language model guidance to both master existing skills and use them to compose new ones. First, we initialize the agent in the environment to sample a skill for it to master. We sample with the value function, which, as the agent learns, will reduce the likelihood of sampling skills the agent really can't do. Here we have sampled the skill, pick up the ball. Now it's time to master the skill. The agent executes this instruction, and we add this data to the agent's replay buffer, regardless of success or not, so that it can learn from this experience. In this case, since it was successful, we can start composing with other skills. The next skill should be meaningful given the first. Therefore, we ask the large language model, which has prior knowledge about meaningful task distributions, to choose a next skill from the skill library. It will suggest skills which naturally follow, like putting the bowl in the sink, and we execute this skill. Okay, so we've just composed the two skills together, and now it's time to teach the agent both what this new behavior is and how to master it. We ask the large language model to name the new skill. It calls picking up the bowl and then putting it into the sink, clean the bowl. We add this new skill back into the skill library to be bootstrapped from again, and we add it to the replay buffer so the agent can continue to master this new skill. We then repeat this process to learn more skills while allowing the agent to bootstrap its own newly learned skills. And this repeats in sequence, allowing the agent to grow and master a library of environment-tailored skills until a fixed number of time steps has been reached. We evaluate on the Alfred household simulator and a real robot kitchen environment. For both environments, primitive skills in the dataset include short, common tasks like washing the knife in the sink or picking up some milk. Evaluation tasks are long horizon, like put a washed slice of lettuce in the bin, requiring execution of 6 skills in a row. Evaluation is done zero shot by conditioning the trained pause policy on the new instruction. So let's first see what BOSS learns while practicing. This graph plots lengths of new acquired behaviors over time. While practicing, BOSS learns more complex and longer horizon behaviors. We can also see that the number of learned new skills grows over time. Now, the real question is, how does this translate to solving new tasks in new environments? In this qualitative example in Alfred, we evaluate BOSS on the unseen instruction, put the plunger in the sink. Boss completes the task, while CIC, an unsupervised RL baseline, does not learn skills useful for the task as it doesn't use a large language model to guide skill learning. Now for quantitative results in Alfred. Boss in red achieves far greater returns than CIC in green in large language model planning methods like SEICAN in yellow. In fact, Boss is the only method to achieve non-zero success rates on our evaluations. On the real robot, LLM planning can only partially complete the task, clean the black bowl, and put it in the dish rack. Meanwhile, Boss picks it up, puts it in dish rack, and finishes the whole thing. Boss is able to achieve a 15% success rate on long horizon tasks while the baseline fails. In summary, Boss learns to solve new tasks in unseen environments by performing large language model guided practice. This results in acquisition of useful tasks for unseen environments. But there's a higher level question here. As large pre-trained models continue to get better, how can we use these models for efficient, scalable robot adaptation? I believe that Boss takes a step towards answering this important question. Finally, I'd like to note that my co-authors, Jiahui Zhang and Ziyi Liu, are applying for PhD programs this year. Please check out our website and visit our poster at 5:15 to 6 p.m. today. Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. How do you check success? You motivated by you need like unsupervised method, right?
So we assume that the primitive skills have sparse success detectors, like, you know, when you picked up the bowl, like a camera and a network detects that the bowl has been picked up. No, go ahead.
Just curious, do you plan on testing using LM to suggest new skills?
That's a good idea. And yes, it kind of works, but we haven't incorporated that into the experiments in the paper.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? There's a question up there. There.
So I saw your like the method, like you're using a language model to name newly acquired skills, which are a combination of existing skills. Is that all the new tasks like this? So if that's always like that, why not just skip the learning the skill part, just take your set of tasks and ask the language model to train itself to understand better the task decomposition so that you can acquire the same level of success with LLM planning?
So because we are deploying in unseen environments, the agent needs to practice even fine-tuning the primitive skills. We have an experiment in the paper where we fine-tune the SEICAN low-level policies for the same amount of time steps and have SEICAN still decompose the high-level skill into the low-level decomposition. Generally, the plans produced by SEICAN are fine, but the problem is that they don't learn to chain together and compose with each other in the environment like Boss does, and therefore it will still fail on execution when switching between skills. Thank you.
All right, let's thank Jesse one more time. Okay, our next talk is SEIPlan, grounding large language models using 3D scene graphs for scalable task planning. And Krishan Rana is presenting.
Hi, I'm Krishan, and I'll be presenting our work, SEIPlan, grounding large language models using 3D scene graphs for scalable robot task planning. So the goal of this project was to start thinking about building a generalist service robot. And what does that entail? It requires a robot that can complete many tasks across large-scale environments. So what do we need for this? So a core component of this is task planning. And task planning is the idea of generating a sequence of high-level actions to achieve a goal. And typically, this is done from a classical perspective using domain-specific languages such as PDDL or task-specific state machines. However, these don't scale well to the task diversity we want these generalist systems to do. More recently, LLMs have been shown to be zero-shot task planners, and they can generalize to a wide range of different tasks. However, a core component to using large language models as task planners is to ground them to their operational environment and to also ensure they understand what's actually feasibly possible to do in these environments. So current methods have shown to actually achieve a wide range of diverse tasks. However, they've been limited to small scale tabletop or single room environments. So we asked the question, how can we ground LLMs to operate across large scale environments, spanning multiple rooms or multiple floors and multiple rooms such as our homes? And the answer that we found was to exploit 3D scene graph representations. 3D scene graph representations are a rich hierarchical abstraction of an environment which captures the diverse range of entities that we require a large language model to operate over, right? So let's just think about what this hierarchical abstraction would be for this particular hotel building. At the top level of this hierarchy, we would have the floor levels, and each floor would break down into the different rooms that they capture. And every room will have the various objects, the various assets that are the immovable entities in the environment, and then objects with the robot can actually operate over, right? And each of these objects and assets have affordances, predicates, states, and attributes attached to them. And to actually represent this, we can essentially text serialize this representation as a dictionary, and a typical node representation would capture the name of the object, the type of object, and the various affordances and the current state of this particular object. And then we have edge representations, which essentially denote how these various entities within the scene graph are actually connected. So we have a kitchen connected to a kitchen bench and maybe a coffee machine attached to this kitchen bench. So we can put several of these nodes together and the various edges connecting these different nodes into one compact text serializable JSON format to capture an entire scene level, environment level representation. So the naive approach, once we have that representation, is to just pass that to an LLM with a task question, such as make Peter a coffee. However, what you'll quickly find is that this doesn't scale well with the environment size, as these environments can go exponentially large as we consider the number of objects and assets that all these rooms can actually entail. And also it doesn't scale with the planning horizon. So what we propose is to exploit this 3D scene graph using the large language model. And I'll walk through this pipeline next. So the first step is we've got a 3D scene graph representation of this entire environment. So in our case, this was our lab floor, which entailed multiple different rooms, right? And you can see it captures all the different rooms and all the assets and all the objects, right? So it's a very large representation. But what we notice very quickly is only a subset of this full graph is ever needed for any given task plan, right? We don't need to know about the carrot in the fridge when I'm making a coffee for Peter. Right. So what we actually do is we exploit this hierarchical nature of the 3D scene graph by collapsing it only to the top level, right? And this results in an 82% compression ratio when we looking at this particular environment. And then what we do is we exploit the semantic search capability of these LLMs to essentially search for a subgraph, a task-specific subgraph from this environment. And how we do that is we provide the LLM with access to an external API for scene graph manipulation. Right? So given a particular task, this LLM can expand relevant nodes and also contract irrelevant nodes that it previously expanded as it searches through this environment. So this goes on until we identify a task-relevant subgraph. Right? And now we go into the planning phase. Right? So the planning phase is the stage where we pass this task relevant subgraph to the LLM and expect it to generate a sequence of actions that we can execute on our robot. However, one thing we notice is the generated plans tend to miss important predicates and environment constraints when planning over these longer horizon tasks. So how we alleviate this, firstly, is we reduce the length of this task plan by incorporating a classical navigational path planner to connect all the high-level nodes within this environment. This relaxes the need for the LLM to generate pose-level path plans in the generated task plan. However, we also note that the LLM still doesn't adhere, the task plan that the LLM generates still doesn't adhere to all the predicates that the environment imposes. Right? But then we notice that LLMs are great at self-reflection over the initial outputs. So we exploit this idea by introducing a scene graph simulator, which can take this generated task plan and execute it. Any errors within this task plan are provided back as textual feedback to the LLM to replan over the originally generated task plan. So this process continues iteratively until no errors are returned back to the LLM and an executable task plan is identified. So we put this together and we coined this framework, SayPlan, play on words on SayCan, where we essentially firstly conduct a semantic search over these collapsed scene graph representations and then iteratively refine the generated plans before executing them on a robot. So to evaluate this, this was a bit tricky, but we built up on the various different questions that prior works have actually explored in order to thoroughly evaluate the capabilities of our planning framework. So we broke this evaluation into a semantic search and a causal planning set of questions. So the evaluation was conducted over a large office space spanning multiple rooms and a home environment spanning multiple floors and rooms. So from the semantic search capabilities, what we really wanted to see was how the large language model, which we used, compared to a human's capability to actually search for relevant entities given a particular task. And as expected, a human would always achieve 100%, but more specifically, we wanted to see the sequence that the LLM actually took. So when asked to find a ripe banana, we see that the LLM first explores the kitchen and then goes to the cafeteria. More interestingly, when exploring to find the headphones in the meeting room, we see that a human actually takes a different route from the LLM, and this comes down to the spatial reasoning that the user actually takes into consideration as opposed to just the semantics of the environment. And I'll talk a bit more about this in the dirty laundry. I forgot to mention about the scalability of our approach. So the ability to actually contract nodes is really important, is a really important capability as the scene graph representation can continuously grow exponentially as we continue to expand nodes. However, if the LLM actually finds that these nodes are irrelevant, contracting is a really important component when it comes to the scalability. We compared the task planning capability to existing approaches, including LLM plus P and LLM as planner, and we demonstrate the ability of this iterative replanning pipeline to mitigate all the errors that the LLM originally experiences. So we put this all together and we demonstrate that the identified executable plan can be passed on to a real robot. So just to step you through the process, given a question, a postdoc spilled their soda, the robot, the LLM initially searches the scene graph for this, the subgraph containing the task relevant entities, and then goes onto the planning phase. During the planning phase, we can forward simulate the task plan through our scene graph simulator, and any errors identified through the scene graph simulator are provided as textual feedback back to the LLM. This goes on until we identify executable task plan, which the robot can go on to execute. So what I really want to put forward across here is that this is actually a robot that's operating across a larger scale environment, moving between multiple rooms and multiple and operating across multiple entities across this larger scale environment. So over here, we note that the robot actually identifies that there's a soda can and a bin in this first part of the room. And after expanding the kitchen, it identified that there is a towel. So it's able to actually navigate to collect that towel and then bring it back to where the spill was identified.
You mind wrapping up, Krishan?
Yep.
You're over.
So just quickly to cover the dirty laundry. So 3D scene graph representations that we use lack open vocab understanding of the world with all the nodes described explicitly in a JSON text format. But more recently, there's been some progress in concept graphs, which we think we can definitely build up on. 3D graph simulator is based on a fixed set of rules, lacking adaptability to new affordances, assets, and objects. And the graph-based reasoning performance is limited by the capabilities of the underlying LLM, particularly the spatial graph-based reasoning. And visual grounding is necessary for closed-loop task planning. So key takeaways, LLMs are great zero-shot task planners for a wide range of robot tasks. Full environment level grounding is not always required, only a subset. 3D scene graphs are a scalable representation for large-scale grounding, and LLMs can self-reflect on task plans to iteratively correct themselves. Thank you, and hope to see you at the poster.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Krishan. So I think due to time, let's move the questions to the poster session. And let's just move to the last talk. Okay, our last talk is VoxPoser, composable 3D value maps for robotic manipulation with large language models. And this is presented by Wenlang Huang.
Hi, everyone. My name is Wenlong. Very excited to be here to talk about our work, VoxPoser, composable 3D value maps for robotic manipulation with language models. So let's start with a motivational question. What do we need to achieve a task goal? So I'm going to propose here that we need two key ingredients. One is understanding the task semantics, and second is generating the physical behaviors. Let's take the drawer opening, for example. We need to first think about which drawer we want to open if there are multiple drawers. Second, we also need to think about where we want to grasp, and then we can open a drawer. And for wiping table, we also need to think about which region we want to wipe. We probably only want to wipe the place where there is dirt or there is stain, and then we can perform the wiping task. So this also applies to a wide variety of tasks that people perform on a daily basis. So in recent years, we've seen large language models have emerged as a scalable way to interpret the task semantics, but typically they have to rely on predefined skills for low-level behaviors. At the same time, we also saw a number of amazing works from the community that simultaneously learn the task semantics and behaviors from data. But here, the scalability really depends on whether we have a large-scale label data that can support learning the task semantics and behaviors together. So in this work, we asked the question, how can we enable robots to perform a diverse set of tasks such that no robot training data is required and the method synthesizes 6 closed-loop actions? Introducing VoxPoser. Given a natural language instruction, if the LLM generates code to interact with the vision language model to construct a 3D value map in the workspace of the robot. And this is used to guide motion planning to synthesize robot actions. Let's say if the task here is open the top drawer. The LLM initializes a 3D numpy array in the workspace of the robot. It invokes the vision language model to detect the handle of the scene in the scene. And there are 2 handles in the scene, but we only care about the top drawer. So the LLM generates code to identify the top drawer by sorting by the z-axis, and then it's assigning positive value to the location of the top drawer handle. And we also do a smoothing operation to propagate this to the entire workspace. We can also specify additional constraint that we want the robot to satisfy. For example, we can say, please watch out for that vase. So what does watch out means? The LLM generates code to detect the vase in the scene, and then it assigns negative value to all of the occupying voxels for the vase. And we also do a smoothing operation here. So after this, we have a holistic value map in the scene, and the LLM and VLM also generates rotation maps, gripper maps, and velocity maps, which also parameterize the robot actions. And all of this are being used by a motion planner that plan the trajectory for the robot to complete the task. So here you can see the robot is avoiding the vase and grasps the top drawer. After that, the process repeats and the new value map is generated to allow the robot to open the drawer. So why do we want to use code-generated 3D value maps? We think it's particularly nice because it bridges together 3 different modalities. First, this is grounded in 3D robot perception. So this means that this is directly operated on top of the sensory data from the RGBD cameras. Second, it's connected to language because it's code-generated. So we can easily leverage the reasoning capabilities of large language models, and it also serves as a natural interface with human users. Third, it's connected to actions because this is a plannable representation that can directly enable 6 closed-loop actions. And here, no robot data is required. So this is a quite scalable method as well. So let's see more of VoxPoser for manipulation in the wild. And note here, all the trajectories are 0-shot executed. So here it's performing some articulated object manipulation, including close the top drawer, turn on the lamp, and turn open the vitamin bottle. It can also perform some basic deformable manipulation, like taking out the napkin, sweeping trash into dustpan, and hanging towel on the rack. As well as many other everyday manipulation tasks, like taking out the bread from the toaster, lay it flat on the board, setting the table for the pasta, measuring weight of the apple. Since the value maps can be updated in real time using the latest visual observations, so the method is also robust to online disturbances, including those to the robot and to the object. So on the left here, the robot is sorting the paper trash into the blue tray while I'm disturbing the robot as well as the objects. On the right, it's closing the top drawer, but after it closes the drawer, I'm resetting the drawer to a different pose to allow, and the robot still attempts to close it again. But what about tasks that involve more intricacies of contact? Take the example of door opening, for example. This is a task that involves the intricate mechanism of the door handle. So this will be difficult to solve without any interaction data. So prior works tackle this usually via random exploration. But since VoxPoser can provide a zero-shot trajectory, so this trajectory here is pressing down the door handle and pushing it forward, but it's done in a naive way. We can use this prior for exploration. So we just sample noise around the trajectory to enable sample efficient learning. On the left here is the zero-shot trajectory that fails to execute the task, to perform the task. On the right is the learn trajectory that only uses 3 minutes of interaction data to solve this task. So the LLMs demonstrated emergent capabilities at scale. Can we translate this to physical behaviors as well? So here, the robot is setting the table for pasta, and we can actually tell the robot, I'm actually left-handed. So the robot here needs to interpret the meaning of this command and putting the fork on the left. We can also say, you're off by 1 centimeter to the left. So here we can give fine-grained language correction to the robot, and the robot can can correct the actions by moving to the right by 1 centimeter. We can also tell the robot, please open the drawer precisely by half. So here, since we don't have access to the object model, the robot decides to first pull open the drawer fully, record its displacement, and close it back by half. So this is, of course, without limitations, just to list a few notable ones here. So VoxPoser relies on this verbal interaction with between LM and VLM, which can be a bottleneck because we can only interact with what language can be used to describe. And second, we only consider anti-factor in motion planning, and instead we can use better whole arm planning methods. Third, in the zero-shot setting, this is insufficient for tasks that require fine-grained contact modeling. And I'm looking forward to see how using the interaction data can help us improve this. In the end, I also want to shout out a number of concurrent works that similarly extract language cost or reward from language models. If you haven't checked them out, please do. And I'm excited to see how these models can help us with low-level behaviors as well. With that, please check out the website if you want to learn about more details. And we also open source the code based on RL Bench. We also will be at the poster session later today for more discussions and questions. Thank you.
Questions? Question. I have a quick question. So you looked at LLMs and VLMs in this case, but have you tried like using like the kind of like the newest like VLMs and just using a single model to act as the value map? And
that's a really good question. So when we do when we work on this project, the GPT-4V wasn't out yet. So the existing models we found wasn't capable enough to generate code while like taking the holistic visual input. But I'm looking forward to see how GPT-4V and emerging multimodal language model can help with this. Yeah.
All right. So if not, we are already over time. So I'm going to switch to Gia.
Okay, this wraps up the session.
CoRL community. Over to Chelsea.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the introduction. So to start off, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the big milestones in AI or at least a lot of the things that traditionally used to be thought of as the big milestones in AI. And this is I'm specifically referring to solving complex problems like winning Jeopardy or beating the grand champion in Go, or really impressive helicopter acrobatics. And in contrast to these really complex problems, we also don't yet have AI systems that can solve really basic manipulation skills at the level of a toddler. We don't even yet have robots that can reliably manipulate the pieces on a Go board. So why is this the case? This is actually an observation that Hans Moravec made in 1988. And Moravec's paradox is now known today as essentially the statement that many of the things that are intuitive and easy for humans are often very challenging for machines, and vice versa. And I think that this paradox has stood for a number of years, but at the same time, I think it's actually starting to crack and starting to break. And notably, we've seen examples like ChatGPT that can hold a dialogue, which is something that is pretty easy for people to do. And we also have low-level perception systems that are quite capable. And this is something that's also very intuitive for people. And we have systems that can create imagery in a creative fashion, like your favorite avocado chair. And yet at the same time, while we have systems that can do fairly simple tasks, we still lack the basic motor skills in robotics. And so we don't have something right now that can tell us what's hard and easy for machines in the age of modern machine learning. So to start thinking about this problem, I'd like to ask you a question. And specifically, I'd like you to consider two tasks: putting on shoes and opening the lid of a pot. And I'd like you to raise your hand if you think that putting on shoes is harder than opening the lid of a pot. Okay, and then raise your hand if you think that opening the lid of a pot is harder. Okay, cool. So only maybe one or two people think that opening a pot lid is harder. And I think that when we think about what's hard for robotics, and the reason why the vast majority of the room says that putting on shoes is harder is that traditionally we think about difficult tasks as ones that involve coordinating many degrees of freedom, that involve executing over many different time steps, controlling the robot in a precise way, and also doing tasks in situations that are very hard to model analytically or to simulate. And so these are things that we think of as very challenging, but at the same time, we've actually been able to develop robot systems that achieve some of those things. So for example, in some recent research from my lab, we were able to have a robot coordinate 14 different degrees of freedom to put on a shoe on a foot, and also to be able to precisely control the robot in order to tear off a piece of tape from this tape canister. And of course, this involves a lot of precision because you have to get it on the metal part of the tape canister, otherwise it won't rip. And simulating the process of tearing tape would be very challenging. So these are things that are traditionally thought to be extremely difficult for robotic systems, but they're actually not that challenging because we were able to train on these objects in these scenes. And at the same time, we're also at a scenario where if we put a robot into a kitchen that it's never seen before, and we ask it to open the lid of the pot, I don't think we yet have robot systems that are capable of doing this reliably in any sort of kitchen that it might encounter, including my own kitchen. And this is because kitchens vary in many different ways, pots vary in many different ways, and scenes vary in many different ways. And we lack systems that can handle that sort of variability in a reliable fashion. And so while I think that putting on shoes on the surface is more challenging than opening the lid of a pot, there are scenarios where actually opening the lid of a pot might be more difficult, because what makes a task difficult isn't just the task in and of itself, it's also the context around that task and how the robot was trained to do that task. And so I think that we're in a place where we should amend Moravec's paradox given the recent advances in machine learning. And I think that one thing that can tell us how challenging something is for a robot or a machine is essentially how hard is it to get data for those things. If it's hard to get data, then it's going to be hard for the machine. And this is maybe not that surprising of a statement in many ways. It's no longer a paradox in many ways, but I think that it has a number of important implications. And one of those implications is that I think we need to ask and think about what is in the training data relative to how we're evaluating the systems. And when evaluating whether something is impressive or not, it really depends on how the robot was trained. And so as an example of something that I think is very difficult because of the training process, that's the ability to generalize broadly. And the reason why this is difficult is that our current robot data is very narrow, especially relative to the kind of generalization that we want to see to deploy robots in the real world. And so in most of the rest of this talk, I'll talk about some steps towards trying to solve this very challenging problem in robotics, specifically trying to find ways to broaden the data distribution that we train robots on, and second, approaches that might allow robots to generalize beyond the distribution they were trained on. So towards broadening the data distribution, this is, I think, somewhat of a challenging problem because a lot of the existing data sets that we have are somewhat isolated from one another. They are stored in different formats. They are collected on different robot embodiments in different environments at different universities. And oftentimes when we want to actually deploy robots in new scenarios, they actually might be quite far from where the existing data sets are. And so we've been thinking about this problem critically, and we've had a number of efforts that have tried to start to address this kind of this big challenge in data sets for robotics. But one effort that I'll highlight briefly here is an effort that's tried to essentially put all the data in a common format and then train a large model on the data. Now, on the surface, this actually seems quite simple. There's just 2 steps in this process, and neither of them on their own involve a really complicated problem. But this first step is probably actually quite a bit of work to dig up lots of different data sets and try to figure out how they're stored, convert them to a format, and then put them in a common place. And so our idea here was, instead of trying to do this on our own, we can actually do this as a community. And Kwan, who led this effort, started to reach out to different universities and see if they could if they'd be interested in contributing to this common data set resource. And as it turns out, the robot learning community is really awesome. And a lot of people were really excited about helping out with an effort like this. And the aggregated data set that this led to is now open source. It has more than 1 million episodes covering 22 different embodiments, from 34 different research labs and covering more than 300 different scenes. And what's exciting is that we have this data set now that you can download it pretty easily off the internet, and you can also train models on it. So if you train a policy on it and then evaluate that policy at 6 different universities, you can actually get a single policy that can control multiple different robot embodiments at multiple different institutions. And moreover, we find that actually training on this cross-embodiment data, we get improvements over training on just the in-distribution data for that robot. And if you're interested in learning more, I'd really encourage you to go to the sponsor talk on Thursday at 11 a.m. And there's also going to be further announcements and new things that will be mentioned there. So this is some progress on trying to broaden the data distribution that robots are trained on. What about actually trying to go beyond the data distribution? And I think this is really important because inevitably robots that are deployed into the real world are going to be faced with a vast number of objects, configurations, scenarios, and ultimately edge cases. And I don't think we can actually hope to anticipate every possible scenario the robot might encounter at test time. And this means that we won't be able to necessarily give the robot training data that covers all those scenarios, and we won't necessarily be able to even try to create methods that can tackle all of those possible scenarios. So I think this puts us in a really challenging place if we can't prepare robots for the scenarios they might face at test time. One idea for trying to address this challenge is maybe instead of trying to prepare the robot for everything, which certainly will help robots generalize, what if we also allow robots to adapt on the fly during deployment and essentially have them collect data at test time and learn from that data at test time? Then we don't have to necessarily extrapolate out a distribution because we're able to actually collect a small amount of data and learn from that data. And in fact, I think that humans arguably do something like this as well. So oftentimes when humans face a new scenario, they may not actually succeed at the very first shot at that, but they're able to adapt to that scenario. And it's somewhat subtle in this video, but you can see that the human actually doesn't quite get the key in the hole on their first try and make small adjustments to their behavior in order to update, in order to ultimately open the door. So this motivated us to create this new problem formulation, which we call single life reinforcement learning, where the goal is, given some diverse prior data in some training environments and perhaps some pre-trained behaviors on those training environments, the agent has a single life or a single episode at test time to adapt and figure out how to solve the task in an out of distribution scenario. And as a really simple example, this could be something where a simulated robot is trained on flat ground and then wants to be able to adapt to handle an obstacle that was placed in front of the robot. Now, reinforcement learning in principle provides a framework for adapting from autonomous experience, and perhaps we could fine-tune with reinforcement learning at test time within a single episode. And so we can actually do that in this very simple environment. What's happening here is the robot is trying to get to the goal. In real time, we're doing updates with a reinforcement learning objective to try to have the robot improve and learn from its experience. And unfortunately, what happens is the robot gets stuck. It ends up on its back. And ideally, the robot would figure out how to get up and with some time and make it towards the goal. But these reinforcement learning systems aren't designed to be applied within this single episode and to adapt online in such a quick way. So one idea we had to try to tackle this was to have robots adapt both in the space of parameters, which is what reinforcement learning typically will do, but also in the space of behaviors, which might allow the robot to actually make larger changes at test time to solve out of distribution tasks. And specifically, the way that we do this is we assume we have some pre-trained behaviors that might correspond to walking, sliding, crouching. And then we want to essentially draw upon these behaviors and compose them at test time in real time, such that the robot can figure out different ways to handle different out of distribution scenarios, like facing ice or a damaged leg and so forth. And so we can implement this algorithm and actually have it adaptively pick between different behaviors at test time. I won't go into the details in terms of how that works, but we pre-trained a Go1 robot to walk with different legs frozen. So we have different pre-trained behaviors where the robot has learned how to walk with different combinations of its legs. And then we presented it with a new out of distribution scenario where we put 2 roller skates on the front 2 feet of the robot. This is pretty different from anything that it saw in the pre-training stage. And in fact, if you try to run a walking behavior, it really struggles to handle this new scenario. But if instead you actually adaptively pick which behavior you're going to be applying at every single time step, the robot can actually figure out how to adapt to this scenario. Where in real time, in some cases, it'll be leveraging the behavior that where maybe the front left leg is frozen, it'll be leveraging at a different time step, a different behavior, such that it can eventually make it to the finish line in this new out of distribution scenario. And we can apply this to the roller skate setting, but we can also apply it to other out of distribution settings and have it adapt as well. So this is an example where it needs to tow heavy luggage, or maybe it needs to tow a load again on the back left leg that actually changes over the course of the test time episode. Cool. So I showed 2 examples of how we might start to allow robots to generalize to broader data distributions. And I think that this is addressing a pretty important and challenging problem in robotics, because the first is making it easier for future works to get data. And the second is making it easier for robots to acquire and adapt to data at test time. And both of these are trying to really get at this challenge where it's hard for robots to do things if it's hard to get data for those things. Now, looking forward, I think that there's some other implications of this kind of amended Moravec's paradox. And I think that it can tell us what problems to focus on moving forward. And perhaps some of these will be somewhat of a hot take, but I think that if we want to focus on the things that are really, truly difficult for robotics, I don't think we should be necessarily proposing a method for getting a robot to do a complex task. I think that really we should be focusing on enabling scalable data and scalable methods for getting robots to do many complex tasks, and also in many scenarios with many objects. Essentially, I think we need to focus on scenarios where in the long run, if we are starting to have more data in robotics, we can allow robots to tackle the scenarios where it's hard to get further data for the exact scenarios that we might want to handle. Now, at the beginning, I talked a little bit about some fine-grained manipulation work. And you might be wondering, well, this is solving a complex task in this work. And so maybe was that a waste of time? And I don't know if Tony is in the audience. Maybe he's sweating a little bit right now. But I think that actually perhaps what was most important about this work was that it wasn't actually proposing a very complex method. One of the biggest things about this work is that it's making it easy to collect data for complex tasks. And this means that this is allowing us to make progress towards collecting data for many complex tasks by using this sort of data collection interface. And I guess more broadly, I think that oftentimes we think a lot about research papers as presenting a particular method, but I think that in many cases, there's a lot of less conventional contributions that are important for progress. And by this, I mean things like data collection systems, but also new ways of analyzing data and understanding which data might lead to better generalization, or new data sets that allow us to go beyond the data sets that we've collected previously. And then the last thing I'll mention is I think scaling data and scaling models is one way to make progress towards these hard problems. But I think there's actually a lot of different future directions that we can address as a community to try to address these hard problems in robotics, beyond just making fancy methods for new complex tasks. And this includes new approaches for acquiring and reusing data, new approaches for adapting at deployment time to handle out of distribution scenarios. Also, when a robot is placed in a stochastic environment, it's more likely to end up in a scenario that's a little bit different from things that it saw during training. And I think that we should try to enable reactivity and some sort of problem solving in robots in a scalable fashion. And there's also scenarios where it might be challenging to get demonstration data or simulation data. And I think that for those kinds of scenarios, it'll be helpful to enable robots to autonomously collect data, or to allow robots to learn from watching humans doing those kinds of tasks, or learning from more high-level guidance rather than assuming access to the demonstration data or the simulation data directly. Great, and then I'll end there. I'd like to really acknowledge and thank all of the people who went into the work that I presented. And this includes the RTX effort, as well as a number of students in my lab at Stanford. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chelsea. So just a reminder to everyone, if you do have questions for any of these speakers, please look at the QR code and you can type in your questions there, and then they'll be addressed during the panel session. All right, so next up we have Jimin Huang Bo, who serves as an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at KAIST and holds the position of director at the Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Lab. His group's research is primarily centered around legged robots, encompassing areas such as design, vision, control, and navigation. He has contributed significantly to the field of legged robotics with 4 published papers in Science Robotics, one of which was featured as one of the top 10 most remarkable papers of 2019 by the journal Nature.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for inviting me here. So my name is Jamin, and today I'm going to talk about how we build this dynamic legged system. So our lab really has a broad scope in leg robotics research, and we really cover a lot of topics, and some of the topics are listed here. And that's spanning from the hardware to software. And today I'm going to mainly talk about the dynamics, estimation, adaptation, and hardware design. So leg robotics control has been around there for a long time. So since 1980s, when Mark Rebert started Leg Lab and showing amazing robots. And now we have many deep learning approaches that show amazing performances. And if you look at the history of leg robotics, it really evolved with the model, right? So the model complexity has been growing. We have more accurate model. Our algorithms can handle more accurate models, and then performance became much better. And if you see the models now that we use in deep reinforcement learning, it's very complex, but that's why it's also very accurate. So today I'm mainly going to talk about the rigid body dynamics model, actuator dynamics model, and the terrain dynamics model. So during my PhD, I've been working on this physics engine to fast compute the rigid body dynamics. So it's so at my PhD time, there was really no performant physics engine. So I had to develop this myself. And I wanted to sim to real approach, which was very rare at that point. And I wanted to make it really fast and high performance so that I can, hopefully transfer what train the policy fast, then transfer it to the real system. So if you download the RISEM at risim.com, you will see that this RL example, and you can train a control policy for this animal robot in 22 seconds. So in 22 seconds, you will see it running, and in 45 seconds, it kind of converges to the performance. And you can also download this. And at the time I built this tool, and I was really exciting. So I wanted to train the policy like this. After a few thousand iterations, it becomes really well. Like it can follow the command and go around, move around. And all you have to do is get the policy parameters and transfer it, or just copy paste it to the real robot. So this was my first try, tested on the robot, and it totally failed. Okay? So what's happening? Is my simulator really bad? But actually, it's kind of bad. It's bad in the sense that it's not really capturing the whole dynamics of the system. And because I knew about this robot very well, I was looking into what's the problem of this simulation. And actually, the problem of the simulation comes from the actuation. Because the actuation is so complex, we cannot really assume that this is ideal, right? So we have to also incorporate the dynamics of the actuator in order to have accurate simulation. But actually, the model of this actuation is very complex. So it has a spring, a gearbox, a motor. The gearbox has a friction, damping, and somewhat even the damping for input to output, output to input is different. So it's a very complex system. But it turns out that if I just learn the dynamics of the actuation, then it becomes quite accurate. The model becomes quite accurate. And all we have to do is plug this actuator model to the physics engine and just combine this as whole. So I make one hybrid physics engine that combines the learned dynamics and the analytical dynamics. We tested this on the real robot. We trained the policy and deployed it on the robot, and it was very successful. So we made the robot really fast, much faster than the previous approaches. We made the robot stand up from arbitrary configuration, and it was very robust against external disturbances. So we were very happy about this. That was my PhD work. But after I moved to KAIST, I wanted to do more. So I wanted to do, because this is just a lab environment, I want to take it outside and try it on more challenging terrain. So you can see that humans can run on such surface. And this is very hard for the robot because the terrain deforms. And if the foot is in the sand or the terrain, then you will feel a lot of drag, right? You will feel a lot of resistance as it moves the terrain. So one way to model this is having an accurate granular media model. So this is a physics engine called Project Chrono, and they have great physics, granular media physics. But to simulate 10 seconds of such a system, we need maybe a week, right? So this is not feasible for reinforcement learning. But actually, we can do better because we actually know because we are going to build a specific simulator, simulator for this specific robot. We already know the geometry of the foot. We know the material properties. Then we can actually simplify the model. So you can find the details of the model in the paper, but what we did is model the compaction of the sand so that the mass increases, and also we model the friction and resistance of the sand so that we can simulate the sand. Yeah, we also change the sand properties. So in this model, we just change the properties and we can simulate different terrains. We can simulate very soft sand, and we can also simulate like almost rigid ground. And we just trained the policy again, deployed on the system, and then was better than expected. So it's not only robust on such a terrain, but it was running at 3 meters per second. So it's actually very, the walking on sand is very different from running on sand, because at high speed, your feet is going to hit the terrain very hard, and you'll be buried in the sand, right? Then you feel more resistance, and you have to model those details. And luckily, our model captures those details. And it's also not just about the simulation. The robot has to somehow figure out what the terrain is, right? So basically, the robot has to do the estimation and adapt to that parameters accordingly. So there are two types of estimation, like if I categorize them. One is explicit estimation, where the estimates have physical meanings. And another one is the implicit estimation, where they don't have direct physical meaning. So we are using both of approaches throughout our projects. And if you look at the previous work, when the robot gets the observation from the sensors, there is a network that processes the information. It's a recurrent network, and outputs the terrain parameters. So once the robot knows the terrain parameters, it can be conditioned on that and can change the locomotion strategy. You can apply the same idea to state estimation. So this is a pipeline where we train state estimation together with the policy training. So while we are doing reinforcement learning, we already have the data. We can just use that data, use supervised learning to train a state estimation. And because we are doing this concurrently with policy training, it becomes actually very robust. So we deployed this idea on the real system. We made it run really fast. And what's the nice thing about this approach is that it can detect the foot slippage very well. So actually, this terrain is very slippery. It's hard to see. That's why we try this default controller from Minichira. So by the way, it's a Minichira robot. We just use the default controller of the, of the robot, and you'll see how slippery the terrain is. And we actually made this terrain using like small powder particles, because the particle is so round. It's almost like you're walking on like bees. And also here, we can also command it to stop in the middle. And you'll see that it actually slips a lot because the terrain is so slippery. It's just hard to see from the picture. And actually, the feed will eventually slip, and we can avoid this. But it's the policy already experienced that, and the state estimation knows that it slips. That's why it can act accordingly. We applied a similar approach to manipulation tasks. So this is whole body manipulation. We want to manipulate very big objects that robot cannot just lift with an arm. So this object can be more than 2/3 of the robot's weight, right? So the robot arm is not going to help. And here, the challenge is that the robot doesn't really know how heavy the object is. So the unknown parameters are geometry, mass, inertia, drag coefficient, friction coefficient, and center of mass. So there are a lot of parameters that the robot doesn't know, but it's the same idea as like walking on terrain. So the robot has to feel the terrain and estimate the parameters. Same here, the robot will push the object, estimate the parameters, then change the policies, the strategy. And by applying the same idea, we were very successful. So because due to the limitation of the time, I'm not going to talk about the control part. Here, I'm just focusing on the estimation part. Yeah, so the robot has to move this object to the designated location and orientation. And you can see the robot is just moving around the object and use the friction to rotate the object. We are randomly throwing different objects to the robot. And yeah, so you change the mass and inertia, but then you can adapt to the different boxes and cylinders. And we also change the boxes so that the friction property changes. And because we are randomly placing the objects, the center of mass also changes. And some of them are not even rigid object. So like first one you saw is a water-filled drum, and the water is moving inside the drum, right? So it's actually a very difficult task. Yeah, and we tried this like 30 times with different mass and configuration, and it was always successful. So this policy runs really robustly. So by applying this dynamics, so making the policy understand the dynamics and adapt to different types of terrain and environment, we could actually make very robust controller. So these controllers, like they are blind controllers, but they are so robust that you feel like it has vision. But actually what's happening is it's touching the object on the ground and then adapts its control strategy. Yeah. So yeah, we were very successful in developing these controllers, but actually these controllers are still limited in continuous terrain. So of course there is a discrete in the Z direction, but it cannot like overcome large gap or like a stepping stone problem, right? So we're also interested in trying out this stepping stone problem. And these are like really, well, in my opinion, they are different from the parkour papers that are out there because actually the stepping stones are small. So you have to very carefully control the momentum of the system in order to place the foot in front of the following steps, right? If you have more momentum, you just fail. If you also have too little momentum, you're not going to reach the step. So yeah, in my opinion, it's a quite difficult task. But like the caveat here is like on the left bottom corner, the robot doesn't see the steps in front because of this big step, right? So it's actually not vision based. The robot knows the map, and it's actually the difficult problem to solve because the robot cannot see the steps, right? So, and that's one of the difference that we have. And I think to solve this, we have to have like a dynamic head where we can just move the camera around. And also we have to make the robot aware of the context. So for example, if there is like a wall, the robot has to know if it's safe behind the wall, and that you can only figure that out by understanding the context. And we are also a big fan of like building our own hardware. So except the Michita robot, we designed the robot ourselves, and yeah, we are just enjoying this process. Yeah, for the Rival 1 robot, we designed the actuator. But still, like here, we bought the motor, so this was off-the-shelf component, and also the motor controller and the encoder. And this was really the limiting factor for us, and so that's why we started working on Rival 2. So actually, so even though we are in a research lab, we develop, we do a lot of engineering. So we develop now the motor, gear, motor driver, encoder. So basically every important components of this robot. So by designing this system, we are not just interested in research, we are interested in just building very high performance system, right? So making it energy efficient so the battery lasts very long, and very powerful, like running fast and so on, and also make the price cheap. We also are interested in making this robot very cheap, and because we did so much engineering on this, we just started a company. So yeah, so it's not a sales pitch now, but we expect to start selling this robot next year. Yeah, this, by the way, is a rival too. Yeah, I think one of the big contributor in leg robotics is Unitree, because they can sell like very cheap robots to the community, and then you can do research. If there was no Unitree, probably only a few labs will be doing the leg robotics research, right? So I think they are making big contributions, but we think we can still do better. So making more. Yeah, because of like the years of research we have been doing, and yeah, so that's why we started this company, and also we are going to try to make this robot very cheap and powerful and long lasting. So we are aiming for 8 hours of battery or continuous walking, and so I'm really exciting to see how this pans out. Yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you. And we look forward to your company sponsoring CoRL in the coming years. All right. Our next speaker here, and remember, grab the QR code. If you have a few seconds between each talk, grab the QR code and upload any questions you have for the upcoming panel. Our next speaker is Yuk Zhu, an assistant professor at UT Austin, as well as a senior research scientist at NVIDIA. His work focuses on developing intelligent algorithms for generalist robots to reason about and interact with the real world. His work spans robotics, machine learning, and computer vision. He's won a number of Best Paper Awards or been nominated for as well, ICRA, NeurIPS, RSS, IROS, as well as the recipient of NSF Career. And with that, over to our next speaker.
All right, thank you, Sonia, for the introduction, and hello, everyone. And today I'm going to talk about the pathway to generalist robot, a scaling law, data flywheel, and a human-like embodiment. So as robot learning researchers, I think we have collectively made a lot of progress in building specialist robotic system. And this system has shown amazing, sometimes human-level performances in narrow domains. But we still seem far from the dream of general-purpose robot that can perform everyday tasks in natural environment and constantly adapt and learn new skills. I would call this ultimate form of generalist robot as a specializing generalist. By that, I mean, they are not jacks of all trades, master of none. Instead, they have a set of core competencies. And also, they are always constantly learning to acquire deep expertise in new domains and new tasks. So on our pathway towards this general purpose robot, I argue that we need to build generalist robot model that operate on open-ended objective and trained on massive training data. So the reason that I see this pathway is that it reflects a common pattern of technological advancement throughout history. So let's take a steam engine as an example. So if you look at the early version of steam-powered machines, so usually there were purpose-built solutions that only work in narrow conditions, whereas they were developed in different civilizations through many centuries. And then in 1764, James Watt makes some important improvement over the previous design. So if we look back in history, his design doesn't have to be revolutionary, but it is practical and effective enough as a generalist approach for widespread deployment. So people start to put it in cars, in locomotives, in factories. And in fact, like the widespread adoption of steam engine is become the hallmark of the first industrial revolution. New industry were created, a lot of new technical problems need to be solved. And so from there, it leads to a paradigm shift of understanding of different energy sources, and that further accelerate the specialization of energy solutions. And now we look at that, and we have much better specialist solutions for cars, for ships, for airplanes. And so they each have their own unique strengths for their own problem settings. And history is now repeating itself in the neighboring field of AI. If we look at like natural language processing, so the earlier NLP models focus on some specific tasks, such as parsing, analysis, text summarization, information extraction. And the recent development of large language model shows that we can actually build a generalist NLP model by training on internet-scale text data. So this language model are not trained to solve a tailored towards solving a particular task, but through massive multitask training, they have a general understanding of human language and word knowledge. And as a result, we can see that you can use them to solve a variety of problems, right? So they can do creative writing, they can write Japanese haiku, they can be a coding assistant to auto-complete your source code, and they can even give you a suggestion for a next trip application. So if we think about solving any of these particular problems from scratch, it's an incredibly hard technical challenge. But by having this generalist language model, that allows us to build much better specialist solutions. So inspired by this, my group focused on building methods and principles to enable and creating such a generalist robot model. So I believe that success depends on the trinity of three key elements: powerful algorithm, massive training data, and a versatile hardware. Right? Today, I'm going to just give you a brief overview of our research along these three dimensions. For algorithm, we focus on scaling our model scaling. That is, how can we train powerful robot learning algorithm whose capability and generalization power scale with data and compute? So there are two key ideas we are exploring for model scaling. The first is using skills as APIs, that we want to build a library of sensory motor skills as the building blocks to scaffold long-term robotic behavior. And once we have the skill APIs, we can now compose them together. We build algorithms to compose them to solve various tasks. In particular, we're interested in massively multitask models whose generalization power kind of scale with increasing amount of data and compute. So this is largely inspired by the scaling law results for neural language models. So for skill learning, we develop a new model architecture and training algorithms for data efficient skill learning. So in this work, Viola, we incorporate object-centric priors for the policy design. We first use a pre-trained large vision model to generate object bounding box, so they capture the general object locations in the environment. And then from this object bounding box, we extract some object-centric representation that capture their object appearance and the spatial locations. And then we can use a transformer architecture to encourage the policy to pay attention to task-relevant objects and reason about their relationships. And the whole thing can be trained end-to-end with action supervision. We see that this produces efficient skill learning framework for learning this vision-based manipulation policy directly on the physical robot. So this video shows an example. The Viola can solve this complex coffee making task from 50 demonstrations, thus collected within half an hour of time. All right. So now we have the skills from methods like Viola. We then design algorithms to compose them together to solve tasks. So while drawing inspiration from large language model again, so if you think about what's the key mechanism to interact with the language model, is something called prompting. That means we can directly specify the task we want to do in natural language and let the model interpret and execute. So by just asking ourselves, like, can we enable similar interface for a general purpose household robot? What if we ask the robot to bring us a cup of tea? If we want to be more specific, show a picture saying, hey, bring me this cup because this is my favorite. We can show a video demonstration of wiping the floor and ask the robot to imitate to perform the same task. We can even teach the robot new concept in case it doesn't know what a sponge or how it looks like. We show a picture of sponge, say this is a sponge, now use a sponge to clean the table. And we can finally specify further visual constraint, like never enter this room and show a picture of the door. So the central idea is like we introduce Vima, a generalist robot agent with all this capability. So the reason we can do that is because we unify this different task specification using a new form of multimodal prompt that makes kind of image and text tokens. So this kind of multimodal prompt allows us to express different tasks using the same interface so that we can train one unified model across a broad range of tasks to facilitate zero-shot generalization. And concretely, this Vima model is an encoder-decoder transformer architecture. It encodes a multimodal prompt with a frozen language model. And for the visual observation, we use object-centric representation, basically representing individual objects as tokens, and just like a Viola. And then when we predict, we select which skill to execute and also the skill parameters and given the prompt and the interaction history. So we investigate how this model scales with by training it with a varying size of a training data from 0.1% all the way to the full data set. And we test on different generalization level from level 1 to level 4, where level 3 and level 4 are the hardest because like the robot might encounter novel objects or completely unseen tasks. And we see that compared to the baseline methods, the Weimar achieves more than twice higher success rate on these hardest levels. And in particular for level 4, Weimar trained on 1% of the training data already outperform the model trained on full data sets. And as we increase the data set size and its generalization capability continue to grow. So in our follow-up work, we take this idea of Weimar further to develop a unified interface for human-robot communication. The interface design question has been becoming more and more important in the era of foundation model. So Mutex is a work we present at the conference tomorrow. So it allows us to prompt a multi-task robot manipulation policy with goals and instruction given in text, in audio, in video, in images. By learning across all these different multi-model task specification using a unified policy, that leads to stronger generalization performance across all these modalities. All right, so now we have a set of powerful algorithms. Right, so if you think about algorithms are building a rocket, and then we need the fuel as the data. So for data, we have been developing new mechanisms to generate a massive amount of training data directly from deployment environment, just like the point made by Chelsea earlier. So the central idea here is what I call the robot learning data flywheel. So if you ask me how much data is enough to train your generalist robot model, I would say it's never going to be enough because the generalist robot in the wild will inevitably encounter new situation it never seen before. Right? So I have to continually collect data and learn in deployment environment. So that gives rise to the concept of a data flywheel that essentially is a virtuous cycle between robot deployment and the model updates. So more training data leads to a better learning model. And better learning model builds a more capable robot. A more capable robots leads to wider deployment of such robotic system. And then in turn, finally, this widespread deployment of a robotic system will create more training data. But to realize this data flywheel, I think there are two fundamental challenges we need to solve. One is how do we ensure like trustworthy deployment? The robot learning models we have will not be perfect for a long time. So how do we make sure that they don't get into catastrophic failures and in real world situations? The second is as we deploy these systems in the long term, like so we collect more and more data, how do we develop algorithms to learn efficiently? So we explore these two ideas and in the series framework where we let the robot learn on the job. So here the human and robot collaborate together through shared control. Data from the deployments will goes into a memory storage that used by our algorithm for the updating the robot policy. So the algorithm trains on new policy from the memory storage and deploy back to the robot. So as you can imagine, if we run the system for the long term, as the robot policy improve, the amount of human workload will decrease in this system. So here we illustrate how the series system works in practice. So there are two parallel threads running in this system. Our human robot team can be deployed to perform tasks nonstop in the deployment environment, while in the background thread, the learning algorithm iteratively train the next version of the models on the aggregated data sets. Whenever training is complete, it sends the latest model checkpoints back to the deployment environment and for the next round of deployment. So in this video, it shows an example of a human-robot teaming in this framework. So at the start, the robot runs its policy autonomously. At some point, it gets stuck and asks for help. This is done by our runtime monitoring algorithm. So now this human decides to come in, intervene, and provide action corrections to overcome the bottleneck states. And then the robot takes control again and perform the rest of the tasks autonomously. Right? That gives rise to a data set combines of like human data and also robot autonomous execution. So to train policies in this data, our key idea is to prioritize important samples while discard less useful ones. So we first relabel the states right before the human intervention as the abnormal states because they are the bad behavior we want the policy to avoid. And we then sort the trajectory based on some data curation policy that maximize both the data coverage and data quality. And then we reduce the data set to a fixed size. And by learning on this fixed size data size and improve that learning efficiency will ensure high policy performance. And finally, a sample in the data set, we use some kind of weighting function to determine their importance in the final policy updates. So the entire model is trained with imitation learning objective on these weighted samples. So we visualize like human intervention distribution in this gear insertion task. This is one of the industrial tasks we are interesting. So we see that in round one deployment, here are frequent human intervention as illustrated by the green bars. And as we deploy the system in the long term, in round three, we see that the robot can run autonomously most of the time. So this framework allows us to deploy this imperfect robot learning policy with a human partner and continue to collect data and improve models and over long-term deployment. So that's the algorithm and data part. And then finally, it comes to the hardware. So because the robots are physical systems, so their physical embodiment will determine what they can do at the end of the day. So we have been developing humanoid robots as a human-like generalist hardware platform for robot learning. So this Draco 3 humanoid robot is a multi-year effort with my student, Minyu So, and a collaborator at UT Austin, Luis Sintes. So to train our robot at the beginning, we need to figure out how to collect data. So at the beginning of this project, we actually spent a lot of effort to develop a virtual reality-based controller for robot teleoperation. So this video shows the flexibility of this control interface for performing ramen cooking tasks. Now you can crank up the video of sound. Well, you are welcome to visit our lab. So we have robots to make coffee for you in the morning. And in case you're hungry at night, we have robots to cook instant noodle. So now we have the collected data, right? So we're plugging our skill learning algorithms to learn sensor motor skills. So, but the one challenge for humanoid robot is that the robot needs to maintain balance while physically interacting with the environment. So we need to kind of devise a dynamic aware real-time whole body controller that translate the kind of task commands to the drawn torque actuation. But this allows us to build a framework that learns this local manipulation skills, both in simulation and also on physical hardware. All right, so I will conclude here. So briefly, I discussed the trinity of building this generalist robot model, the powerful algorithm, massive data sources, and also the versatile human-like hardware. So for algorithms, we are mostly interested in the scaling law, how that apply to robot learning, right? So like, how do we kind of use skill as APIs to scaffold long-term robotic behavior, and also through massively multitask training for better generalization. For data, we are interested in focusing on creating a data flywheel so that we can deploy the robots in real-world applications and through human in the loop learning so that it can ensure trustworthy deployments and also let the robots like continually learn in the real world. And finally, for hardware, we start to explore humanoid robots as a generalist robot learning platform to study and develop human level physical intelligence. So a lot of this work are done by my wonderful students, and I'd like to thank them for their great work, and you will find many of them at this conference. So I'm happy to take questions later. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the great talk. Next up, we have Carol Hausman. So Carol is a staff research scientist at Google DeepMind and an adjunct professor at Stanford, where he works on robotics and machine learning. His primary interest lies in enabling robots to acquire general purpose skills in real world environments. Over the past few years, he's been a leader in showing how reinforcement learning can be integrated into physical robotic systems. And recently, he's been very enthusiastic about investigating foundation models for robot decision-making. I personally look forward to seeing where these ideas lead.
Right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and really excited to share with you what our team at Google DeepMind has been working on. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about better lessons how we can prevent them, and how we can ensure that our future of robot learning is sweet. So when I was asking the program chairs about this early career keynotes, they said that, don't just talk about your past work, but also make some predictions about the future. I was like, wow, okay, that's quite a daunting task. But actually, I found someone who has a pretty good track record in doing so. And he didn't actually predict the future, but more draw an insight from the past and then use that to think a little bit about the future. And that person is Rich Sutton. So in 2019, he wrote his famous essay called The Bitter Lesson. And the essay said, the biggest lesson that can be read from 70 years of AI research is that general methods that leverage computation are ultimately the most effective and by a large margin. The ultimate reason for this is Moore's law. And note that this essay was written in 2019, and I think now it rings more true than ever. So the reasoning here is as following. Number one, we don't necessarily know what AI, the future AI will look like, but we do know that regardless of what it is, it will need a lot of compute. Then two, that we want to recognize a trend that is happening outside of AI that can help us with that. And that trend in this case is Moore's law. Computation is getting cheaper. And then three, we should be working on those AI methods that can leverage that trend. These are the methods that will end up prevailing in the long run. You can kind of think of it as if there is a wave that is happening outside of our field, and we really try to catch onto that wave. And that wave will propel the methods that really care about that wave forward. So it's like, okay, that's a pretty good future prediction that worked pretty well. Can we formulate a bitter lesson, but for robotics? So let's come up with a new bitter lesson. Let's say we'll meet here 70 years from now. I will look a little different. And I think it would go along these lines. One, we don't necessarily know the solution to robotics, but we do know that robotics will need to understand the world through data. There's just too many special cases for us to even enumerate. It needs to learn it from data. And two, we need to recognize some kind of trend that is happening outside of robotics that can provide that data for us. We don't know what that is yet. And three, we should work on robot learning methods that leverage that trend. These are the ones that will prevail in the long run. So the only thing left is just find that trend. So what is it? I think looking at the past few years, that trend is becoming more and more obvious. And I would claim that that trend is foundation models. Foundation models have this ability of taking the data, large amounts of data out there on the web, and translating them to a set of, compressing them and translating them to a set of neural network weights that then we can use for certain applications, such as robotics. They also fulfill many other requirements, such as there is huge interest in foundation models outside of robotics. Foundation models don't care if robotics uses them or not. They're economically viable. People will keep on working on them, even if we don't use them. Secondly, they leverage first bitter lesson. They scale with data and with compute. They will keep on getting better based on that. And then third, they are getting better at understanding the world around us. And we can argue how far they are right now and what kind of shortcomings they have, but I don't think we can argue that they're getting better, and they're getting better faster and faster at it. So summarizing all of this, I think the new bitter lesson will sound like this. The biggest lesson that can be read from 70 years of robotics research is that general methods that leverage foundation models are ultimately the most effective. Now, I don't necessarily want to meet here in 70 years and just say the exact same lesson and all of us being bitter. Instead, let's try to prevent that lesson, and let's try to make sure that we learn it today so that our future is a little bit more sweet than bitter. So at Google DeepMind, we started to think about how we can incorporate that lesson and if we can see how it manifests itself. So I'll give you a few examples of what that feels like. So last CoRL, we presented this work called SayCan. Let's see if this can play. Which basically introduced a large language model that can break down any language instruction into shorter horizon tasks that can be used for planning. And that was pretty cool. That enabled some new capabilities, and there's been many really exciting follow-ups of this work. But I wanted to focus on the bitter lesson aspect of that work. So we started originally with SayCan that used a particular language model called FLAN. But then over time, there was a new language model developed called POM. So we renamed our method to POM SayCan, and we swapped out the underlying language model. And what we noticed is that here on the x-axis, you see the model size. On the y-axis, you see robotics planning performance. And as you swap out the underlying foundation model to a better one, and as you scale it up, you see that the robotics planning performance keeps on going up. So robotics performance scales with better LLMs. And I think this is extremely exciting because we all painfully know that if we want to increase performance in robotics, in any aspect of robotics, it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, sometimes ingenuity, some engineering effort, training models, collecting data, and so on. But now for the first time, we can just swap out the underlying model and just enjoy being on that wave of improvements. Now, in addition to this, we also started getting new features that come with these models. For instance, before, if you were to ask SayCan, how would you bring me a fruit that is not an apple? It would definitely focus on the fact that you just said apple and bring you an apple. But now with the new set of chain of thought prompting techniques with these models, the model can reason through its steps and actually figure out how to accomplish that task correctly. It can now allow us to solve all kinds of queries such as that are very abstract, like I'm thirsty, or very long horizon queries, or queries in other languages, or using emojis or any other things. Now, you can obviously argue that, well, this is just language, right? Like language doesn't have much to do with robotics. It doesn't really solve the hard problem. The bottleneck is still on the actions. So let's see if we can apply this new bitter lesson kind of thinking to actions as well. So last year at CoRL, we also presented this work called RT1, Robotics Transformer 1, where we collected a lot of robotics data ourselves. And then we trained a transformer model that was able to achieve pretty good in-distribution performance and then also show some level of generalization. So now we started thinking, how can we attach this model to foundation models so that we can enjoy being on that wave of improvements? So we did something extremely simple. So we took a vision language model that was trained on a lot of vision language data on the internet. And then we made that model absorb all of the data that we collected for RT1 as well. And that resulted in our new model, RT2, Robotics Transformer 2. Now, one question you might have is, well, how do you represent actions so that these vision language models can actually use them for control? And this is how we did it. So in the past, for RT1, for instance, you would figure out some kind of action space that is good for your robot, and then you would represent actions that way. So now pay close attention. I'll show you how we did it so that we can transform it to RT2. That's it. We stringified, we put it into text and made it just another vision language task. So now we can train these vision language models not only with vision language data, but now we can also add robot action data. And that results in this new vision language action model that can perform all kinds of vision tasks, all kinds of language tasks, and now also control your robot. And at test time, you can just take the text that it outputs, it kind of starts speaking in this robot language, and you can detokenize it so that it actually controls the robot. Now, when it comes to evaluating these models, we first evaluated RT2 on the same set of tasks that we trained RT1 on, and we saw similar performance, much better generalization to unseen backgrounds, objects, and so on. But we wanted to push it a little further. So we put the robot in front of a table that had objects that the robot has never seen before. So this is all first-hand seen objects. And then we asked the robot, pick the extinct animal. Note all kinds of different inferences that the model needs to do. Not only it needs to understand that strength, pick the extinct animal, it also needs to look at this table in front of it and realize what kind of objects are there. It needs to realize which one of these could be actually classified as an extinct animal. And then at the very end, it needs to figure out how to speak out the robot language so that it can actually control the robot arm. And to our surprise, the robot starts going for the dinosaur and starts picking it up. That also changes a little bit how we evaluate these models, because now they become these general models that we don't really know what they can do. So these are all kinds of different examples of what we were able to get this robot to do. And none of these have been seen in previous data that we collected for the robot. So for instance, we can ask it to put strawberries into bowls, even though it never seen any bowl, it never placed anything in a bowl, and it also never seen strawberries. It can also move Koken to the portrait or the picture of Taylor Swift. And I can assure we are huge Taylor Swift fans, but we didn't put any Taylor Swift data in the training. When we evaluate this and quantify it, we do see that these RT2 models are much better than its predecessor RT1 or other state-of-the-art baselines. But we also see this new better lesson here, where as we scale the underlying foundation model, as we go here in green from 12 billion parameter model to a bigger model, 55 billion parameter model, the performance of robotic action starts to improve. And I believe as these foundation models keep on getting better, because they will, hopefully we can translate that performance to robotic actions as well. All right, so we talked a little bit about how we can kind of jump on that wave of improvements and how important it is for robotics to do it in the strategic way so that we position ourselves so that we can enjoy that wave. And while doing so, we predicted a little bit the future. And this is kind of fun. So let's try to predict the future again. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say, here's my prediction. Fairly soon, we'll have digital agents that can do any task on a computer than humans can do. Here is an example of an agent like this from a startup called Adept, where you can ask it to find a house for you, and it goes on the browser and can use mouse, keyboard, and all kinds of different APIs to do that task for you. So I think maybe in a few years, we'll have digital agents that can do anything that a human can do using this computer interface. So it'll be operating on a computer screen. Now, given that future, the question I'd like to ask is, how can we split the work in robotics so that we can really leverage those agents? So on one hand, we have a digital agent that can do anything on a computer screen, kind of like a perfect human that never gets tired, that can just operate the computer. And on the other side, we have us, people of CoRL, robot learning researchers who need to collect the data, train the models, develop algorithms, and do everything else. There is a certain amount of work that needs to be done. It's called the work needed to solve robotics. And let's look at some of the works that I just talked about. So in Seikan, if we had access to an agent like this, we're only using it just a little bit, right? It would be just like a little chat interface that you can type to, and then it can break it down into shorter tasks. And then the rest is on us, on people of CoRL, to make sure that we can actually take that language command, take what the robot is seeing, train the policies, collect the data, and make sure that it can actually execute it. Let's look at RT2. Here, I would argue that if we consider this agent as an off-the-shelf agent, we actually went a little backwards. If somebody gave me that agent, I wouldn't even know how to use it. I would need to take it, collect robotics data, fine-tune it, train the models, do everything, stringify the actions, and only then it will be useful. So one question I have is, how can we move that slider more to the right? How can we offload more of that work to digital agents that I believe will be here fairly soon? And I think one way to think about this is to think about it in terms of the interfaces with agents like that. In the meantime, they might also be pretty useful for human interfaces as we control these robots. So you can think of it in terms of our riding the wave analogy, that it's not just about recognizing the wave and position yourself so that you can catch it, but it's also about your interface with that wave. If you have a surfboard, you would go pretty far. But if you have a rock, no, not so much. So we started poking a little bit at this question, and this is very initial set of results. And there's two that I would like to share with you today. So one is called RT Sketch. This is presented at this conference. This is work led by Priya Sundaresan, showing that you can sketch a goal image, and based on that sketch, you can train a policy that can actually achieve that goal. You can probably imagine digital agents being able to draw these sketches in the future. But there's another work that I would like to focus on called RT Trajectory. This is work led by Jaewon Gu and Ted Xiao, showing that you can actually overlay a trajectory. You can draw a trajectory on an image and then have a robot follow that trajectory. You can also depict all kinds of semantic commands, like just show a green circle where the robot is supposed to close the gripper and things like that. Now, it turns out that if you had an interface like this, it simplifies the robotics problem quite a bit. So in the past, if you took RT1 or RT2 and asked it something completely new, like clean the table, that strength, that model has never seen before. It's completely out of distribution. RT1 doesn't really know what to do. But in a different space, that robot has seen trajectories similar to a trajectory that you would need to draw to actually show it how to clean the table. And it does it pretty well. It can generalize to new motions because they're a little bit closer. They're a little bit more on the manifold of the training data that it's seen before. In addition, it makes it really easy to label these trajectories in hindsight. You don't need any labelers. You can just do it by tracking the gripper over time and selecting the important events. And it leads to much better motion generalization, where we can put a pan on the stove that we couldn't do before in a completely new kitchen, or we can take out a toothbrush out of a cup in a completely new bathroom that we've never seen before. And when we quantify it, we do see that on average, it's significantly better than any of our big models, including RT1 and RT2 on those scenarios. Now you may ask, it's still you now drawing these trajectories. But if you ask even the foundation models of today, they're starting to be capable to do that as well. If you ask it to draw the trajectory that will show the task that you have in mind, they're actually pretty good at this already. And assuming the future that we were just predicting, I think they will only get better, and this will be a better interface to offload more work to these digital agents. So we talked a little bit about how we can recognize a wave and make sure that we are on it so that it can propel our methods forward, how we can predict the future using that framework, and how important it is to have the right interface to be riding that wave. But the most important conclusion that I would like you to draw from this is that we are in this special time as roboticists where there is this incredible general AI revolution happening next door. And we can ignore it all we want. And I know it seems scary. And it seems like our problems are very different. But I think it's really important for us to acknowledge it, lean into it, and make sure that we can use it to our advantage. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Our next, I need to get away from that. Our next speaker is Stefan Luttenegger, who is an assistant professor at the Technical University of Munich, where his research focuses on mobile robotics, with a focus on robot navigation through potentially unknown environments. He's also co-founded SlamCore, a spin-out company aiming at commercialization of localization and mapping solutions for both ground robots and drones. He's done some really impressive work in SLAM and in spatial perception, and has won a number of awards for excellence in innovation and entrepreneurship. And with that, looking forward to his insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia, and thanks for inviting me here. It's a real pleasure to speak at this event. My talk will be a little bit different. It will be about spatial AI representations, including also SLAM for mobile robotics specifically. So I'll just give a motivational example here. So this is a project that we have been working on for about a year now as a European project, tasked to fly around drones in completely unknown, previously unseen environments. It could really be, well, I mean, forests here specifically, but they could look any kind of way. And at the same time as the drone should be flying around, ideally not crash into trees, we're also supposed to communicate to an operator what's going on, where the drone is, where the trees are, and it should also follow around the trajectory to make sure it's achieving a certain coverage, that it's not missing any part of the map, such that in the end we can do informed decision-making for digital forestry. The way it works is we're using a visual inertial SLAM system. It's using then some kind of maps, dense maps that it's building from these dense depth maps that you can see here that are actually obtained through learning from a stereo camera that is on board. So all of this has to, of course, also work on board. There's no off-board compute in here. So as you can see, to achieve this task, it's perhaps almost a bit disappointingly old school classical modular mobile robotics. but it's still what you can do in terms of achieving state-of-the-art results here. So you'll have some element of perception, some element of state estimation, mapping, and then perhaps some motion planning and some feedback controller. So this is in some sense almost needed for an application like this, that you have a way to introspect as an operator, that you know what's going on, that you know what the map looks like, what the position is. It's not only for navigation. You could learn a lot here as well, but just to communicate to an operator, it's important that you have these perhaps in some sense superhuman capabilities on the robot. Of course, you're also introducing these kind of single points of failure here, and it makes it very hard to make this super robust. Which is, of course, why we have been advocating also for trying to learn things much more in an end-to-end kind of way here, that we can avoid these kind of bottlenecks and the handcrafting, the engineering. And well, I'm probably preaching to the choir here, that by now we know also that there are a lot of issues with this kind of approaches, if you're especially trying to go towards much more complex tasks in open-ended environments. And this is very much what other speakers like Chelsea have also been talking about, that in real-world environments, open-ended environments, larger tasks, it's just simply very hard to find the training data to achieve this in this kind of very much end-to-end trained way. So we have been working mostly on works that go back to trying to use this modular structure, but at the same time to really leverage learning quite heavily inside these modules that let us reduce the complexity of the problem here, and that let us use more general data. We have simply more data available to us to train these kind of subtasks, where at the same time it's still possible in principle to train the whole thing in an end-to-end way. I think there's nothing that in principle prevents us from doing that, except that it is actually hard to make estimators, maybe quite engineered planners and controllers, differentiable or trainable. Also, we can now actually plug in learned policies that are kind of running in parallel with everything. And I actually think this whole large language model business is fitting quite well here. We need a way to interface it in here. We need a way to plug it in. We cannot just absorb it into a very general, huge neural network. So my hypothesis is that some spatial AI representations, the understanding of a robot in its environment, is going to be crucial also in future. That these are general kind of ways of representing the environment and the tasks in mobile robotics. And there are perhaps different levels that we can distinguish here. So very basic one is just about position. It's about velocity, state estimation, visual inertial SLAM. Then we have dense maps. We have perhaps semantic maps to enable more advanced planning. And we can go all the way up to object level understanding, dynamics, trying to understand humans, what they are up to. But really the workhorse of what's been making drone flight in the wild work has been just quite basic things like visual inertial SLAM, where we're just decomposing the scene into a set of sparse landmarks that are observed in frames successively over time. There's a 2D detections. We are associating them over time. We can formulate the reprojection error, projecting the current estimate into these images and measuring the difference between the detections and these projections, which then we can plug into a probabilistic nonlinear least squares problem by weighting these reprojection errors with the inverse covariance matrices. And this lets us also combine in a very straightforward way very different sensor sources, right? So we have reprojection error, we have IMU that we can use in a pre-integrated way between different frames, and we can accompany that with some relative pose errors to put it into a pose graph. And that gives us state-of-the-art robustness and accuracy to facilitate these kind of mobile robotics applications. And we can also include GNSS errors if they're available, for instance, in a kind of similar way. The next part is the mapping. How do you represent the environment so that we don't crash into things? Here, again, kind of traditional methods, but we had to make them work somewhat. So this is a free space approach, free space mapping approach that we're using, where we're heavily using this concept of as coarse as possible and as fine as necessary. So the surfaces will be represented with a lot of detail, a lot of voxels here, and free space very coarsely, such that you can run your planners in a really, really fast way. And one more thing is that if you're operating in a completely unknown open-ended environment and you're running a SLAM system, you might have quite significant changes of your estimates. You might have loop closures. So putting your, having one holistic map is not going to cut it. We want to probably have some sort of submaps that are attached to the trajectory, such that when it actually changes, these maps can move with it and the controller doesn't even feel anything because also references will move with it. So just briefly, this is some more recent work. Is still a bit rough around the edges, and that shows that again, these kind of maps that we can do. Again, this is now all running on board a Jetson here in our lab in live, and we can visualize that on an operator screen, building up these kind of submaps, moving around. And what we're also doing here, this is 2023, so we're also fusing vision language features now into these maps, into the volumetric maps. And these are allowing us, this is just clip that we're using here, and these will now allow us to do quite open-ended, queries on the map to, in future, facilitate all kinds of navigation tasks. So it's not perfect yet, but you'll see it in a second. Again, this is running live in the loop, all on the robot, and we can now query things like, it's coming up in a second, where chairs. I can just visualize these kind of heat maps. Where's the sofa? So you can see how this can now plug into some form of planners that we can use. So this idea of having submaps, we have also leveraged to actually represent individual objects with submaps that can also be, in this case, appear, that can move around. And we are at this point not assuming anything about the geometries of these objects. So we're trying to really detect them, track them, and map them as we go, including also semantic understanding of this. So this is RGBD, an RGBD SLAM system, where probably not surprisingly, we have a sort of traditional tracking part here. We're using photometric and ICP alignment, and then there is a instance level segmentation at the per image kind of basis that allow us to bootstrap these individual maps. And then we can test for the hypothesis of objects being static or not. And if they're not, we can simply track the objects that are not. Now, this works to some extent, but it's also not as robust as you might want it to be. A big problem being illumination changes. So if you're rotating objects, quite fundamentally, the photoconsistency assumption is broken. So what we're doing here is to instead try to learn feature maps such that we can actually align the live image to a reference image in a much more robust way. And we're also learning uncertainty maps jointly with this, such that we can, instead of photometric error, formulate this kind of probabilistic feature metric error that also allows integration directly into with other sensor modalities because it's probabilistic. So just a few details about that. So this is the architecture that we're using. This is kind of this two-view encoder. One is centered around the live view. Down here, the other one is centered around a past view. And then in a kind of fine to coarse way, we are defining these features. And so it goes coarser and coarser throughout this kind of UNet type architecture. And ultimately, there is a pose regression network that will directly spit out an initial pose that can serve as an initialization into rolled out Gauss-Newton optimizations. So because all of this now is actually differentiable, we can just simply use pose supervision, for instance, in simulation to train the whole thing in an end-to-end way. And that works actually really robustly. So now we can see this alignment of a live frame to a keyframe, and that is really robust to all kinds of disturbances. So these were just a few elements now of how learning could really help. It's about finding semantics. It's about doing object level SLAM. It's also about doing data association over time. So one more important, I think, element is this idea of completion beyond what is visible. So far, we have been trying to build up these models as we go, as we observe them, and you might have quite incomplete views of the world. With this chair here, that is TSDF fusion, off-the-shelf TSDF fusion, very incomplete views as you start your system. So ideally, you want to always have the most complete at category level understanding of these objects, while at the same time, it should be consistent with what you have already observed. So this is our approach here. There's really a kind of conditional 3D CNN type architecture that will always give us the most complete, but also consistent with the observation type reconstruction. And now this you can also plug into a full SLAM system, again, object level type representation, where it's really robust to occlusions now and just plugs in, uses all the information as well as possible. And just as a final example of this, we have also used this in the context of robotic grasping. So especially when you have a view from the opposite side of a robot here that is actually operating this whole thing, it's really making a difference that you have an explicit kind of completion step in the loop in order to accomplish these kind of tasks. So this is maybe just a quick example here, a very incomplete type of view from the opposite side. And then feeding this through our completion system can really make a big difference in terms of robustly grasping this thing. We also have some notion of uncertainty here. I also believe that uncertainty representations can be crucial interfacing these models, so we can try to avoid very uncertain areas while doing grasping. So with this, perhaps the last layer of spatial AI representations I think are important, humans. So we're also trying to track them in the 3D world. So as opposed to previous work, perhaps not just relative to a camera, but really consistently with also a camera that is also moving around. So this is why we call this whole thing body SLAM. So we're tracking a moving person or several, as well as a moving camera. This is even just in a monocular setting. And probably not so surprisingly, there is an image level network that will predict the poses and the posture of the people over time. But then we also have a temporal model that we have learned that kind of regularizes the motion. And we can put all of this back together into kind of factor graph, nonlinear least squares optimization problem, where we also have the reprojected landmarks, reprojection errors of landmarks, and therefore the reconstruction of static landmarks in the loop. So just this is just an example then of what the factor graph underlying here looks like. And as soon as we are now bringing in this kind of temporal model, this is really what you will see in a second in the results, really makes a big difference in terms of the smoothness and the accuracy of the system. And what's perhaps also interesting is that with this temporal regularization, the motion model actually in the loop, this allows you to not only get more accurate camera tracking and human motion tracking results, but also it becomes scale aware. So even in a monocular setting, we will have all of a sudden a scale aware SLAM system. We have also taken this into a full kind of stereo visual inertial SLAM system. And that probably not so surprisingly has yet again increased the robustness and accuracy. So now we're quite excited in trying to use these things inside the loop of mobile robotics in future. Some of it we have already done. So I'm just circling back here to some of the applications that we do. So these are all real world robot deployments, especially with drones here that I'm showing around exploration of completely unknown spaces and trying to find objects of interest. Also drawing things on a whiteboard. And on the right, you can see some more recent stuff around 3D printing, actually, where it becomes also really important that you really sense and map the world as you do these kind of things. You really have to adapt to what is actually happening. You couldn't just do this blindly. So we have to really run the mapping part in the loop here. Okay, so with that, I'm coming to a conclusion already. I have shown a couple of contributions in SLAM and spatial AI, probably could convince you that some elements of learning can be really helpful in these tasks, and that the modular architecture allows for integration into more advanced planning and control. Now, of course, and I'm again perhaps repeating different things of what other speakers have said, the big open challenges to me now are how can we use these LLMs? They're here to stay. We have to make use of them in some way or another. I think spatial AI representations are now an excellent opportunity to try and connect them to language because they're already using exactly the kind of concepts that are also present in language. But the perhaps bigger question is how can we scale all of this up to robotic tasks in the same way that we have been able to build or that we've seen progress in LLMs? What is really going to be the data that we can learn from in robotics? Just final call out to my team, of course, very grateful for their hard work over the years and of course also my sponsors. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the wonderful talk. Next up, we have Sharon Song, who's an assistant professor at Stanford University. Before joining Stanford, she was faculty at Columbia, and her research interests lie at the intersection of computer vision and robotics, and her work has been recognized through a number of awards, including Best Paper Awards at RSS and TRO, Best System Paper Awards at CoRL 21 and RSS 2019. And she's been finalist in a number of other conferences as well for Best Paper. She's also a recipient of the NSF Career Award, Sloan Foundation Fellowship, as well as research awards from Microsoft, Toyota, Google, Amazon, and JP Morgan. So.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm super excited to be here today and then just talk about the wishes, like basically what I wish I had for robot learning. So I work, our group actually work on robot manipulation. And in many of our work, our goal is just trying to push the boundaries of robot capabilities, right? So making robots do things that was not possible before. So for example, making robots to toss objects or cutting avocados. And then through all this project, one thing that we get quite familiar and good at is actually designing those task-specific action primitives. So what we found is that with a well-designed action primitive, we can actually largely simplify the learning problem by mapping those very complex action sequence into just a few learnable parameters. However, at the same time, we also realize that that's actually designing that primitive does require a lot of engineering effort and insights, and indeed gradually become the bottlenecks of our framework. So recently, our workflow started to change a little bit, especially after this work of diffusion policy. So where we found that instead of always trying to carefully design the actions for learning, we actually start to see a strong evidence that it's possible that for the robot to directly learn those complex manipulation skills directly from data. So for example, here is diffusion policy trained for a variety of tasks, and then they're all using the same network architectures. And if you pay a closer attention to the mug task, you actually will see that the robot is actually able to organically switching between different actions, like pick and place and pushing, and also able to robustly recover from failures. Right, so that is something actually quite hard to code up if you just use action primitives. But now the robot is able to learn that through human demonstration. So what is diffusion policy? In one sentence, it's basically a generative model for robot actions that is learned from human demonstration. And what makes this formulation special is this iterative denoising process, which turned out to be an excellent way to help us to precisely model those complex multimodal distributions in the robot action, which is something that's just a lot of power kind of struggled with. And in our paper, we actually continue to test this algorithm on more and more tasks. And to our surprise is that this algorithm is actually like this simple formulation algorithm is able to consistently improve the performance of the system regardless of tasks that we test on. So at some point in this project, both Cheng and I start to get this feeling that maybe we are in a stage that if we can collect the data, the robot can just do the task, regardless of what the task is. So I know it probably sounds a little bit crazy, but in some sense, it's actually kind of true. Right? So for example, this is what our collaborators in TRI is able to achieve by just scaling up this simple framework to many, many different tasks. And many of them actually are things that I thought is impossible before. So the real question here is that, does it mean that we just keep doing it and robotics will be solved? Well, I really hope so, but obviously not, right? So that's because we cannot ignore the big if in that statement. That is, if we can collect the data. And in fact, this is not any kind of data. There's actually a lot of effort and intelligence needed to get the right type of data. So for example, here is a quick recipe for that. So in order to get that data, the first step is that you need to train yourself to think and behave like a robot. So for example, to tally up a robot to do this mark flipping task, using this space mouse interface actually require you to mentally compute the inverse kinematic of this robot, right? So that's not something very easy to do. And so far, only Suyan in our team is able to do this task. So you either train yourself or hire Suyan to do this task. And then the second step is to make sure that the data you collected cover the task space, right? So that the generalization in your test time becomes a simple interpolation in your training data. And the third is that you need to anticipate the robot failures so that you can also collect some failure recovery behaviors that is very important for the policy learning in downstream and make it robust. And then finally, and also the most important thing, is to protect the environment so that your colleague don't touch the camera before the demo. So all that is what I'm trying to say is that what I really wish that I had for robot learning is really just the right data. And then I repeated here 3 times in order to highlight 3 different aspects of the data that we need. That is scalable, reusable, and robot complete. So why that is important? I think in today's context of machine learning, I see oftentimes the scale is often the only thing that gets emphasized. But in my opinion, I do think that robotics has something different, right? So I think in some sense, having the data that is reusable and robot complete is maybe even more important. And I think maybe the lack of careful thought on the later tool requirements can be the reason that why we haven't put robots on the same scaling trends at other ML fields. So for example, over the years, we actually see a lot of similarly scalable solutions, but actually in reality, not sufficient. So for example, ourselves has developed a lot of this kind of self-supervised systems, like for example, this robot practicing tossing all by itself. So in some sense, this system is actually extremely scalable, right? It can actually collect training data 24/7 without human intervention, and it even reset the states after the practice. But the hidden cost here is that we really need to carefully engineer the environment for this particular task, right? As a result, this whole system or framework is not reusable for different setup or tasks. On the other hand, internet data is actually extremely scalable and also reusable, but unfortunately, they oftentimes missing some important or critical information for robot learning algorithms, such as embodied action and observation, and then as a result, making them incomplete for training those robot policies. So as a result, oftentimes we need to develop more sophisticated algorithms to make use of them in a more indirect way. So what's the path forward? Right, so if you think about it in a high level, there's really just 2 ways about it, either in simulation or in real world. And today, my goal is actually not to try to argue which path is better, but really try to give both method or approach a fair chance by carefully thinking about what is the real bottleneck and the hidden causes along each of the paths. And then we can maybe think about ways to bypass them. So first, let's start with simulation, which is oftentimes very reusable. So what is the bottleneck here? I think maybe in contrast to most of the popular opinions, I'm actually less worried about accuracy for simulators, because that is something that clearly can be improved with just more compute and better model. But instead, what worries me more is actually the setup cost for a new task, which is oftentimes overlooked when we're describing simulation environment. So for example, even giving an existing simulation environment, there's still a non-trivial amount of effort needed to actually collect the training data for the robots that contains the embodied action, observation, and more importantly, non-zero success rate for the target task, which is what we call the robot complete data. Right, so in order to get that, a researcher either need to tally up the robot in sim, handcraft the reward or policy in order to do the exploration. So as you can imagine, none of them are easy. So as a result, it's oftentimes maybe easy to scale a simulation environment to collect data for one task, but oftentimes it's actually really hard to collect data for many tasks. So to address this problem, one of our recent work tried to think about ways to automate some of those engineering effort by using large language models. So this is a project called Scaling Up and Distill Down, and that's led by Hui Ha and Pete Florence. So in this project, it has two parts. In the first part, we're really trying to scale up the data collection in simulation with large language models. So concretely, given a new task, we'll use large language model to break down the task into sub-steps and call the sampling-based utility functions to generate the low-level robot actions. And we also use a large language model to generate reward function to verify the success for each subtask. This verification is actually important because it gives the system a chance to correct its mistake and also record those retry behaviors in the training data set. So if you remember, one of the important tricks for data collection is to anticipate robot failure and collect the recover behavior. So now we basically can get this kind of data for free. And then by the end of the process, what we'll have is a multitask language labeled robot data set. However, it does require simulation state to generate that. So therefore, in the second part of the project, we're trying to distill down all this robot experience into a visual motor policy that can be deployed on the robot, right? So by training this visual motor policy, the robot now has the ability to directly infer actions from raw sensory input without a simulation state, and also able to continuously improve its performance with more robot experience and without the need of fine-tuning the LLM itself. And in our paper, we test the framework with a variety of tasks. All of them require 6-step closed loop action, and many of them requires a non-trivial common sense reasoning, which is enabled by large language models. So as you can see, this framework of scaling up and distill down is very general, quite general, right? So it actually potentially can be applicable for many different tasks. But in order to really take this idea further, I think there's still something missing. So for example, we still need an easier way to generate that simulation environment. Oops. And also potentially we need a better sim to real transfer, which does requires a better simulator. So what if you are not patient enough or just don't want to wait for a better simulator? Is there anything we can do with the real world data today, right? So again, let's look at what is the real bottleneck along this path. I think in my opinion, the fact that we need human demonstration data is actually not the true bottleneck, but instead a lack of an intuitive and also standardized interface to collect that demonstration data is the bottleneck. So what do I mean by that? So if you think about all the image and text data on the internet, they're actually all generated by people. But we don't find that costly because we already have an existing interface, make this data collection process intuitive and easy. And similarly, collecting data for self-driving car is relatively easy because we already have a standard interface. Basically, everybody can drive, can help to collect data, and the data is immediately robot complete. So how can we have a similar interface for manipulation? Right, so that is actually the question that motivates a lot of our projects in our group. And one of the earliest projects in this line is called Grasping in the Wild. Well, the idea is that let's just use the typical grabbing tools that people are already using in their daily life as a data collection interface. Right, so we can add the RGB camera to collect the observation and then track the camera motion to recover the robot action. So as a result, then you can use this platform to get into any environment to collect robot complete data for manipulation. And maybe just my kitchen or your kitchen, and that might make the whole process much easier. However, I think limited by my own engineering skill at that time, there's actually a few important design issues that really limits the potential of this framework. And one of the important one is the choice of the camera. So we all know that the most critical moments during manipulation is when the gripper is in contact with the object. So that also is when the camera is really close to the object with a lot of fast movement. Right, so as a result, a standard camera field of view, or like if you use a standard camera with a standard field of view, it just really does not provide enough visual context for the robot to infer action, and not to mention precisely to track those motions. So as a result, we have to develop a rather complicated algorithm for a simple task, like just grasping. But luckily, I think recently, thanks to Cheng and Zhenjia, we actually get an opportunity to completely redesign this interface and to make it more robust and reusable. So for example, we upgrade the camera to include a fisheye lens that's provide a much wider field of view to provide visual context for manipulation. And together with the IMU sensor, we can robustly track the motion under fast movement. We also made a number of other modifications to make this whole system more economic and easy to use. And more importantly, we also try to make sure that this interface is compatible with different robot embodiments or platform so that we can provide a universal manipulation interface. So in the end of the day, all the data will be stored in a single MP4 file, which will contain all the information necessary for robot learning, such as the embodied observation and detailed robot action. And we kind of hope that this data format or this kind of platform can provide a standard or shareable data for the manipulation task in general. And here is just a quick preview about the data collected using human demonstration. And here is the robot execution with the learned policy. Right? You can see that we finally can do the tossing task again, but without manually designing those action primitives. So I actually have this device with me today. So if you're interested, please come and check it out and also help us to collect some data. So to summarize, I think that everybody sitting here probably know that data is important. We'll hear it so many times today. But I also feel like as a roboticist, we may not have the luxury to just sit there and wait for the perfect data to emerge on the internet. So what I really hope today's talk can do is to just encourage us to think one layer deeper about the data solutions for robots and really be aware of those hidden causes and bottlenecks along each of the paths that we've chosen. And then together, ultimately, we hope that we can make the robot data more scalable, reusable, and robot complete. And before I end, I do want to mention that there are many, because of the importance of data, there are many exciting efforts from the community that's targeting on this particular problem far beyond what I've talked about today. And I think you should definitely check them out. And also, I'm kind of curious and looking forward to hear about your thoughts as well. And that's my talk. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chen. I'm glad to introduce our work, Mimic Play, Long Horizon Imitation Learning by Watching Human Play. So there are many long horizon manipulation tasks in our daily activities. For example, when you think about making a sandwich, you probably will slice the tomato, toast the bread, fry an egg, and finally serving the plate. It seems quite natural to us, but it's still very challenging for today's robots. So how can robots tackle long horizon tasks? We can use task and motion planning, which has shown effective result on generating task agnostic long horizon motion. However, due to its requirement of a predefined planning domain, it's usually inflexible to transfer to new setups. More recently, we saw planning with large language model, which show flexibility to novel tasks and domains, but usually lack of grounding and require additional efforts on generating those low-level motion primitives. So what really makes a long horizon manipulation task hard? Take this video as an example. From this video, we can see that in order to achieve the long-term goal of pushing the ball into the hole, the cat is keep doing this real-time planning and control capability to adjust the direction of the ball movements. And when unexpected situation happen, the cat will quickly react and generating new motion to complete this task. Seems like these key factors are quite important for long horizon manipulation. So can robots have similar capability for performing long horizon manipulation tasks? What kind of data source should we use to achieve such capability? So when thinking about robotics data, we usually hope the data can be low cost and have small domain gap to the robot embodiment. One type of commonly used data is robot demonstration. While it offers like high quality data sets with no embodiment gap, however, it's usually expensive and time consuming to scale up. We can also download the human video directly from the internet. Although it's much cheaper, but it usually contains significant embodiment gap, especially consider most of these data are 2D information, while robot manipulation heavily relies on 3D inputs. So is there a type of data that is more close to the sweet spot of this plot? In this work, we study a new type of data named human play data. which is a type of 3D hand motion capture data where the subject is freely interacting with the scene without a specific task goal. Here we visualize the hand tracking result by projecting the 3D trajectory onto the observation video frames. So these trajectories are captured by a stereo camera with existing hand tracking algorithms. So there are two key features of human play data. So firstly, it offers rich 3D trajectory level plans indicating where and how to interact in the 3D environments. And more importantly, because it is play data, so which means that it actually covers diverse task composition. When comparing human play data with robot teleoption data, we can quickly notice that human play data is much faster to collect, allowing us to gather a large scale of data in a short horizon of time. Considering a traditional visual motor control policy, which is trying to map a high dimensional input to low dimensional robot actions, human play data can offer us the ability to first map the high dimensional inputs to low dimensional 3D trajectory level plans, which is usually considered to be data intensive. With the existence of these 3D trajectory plans, mapping these plans to low-level robot action become more data efficient so that we can use a small amount of robot data to bridge the gap. Based on this hypothesis, we propose Mimic Play, a hierarchical imitation learning framework comprising a high-level planner learned with human play data and a low-level controller learned with a small amount of robot data. More specifically, when training the high-level planner, we first sample the current image and goal image from the human play data. We then train an encoder-decoder architecture to reconstruct the 3D human hand trajectory. To model the multimodality of human hand motion, we use a Gaussian mixture model decoder to generate the trajectory. To further handle the visual gap between human and robot domain, we use a few unpaired robot image and implement a KL loss over the encoder feature of the latent planner during the training process. After training the high-level latent planner, we freeze its weights. We then use a small amount of robot data as inputs to generate latent plans. Conditioned on these latent plans, we further train a low-level controller to generate the final robot control actions. Let's see some result of employing Mimic Play for long horizon manipulation. All the tasks you are going to see here are learned with 20 minutes of data, including 10 minutes of human play and 10 minutes of robot data. Our system is able to achieve a real-time 17 Hz inference speed for both planning and control. In the corner, we visualize the generated latent plan by project the decoded 3D trajectory onto this observation image. The robot is able to react to human disturbance and generate new plans to correct the error and still complete this long horizon task goal. Here is another example which contains a more contact-rich box opening motion. After the human disturb, we can see that the latent planner quickly adjusts the previous task and guide the robot to reopen the box. In some of the tasks, we also include large spatial changes over the objects, which highlights the importance of having this real-time planning system. As you can see here, the robot quickly reacts and relocalize the flower location and insert this flower to the vase that has also been moved. We tested Mimic Play in 14 real-world long horizon tasks across 6 environments. We first find our hierarchical architecture outperforms prior methods in short horizon tasks. When testing with longer horizon tasks, the advantage of our approach become more evident. And we later shrink the data sets to 50% and see how it can perform with only 20 minutes of data, and it still works over 50% success rate. We also care whether our high-level planner is indeed task agnostic and can generate to different task goals. Given an initial image and a goal image, the robot is able to generate corresponding behavior, including open the box, turning off the lamp, picking up the pen, and put it into the box. Here are 3 more examples of running the same policy model, but just given different goal image conditioning. As we can see, the robot indeed can generate diverse motion to different task goals. Since our high-level planner is learned with human play data, so which means that we can actually prompt the robot motion directly from one-shot human video data. Here is a no-cut video result indicating that the robot can follow human's motion. So we first let the human demonstrate the task and then let the robot to come up to reproduce human's behavior. We believe this is going to be an interesting interface in the future for prompting the robot motion. There are several limitations of Mimic Play, including the requirement of third view camera and much room to improve for the cross-embodiment learning algorithm. We are more than happy to see amazing works from this community that has shown great results towards these limitations. In summary, in this work, we propose to use easy-to-collect human play data to train hierarchical policy for real-time planning and control. Our system enables the prompting for long horizon tasks directly from human motion. For more information, please come to our poster and check out the release code. Thank you.
So we do have time for questions. Anyone in the audience? So maybe while people are warming up.
Hey.
So yeah.
Very cool results. I was wondering, you said the plan is a 3D trajectory. So how do you deal with orientations in the gripper state?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning this great point. So one of the challenges, like because human data is really hard to track the wrist orientation. So that is why it's pretty hard to really get orientation of the trajectory. I think like in the long term, like we are probably focusing on some wearable technology to like gather the wrist orientation in a much more like free way so that we can also incorporate that information into the high level planner training process. So yeah, thanks for mentioning that.
Hi, great talk. So I have a question so in the talk, you are only showing this single hand experiments. Like how do you expect your pipeline generalized to like by manual cases?
Thanks for mentioning this. So I think for bimanual setups, like we actually do also have the capability to gather more this type of data with like maybe like some motion capture system of gathering bimanual data sets. And we are actually working on some of these work in the next step. Thanks.
Great. Let's thank the speaker. And next up, we have Mengdi Zhu, who will be presenting continual vision-based reinforcement learning with group symmetries.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Mengdi, and I'm a PhD student from Carnegie Mellon. And today I'm going to present our paper, Continual Vision-Based Reinforcement Learning with Group Symmetries. So humans need different skills to solve tasks in our daily life, such as folding clothes, washing dishes, or loading the dishwasher. But we do not learn those skills at the same time, like in the multitask learning setting where all the tasks come in at once. Instead, humans keep learning new skills to solve different tasks throughout our whole life. We also want similar lifelong learning capabilities in robots to solve the streamingly coming in tasks. So in this paper, we narrow down the scope to the tabletop manipulation settings with image inputs. And the goal of continual learning in robots is that we first want the algorithm to learn new tasks quickly and also remember the already learned tasks. So in the real-world deployment, the delineations between tasks are unknown beforehand, and we need to detect those task delineations. So humans are good at handling tasks with different configurations, and we learn skills that are in general equivalent to task configuration changes. So for example, if we know how to close the drawer on the right, we can automatically solve another task, which is closing the drawer on the left, when the environment configuration is flipped. So in the robot world, we also want an equivalent policy for different configuration transformations. So consider an equivalent policy network pi, which maps the observation to the action. So after transforming the observation with some group element T, such as reflection or rotation, the policy can generate an action that changes accordingly based on another group element T prime. So in this case, we call the policy is equivalent to the transformation T. So one important fact is that invariance is actually a special case of equivalence when T prime is an identity element. So in this paper, we aim to learn equivalent policies in the continual reinforcement learning framework. So we propose covers, which detects task groups that contain equivalent tasks in an unsupervised manner. It also grows an equivalent policy for each task group. And here's the pipeline of our proposed covers. So after collecting online interaction data, covers matches the distance between the data and the saved data for each policy, and to do the unsupervised data clustering. So if the minimum distance is small enough, covers will append the data to the policy's data buffer and then update the policy with reinforcement learning. Otherwise, covers will grow a new equivalent policy for the current task and update the policy with the newly collected data. So the selected policy will then generate actions for the robot to execute in the environment. So each equivalent policy in covers has one equivalent feature extractor. So covers has an input, which include the bird eye view images at the initial frame, the current frame, and the proprioceptive information. The inputs are first processed by the equivalent feature extractor, and the resulting equivalent features are then processed by the equivalent linear layers to generate the action. And we update the policy with proximal policy gradient method, which requires a value network. So note that with equivalent actions, the values for different initial configurations should be the same. So we use group max pooling layers to first get the invariant features from the equivalent features. And covers then use the invariant features to get the values and then calculate the distance metric for unsupervised clustering. To detect the delineations between task groups, covers calculates the distance between the newly collected data and also the data stored for each policy. And considering that the data collected at the later stage of the trajectory are heavily affected by the policy, we only compare the initial several steps of each episode. And we propose to use the invariant features to cluster different tasks. First, we get the invariant features of each task data buffer based on the equivalent feature extractor in each policy. And similarly, we get the invariant features of the current rollout data, and then we calculate the distance between the features for the two data sets. And depending on the distance, we either create a new policy and store the data or append the data to an existing data buffer and update the policy accordingly. And we evaluate covers in a setting where there are like 4 groups of equivalent tasks, and including the plate slide, button press, drawer close, and go reach. And those task groups coming in cyclically. We show the task success rates evaluated during the learning process, and each shaded background color represents one task group. When comparing with the Oracle method, which is covers together with the ground truth task label, we notice that covers has similar success rates compared with the Oracle method. And we also show that the learned group indices of covers after unsupervised learning matches the ground truth task group labels with high probability. We also compare covers with baselines that do not detect task groups, including the method that uses one equivariant network to learn all the tasks, and CoRL, which uses recurrent neural networks and replay buffer, and CLEAR, which only uses the replay buffer. And the evaluation curve actually shows that all the baselines are hard to have steady improvement. And these observations show that the explicitly identifying the task group labels is beneficial in our tasks. Moreover, when comparing covers with a baseline that replaces the equivariant network with a convolutional neural network in covers, we show that covers still achieve better performance. So it means that the equivariant features can also help improve the general performance and also improve the adaptivity. So after training in simulation, we directly deploy the policy in the real world. We show that covers can enable system to real transfer through the image preprocessing. So in summary, in this paper, we propose covers, which detects task groups that contain equivariant tasks and detect the groups in a supervised manner. And covers also grows equivariant policies for each task group. And in the future, we hope to extend covers to 3D space and more diverse transformation groups. And we'll present our poster at session 5. And thank you for listening.
So we have time for a couple of questions. So maybe as people are warming up, I'll ask a question. So can you say a bit more about what is the equivariant structure you build in? Is it SE2, SE3, something else?
Yeah, so let me try to get the slide. So basically, so actually in this paper, we are only considering some relatively simple like transformation groups, like special orthogonal groups in the 2D space. Like for instance, if we have a object configuration that is rotated compared with the other, maybe we directly want the action to also be rotated by the same degree of freedom, by the same degree. So, and in this example, we only use the reflection as one example, but definitely if you're using more stronger like equivariant neural network architecture, maybe we can extend our framework to handling some like 3D space equivariance, which will make the application scenario more realistic.
Great, thank you. So let's thank the speaker for the wonderful talk. And next up, we have Yulong Li, who will talk about general part assembly planning.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yulong, and today I'm very excited to introduce our work, rearrangement planning for general part assembly. Part assembly is a very exciting field of research, and we have seen great progress recently, but we still have some assumptions that limit the generalizability of the systems. For example, we're often dealing with fixed targets, or we are using fixed parts like blocks, dealing with fixed categories, and sometimes we may need precise object models or even physics-based simulations. However, as humans, we can build assemblies that we have not built before with non-exact parts like Lego blocks or even just parts we find in the wild, while working only with visual perception, like we don't need any precise object models or physics-based simulations. We refer to this task as general part assembly, which encapsulates a more generalized setting. And in this project, we deal with a very initial step to a general part assembly system. Given a target shape and some part shapes, in this case, a table and some sponson plate, we seek to find the poses of the part so that the resembling assembly will look like the target shape. We term this problem rearrangement planning to differentiate from motion planning and many other important and challenging components that are unfortunately not studied in this project. So let's look at some actual tests and training cases which are built upon the wonderful PartNet. Given this target share and some associated parts, our system gives this prediction. But now this is not very interesting because the target is given at the canonical pose and the parts exactly constitute the target shape. What if we want to build a chair with ellipsoids? We want our system to also handle non-exact parts. And we also want to provide complexity with randomly oriented targets. Finally, we can of course test with targets that are both randomly oriented and constructed with non-exact parts. Now here's a lot of chairs, but our system actually also works with unseen categories. In particular, we train with chairs, lamps, and faucets while tested on tables and displays. To the best of our knowledge, the previous works that also worked with point cloud representation only focus on targets at canonical poses with exact parts and from same categories. Well, we seek to build a system that can solve all these scenarios altogether. So how to tackle this task? Given the target shape and all the part shapes, a natural idea that I have, and I guess you guys will have, is to optimize for a certain objective at, say, chamfer distance. Indeed, this prediction has a pretty low chamfer distance. What about this one? Turns out the chamfer distance of this prediction is not very big at all. This type of local minimum is not rare, and an optimization algorithm can easily stock with them. Well, the situation is even worse if we consider non-exact parts. Let's consider this lamps, building this lamp with rectangular blocks. It may be surprising that the right prediction actually has a lower chamfer distance. What about let's just build an end-to-end model to directly regress the part poses? But here the key challenge is to deal with the ambiguities presented in many of the test cases. While regression-based model typically has some problem dealing with this kind of multi-model ground truth, especially if we consider more generalization, like building this N-sing table with rectangular blocks at random layer orientation. So understanding these limitations, we propose general part assembly transformer and we factorize the problem into 2 steps. Given the target and part plane clouds, in this case a plane and some banana hammers, what the system does, and intuitively what I will do as a human, is to first create a segmentation of the target. Now each segment and the part can be understood to correspond to each other. Then we can apply some post-estimation algorithm to find the final poses. Here, GPAT uses pointhead as a backbone to process the point cloud, and it maintains a per point feature for each target point and a per part feature. All the tokens then pass through GPAT layer, which I will dive into right after. And the final segmentation logics are obtained after final MLP layers, which are then supervised with ground truth labels. Now let's dive into the GPAT layer. So the crucial challenge of the model is still to deal with this kind of ambiguities, as you can see the 2 arms of the plane. Drawing inspiration from many previous works like PointX++ and Point Transformer, we introduced this multi-scale attention module so that the tokens attend to the k nearest neighbors in each layer. The k then gradually increases so that the information is received in a local to global manner. And we hypothesize this actually ensures the consistency of segmentation predictions. Then the part tokens attend to each other in the usual multi-head attention module, and the knowledge is fused in a cross-attention module. The GPAT layer actually turns out to be quite crucial. Let's turn back to this chair example. Our prediction gives correct and consistent segmentations over the ambiguous parts. Well, if you replace the GPAT layer with a vanilla transformer layer, it basically gives you a fuse of labels, which of course leads to bad predictions of assembly. To quantitatively evaluate our method, we use 3 metrics. Chamfer distance serves as a global metric, but as we've seen before, it has some difficulty and limitations in expressing the real performance of the system. So we also use part accuracy, which measures the correctness of each part up to a chamfer distance threshold, which is adopted from a previous work. Then a prediction is considered success if all the parts are accurately predicted. We find out, as we kind of showed, optimization is pretty prone to local minima. They actually achieved very small chamfer distances in many cases. However, it has actually worse success rate, as we have seen with those typical failure modes. We also evaluated a lot of regression-based models, but they all have some problems with generalization. Well, you can see our system maintains performance across different generalization scenarios. We also experiment with point clouds taken from real-world scans from Raoult dataset, building diverse assemblies with different sets of parts. Here are some more results. You can notice the chair building with oval ellipsoids, and this table building with rectangular blocks, even though the target has a round top. Since we deal with open set targets and parts, our system can also build some creative assemblies like this banana plane, this chair with lamps, and this table with spoons you've seen before. So to summarize, in this presentation, we introduced the task of general part assembly, which eliminates some assumptions that are often made in the previous works, like the knowledge of a fixed category, or the assumptions of exact matching parts. Well, we're still only dealing with visual perception, especially in this case, point cloud representations. Thank you so much for listening, and please come to our poster session for more information.
Yes, I see a question in the back.
Hey, can you, here.
Oh, hi.
Can you imagine a situation where you have a very large data set of possible components to use instead of knowing in advance which parts are going to create the assembly?
Yes, definitely. So in this case, when we are testing, we programmatically generate a lot of primitives like the rectangular and the ellipsoids you've seen before. With small parts, the main problem with the current system is it will be hard to find the ground truths to supervise. But I imagine if there's a way to do this and training with a much larger data sets with different target categories. In this case, we only have 5, also kind of limited to the data set. I think we'll be able to train a much better model that can handle more scenarios and more complex situations.
Excuse me, what is chamfer distance?
Oh, so chamfer distance is kind of a measure between 2 point clouds, kind of measuring how close the shape of the two point cloud is. You can imagine if the point clouds are exactly matching, then the distance will be 0.
We have time for one more question. Oh, could you comment on some of the dirty laundry in terms of, maybe some of the failure modes that you noticed when you were trying to do part assembly?
Yes, unfortunately, I didn't have time to include them, but I have them in the poster session. So if you're interested, so there's actually a lot of failure modes. So for example, in this case, you can see when we're doing segmentation, we kind of assume want the objects to be kind of clearly separable. But if you consider you want to build say a fridge or a cabinet, it will be hard to separate the blocks, and that will lead to some failure. And currently, we just use some simple post-estimation algorithm, which can be definitely a bottleneck if we are looking for much better, more precise predictions.
Great. So let's thank our speaker once more. And next up, we have distilled feature fields, enable few shot manipulation. And this will be presented by Ge Yang and William Shen.
Turned off or turned? Should I switch it over? No, it's okay. I'll just do that. Yeah. Don't want to change the title. But turn off the mirroring. Okay. Oh, I see. Sorry. Displays. Okay, there we go. Awesome. Can you see it? Sorry about that. Okay, cool. Awesome. Hey everyone, my name is Ge and I'm Will. So here we're presenting distilled feature fields enable few shot language guided manipulation. So what would it take to build a robot that can pick up any object you place in front of it? Let's take this example. So here we provide 2 human demonstrations of how to grasp this caterpillar toy. And then we ask the robot to pick up this Baymax. Now, the focus of this talk is to study the kind of scene representation that can afford this kind of generalization to completely unseen object categories. Now, in order to do that, the robot needs to know what is in the scene and where they are. And that means our representation needs to capture both the semantics and the geometry. Well, recent work in vision language models, or like these large foundation models that are trained over 2-dimensional internet data sets, have gotten quite good at telling what is in the scene. You can take one of these models and pass an image through it and get these highly generalizable 2-dimensional feature maps. But the problem here is that just using these 2-dimensional images and 2-dimensional feature maps, it doesn't really tell me where my graphs need to be in the 3 dimension. On the other hand, if you look at these state-of-the-art scene representation called NURBS, they're quite good at capturing the 3D geometry. So what if you could actually marry these two and have a single scene representation that's good at capturing generalizable semantics as well as highly fine-grained 3D geometry? As it turned out, the graphics community has pioneered this scene format called distilled feature fields to enable semantically driven scene editing using natural language. So the focus of this talk is how you can use these feature fields for robotic applications. And let me present our method, feature fields for robotic manipulation or firm. I'll first talk about how you can actually take our method and try to produce one of these three-dimensional scene representations in your robotic setup. And then William here will talk about how to use them for few shot manipulation, including incorporating language guidance. So here's our setup. Our robot first pick up this wooden selfie stick and use a camera mounted at the end to collect 50 images of the scene. Now, using these 50 images, we can train a nerve that looks like this on the right. So the main difference between the still feature fields and nerves is that in addition to try to render the RGB color values of an image, we'll also pass these images through a vision language model. And here, let me use CLIP as an example. So this neuralience field tries to simultaneously reconstruct these two-dimensional feature fields. And after that, you get a scene representation that looks like this. The color here indicates the principal components of the feature field. And you can see we capture both highly detailed 3D geometry, as well as like a good semantic boundary between objects and their backgrounds. So to use these feature fields for robot manipulation, we first start with demonstrations collected from the user. So let's take this mug, for example. So we first sample query points in the form of this query point cloud in the canonical frame of end effector. And then to represent this demonstration, we assemble like this embedding for the demonstration by collecting features from each one of these locations from points in the query point cloud. Now, using this demo embedding, we can actually represent the demonstration for everything that we'll talk about next. And over.
Great. So thanks, Gus. So I'm going to talk about how we can incorporate language guidance using CLIP, which is a vision language model. So let's consider the user asking the robot to pick up the bowl, and we're going to break our pipeline down into 2 stages. Firstly, we're going to use language to retrieve the relevant demonstrations. We can use CLIP's text encoder to extract the text embedding for the user query, and then compute the similarity between these text features and the query point features from a demonstration. We repeat this over a small set of demonstrations and select the one that has the highest similarity to the text query and feature space. And it turns out for grasping the bowl, the demonstration that has the highest similarity is grasping a mug by its lip, which intuitively sort of makes sense. So now we can move on to language-guided pose optimization. And we basically search for a grasp that maximizes the similarity between a weighting of the text features and the demonstration which we just retrieved. And what this does is it lets us focus both on the object the user specifies and the local geometric and semantic features that are important for grasping. So for picking up the bowl, you can see the scene on the right. We can find these grasps for the bowl, which we can then successfully execute on the robot. So now let's have a look at some of the results on the actual robot. So this is a nerf rendering of the scene you saw Go present earlier, and also a PCA of a CLIP feature field. And just note the high resolution of geometric details we can get from it. And we're going to provide the robot with just 10 demonstrations that span 4 object categories. And what we really want to explore is what level and what modes of generalization feature fields enable given just this small set of demonstrations. So firstly, we want to test for generalization to novel object categories, such as going from mugs to bowls. We also want to query objects based on their appearances and physical properties. So let's have a look at an example. We first asked the robot to pick up Baymax, which it's never seen before in the past. And this is the example Go presented at the start of a talk. But if we look at the similarity heat map of a feature field, you can see we can very clearly separate Baymax out from the other objects. We retrieve a demonstration for grasping the caterpillar and successfully transfer that over to the Baymax. So now let's try querying objects based on their appearances. Let's ask the robot to pick up the blue screwdriver. And what you'll see in the scene is that there's both a blue and a red screwdriver. But the CLIP feature fields allows us to successfully distinguish the blue from the red screwdriver. And then we can retrieve a demonstration for grasping the screwdriver and generalize this over to this unseen object instance. Finally, let's query an object based on its physical property, specifically by material. So let's ask the robot to pick up a transparent jug. And this is one of my favorite demos because it's probably very hard to see the transparent jug unless you squint really hard. So let me show you where it is. And if we look at the similarity heat map, the transparent jug sort of instantly pops out. We can similarly transfer the demos for grasping mugs by their lips to this unseen object instance that differs in appearance, shape, and also material. So what we've really shown is that feature fields enable open-ended generalization. And we're able to do that given just 10 demonstrations across 4 object categories. But there are some few important limitations of our system to be aware of. First of all, we require dense views of a scene and optimization of a NeRF and feature field per scene. So we collect 50 RGB images, and the training takes around 3 minutes to get the scene representation. So you have something that's quite static. Also, CLIP can behave like a bag of words and not really understand the true intent of a user's query. We'd also like to highlight some other cool work at CoRL being presented this year. There's ACT3D from Katerina Fragiadaki's lab, and they project 2D features onto 3D point clouds for tabletop manipulation. There's Left2Go, which you heard yesterday. They use CLIP feature fields to generate masked point clouds, which you can feed into a grasp net for part level grasping. And GNFactor, which you'll hear more about in the next talk. And if you weren't really impressed by our representation, just wait, because theirs is real time and generalizable. So what we're really seeing is that feature fields are becoming a viable 3D scene representation with desirable open-ended generalization properties. We looked at a specific few-shot application setting and showed out-of-the-box generalization. So thanks for listening. Go over here is on the faculty job market this year, so reach out to him, and we look forward to seeing you at our poster.
Time for one quick question. We're in the back.
Thank you for the great presentation. I just had a quick question on how you came to the metric of 50 images. Was that something that you kind of derived as the minimum viable amount through experimentation, or did that kind of come from the existing literature on NeRFs?
Right, so the 50 was the original amount. We tried playing around with a few numbers, and 50 turned out to be a good one to get high qualities of geometry in the representation. We did ablate the number of training images and saw that 20 is sort of the minimum before you get a really drastic decline in quality. So, oops, sorry. Yeah, obviously the number of images really affects the reconstruction of a scene. 20 images is the minimum we saw, but the more you get, the more high quality reconstruction you can get as well.
Yeah, so let's thank the speaker once more. So next up, we have multitask real robot learning with generalizable neural feature fields as advertised by the previous talk. And this is going to be presented by Ge Yan and Yu Hua Wu.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Ge Yan, a master student at UC San Diego.
And I'm Yu Hua Wu, and I'm also from UC San Diego.
Today, we are going to present GenFactor, the multitask real robot learning with generalizable neural feature fields. In our daily lives, we often encounter a cluttered kitchen scene filled with various objects and tools. Performing robotic tasks in such a complex scene is really challenging and requires comprehensive visual understanding. Recently, vision foundation models have achieved great success in understanding complex scenes with strong zero-shot generalization ability. Like in this image, segmentation models like segment anything or ODS, they can parse all object instances and scene semantics accurately. So it's natural to think about how to leverage these foundation models for robotic tasks. Currently, we only have 2D foundation models that can predict the corresponding 2D feature map. However, having comprehensive visual 3D understanding is essential for unstructured real-world environments. Then the question is, how can we learn 3D feature fields from 2D foundation models? We can first take a look at the NeRF. NeRF can render photorealistic results on our view synthesis. It's achieved by mapping coordinates and viewing directions to color and density. And the recent NeRF methods have been more and more capable of reconstructing 3D scenes with high quality and speed. This makes it more promising to use NeRF as a 3D representation for robotic tasks. And there are some work using NeRF for manipulation recently. They have been pretty successful in a lot of tasks. However, they mainly focus on learning geometric features, but have no semantic understanding, which is hard to generalize to complex scenes with various object types. They also require precision optimization and retraining for new environments. They cannot do real-time inference for dynamic scenes. While the foundation models and the NERF have been useful, it's still very difficult to manipulate robustly in such a complex location. So we start from setting a simpler kitchen scene, and we want to explore if we can learn one single policy that can perform multiple tasks across multiple kitchen scenes with only a few demonstrations. We also want to see if the policy can learn more skills and do multitask, which can be even more challenging. So to achieve this, we'll first learn a generalizable NERF by conditioning NERF on visual features with a 3D encoder. It helps to generalize to diverse scenes and avoid precision optimization. To leverage 2D foundation models to 3D space, we follow feature NERF to not only predict RGB, but also feature embedding. We do feature distillation to minimize the difference between the render feature and the 2D feature map from foundation models. And we use stable diffusion models to distill 2D features because it can provide rich semantics. Like in our previous work, ODAS, the K-means clustering of diffusion features shows all objects are grouped nicely together. You can use this dense and rich diffusion feature to do open vocabulary dynamic segmentation. So by leveraging 2D diffusion feature to 3D space, we not only optimize NERF, but also reconstruct generalizable neural feature fields. This enables us to learn unified and 3D and semantic representation. Notably, we only use 3 camera views for real-world NERF training. We also do novel view synthesis on both RGB and feature embedding with generalizable NERF. GenFactor learns to do volumetric representation by distilling 2D semantics into the 3D voxel. Specifically, given a single RGBD image as input, it first encodes it into a 3D volume feature. Then it does volumetric rendering to reconstruct both RGB and the diffusion feature. It then uses the learned volumetric representation for action prediction instead of render feature. This makes it much more efficient in encoding dynamic scenes.
To utilize the 3D volumetric features to learn generalizable policy, we first patrify it into chunks and concatenate it with the embedding of the task description. A perceiver transformer is utilized to process the concatenated features and predict the corresponding actions. Since the 3D volumetric feature is shared across the policy learning and NERF training, we utilize joint training to find the balance between the two. Here's the setup of our real robot experiment. We use 3 RealSense cameras to collect multi-view data for NERF training. Note that we only require one fixed RealSense camera to collect single scene data for action inference, which greatly improve the deployability of GenFactor. We include 2 different kitchens in our experiments. The kitchens have different sizes and different layouts to make the multitask learning more challenging. The GenFactor not just exhibits superior performance on multitask learning with different kitchens, it is also extremely simple efficient. It requires only 5 demonstrations for each task. The 3 distinct tasks in our real robot experiment require different sets of skills to accomplish. In the turn the faucet task, the XR is required to go down and approach the faucet from the correct angle and turn it so that it is able to turn the faucet to the desired position. In the open the top door task, the X-arm goes up and opens the door in different direction. Since the direction of the doors in the 2 kitchens are different, it is required for the agent to identify the difference and apply and perform the corresponding policy. Lastly, in the relocate the teapot task, the X-arm is required to grasp the teapot and move it to the stove. For initialization, we randomly change the pose of the teapot so that the policy is required to make the decision according to the current orientation. The GenFactor is able to perform the 3 distinct tasks in the 2 kitchens simultaneously. We also visualize the gray cam in the voxelized space to show how GenFactor manipulate the same type of object, but with different shapes and environments. The GM factor is able to accurately locate the optimal place to grab according to different tasks. And GM factor does more than that. It will be more challenging if there are a lot of distractors present. We make the kitchens a mess by placing a lot of distractors. The distractors are bottles, cans, and blocks with different shapes, sizes, and colors, and which creates out of distribution alteration, and it may result in a different policy if the models are not robust enough. The GM factor is still able to robustly manipulate objects and accomplish the task, even though those clutter scenes are not shown during training. It shows that GM factor can generalize to novel scenes to some extent. We use this figure to summarize the performance of GM factor in the real robot experiments. We evaluate models in the standard multitask learning and also under novel clutter scenes. And in both scenarios, the GM factor is able to outperform the baseline per act by a large margin. And thank you. And if you are interested in our work, please come to our poster for more information. Thank you.
So before I take questions for this talk, people who are presenting for the spotlight right after the oral session, please, come on this side and line up. And now we have time for a quick question. So can you elaborate upon some of the failure modes that you're observing? So I saw the performance was around 54% on the task and 33% on the novel ones. I'm curious, what do you think will improve the performance the most?
Yeah, I think especially multitask setting with object distractors, you can still dramatically impact the performance. And yeah, but with the learned volumetric representation with a generalizable feeder fields, we found that it can be more robust to this unseen environments compared with PRACT.
Great. Let's thank the speakers once again. So now we move on to the last oral talk for this session, and it is RVT, Robotic View Transformer for 3D Object Manipulation, and the talk will be presented by Ankit Goyal.
Hi everyone, I'm Ankit Goyal and I'll be presenting our paper, RVT, Robotic View Transformer for 3D Object Manipulation. So this is a joint, this is a work with awesome collaborators at NVIDIA Seattle Robotics Lab. So in this work, we focus on the task of 3D object manipulation. So 3D object manipulation are the tasks which require going beyond just the 2D tabletop scenes, and it involves doing tasks like opening drawers or hanging cups. And in this work, we want to build a model that can solve all these tasks conditioned on the input goal instruction. In order to solve 3D object manipulation, two representations are very popular. First representation are view-based representations, which take in directly the input image and process them in order to give end effector poses. And I4 and transporter-net are two such approaches. So these methods are very scalable because they are operating just on the images, but they are not meant for manipulation tasks which involve 3D, and they don't work really well in those settings. On the other hand, we have explicit 3D representations, especially some recent work, some prior works like Perceiver Actor and C2F-ARM, which create these voxel representation of the scene and use those to give end effector pose actions. These tend to perform much better on 3D object manipulation, but they are not very scalable because they are constructing an explicit 3D voxel of the environment. So they scale cubically with respect to the resolution of the scene. So now the question arises, can we build a representation which can avoid this cubic cost and still perform well? So in this work, we represent the scene by what we call are these virtual views. So these orthographic virtual views capture the scene through orthographic images, and they are placed at orthogonal locations of the environment. And we show that such a representation is both scalable and it performs well. So let me go a bit more deep, give you more details about how the method exactly works. So here, the input to the method is a language instruction, for example, stack the teal blocks and a scene. So note that here there are multiple teal blocks that are present in the scene. The input to the network is represented by these different RGBD images. So note that these RGBD images could either be moving, or they could be placed at any location in the scene, or they could be one image, multiple images. So these are all the variations that can happen. The first step in the process is reconstructing a point cloud of the scene given all these images. So this is a very explicit operation. From there, as I said, we had this virtual view representation where what we do is we use explicit projection operations to create these virtual views which are present at orthographic angles. And note that these cameras, these virtual cameras, are present at exactly the same location, regardless of how the input is coming. And also, one thing to note is that these images are not perspective images, but these are like orthographic images, which I'll explain more later on. Given these orthographic images, we use a standard multi-view transformer, and what we get are these heat maps across all the for all the images. Note that since these heat maps are on the image, they could have like multiple modes. Now, from these heat maps, we do a reverse projection operation where for each point in the 3D space, based on some discretization, we can take the score values across all the heat maps and get the average score for each point. So this gives us a 3D heat map where we go from the 2D heat map predictions and get a 3D heat map prediction for all the points. Thing to note is that these 3D heat maps are also multimodal in the sense you could see a heat map prediction on all the teal blocks here. We use this 3D heat map to get like to get the gripper next end effector gripper location. And at the same time, we use the corresponding location of point on the 2D heat map and use the features at those locations to get a gripper to get features which are used to predict the gripper state and gripper location. The gripper state and rotation and location is then fed to a motion planner, which then executes a motion plan and moves the point there, moves the gripper there. We update the scene and repeat the process again until a terminal condition is met. We do results in simulation and in the real world. And in simulation, we find that our method achieves the goal of first increasing performance and as well as being much faster in inference and training time as compared to explicit voxel-based representations like per act. We also train a single model in the real world that can do multiple of these, multiple of tasks and using 10 demonstrations per task. Here, I'm showing some of the success cases as well as the failure modes, and the failure modes come from missing to grasp objects sometimes. And overall, we find 82% success rate in tasks that don't involve thin objects. So now I'll quickly go over some of the key ideas that we find in that we find during the project. One of the things you could ask is why use these virtual views instead of using just the original input views? And we find that the using fixed virtual views actually improves performance by a lot. And we believe this is due to multiple reasons. One is the inductive bias that these views, which are like right at the top or right at the front, these are more informative. And also, we can apply 3D augmentation. For the same input views, we can have different virtual views by augmenting the point cloud. Another thing we find that instead of using the normal perspective projection that we generally find in rendering, if we use orthographic projection, we find that that performs better. And it's likely because orthographic projection preserves the size of the object regardless of the distance from the camera. And that can potentially help the learning process. In RVT, along with the images, we also feed in the network the correspondence information where the same point across different views has the same value. And we find that this also helps in performance. So overall, we show RVT, which is a more scalable and accurate method than prior state of the art. It preserves the geometry by using these virtual views, and it works well in the real world with just 10 demonstrations. And with the RVT framework, we are able to improve it further. And if the input-output contract is made, we plan to have like new works which are even faster and can give high performance. Thank you for listening. And please come to our poster. Our code is live. Yeah, thank you.
We have time for a question. So in spirit of CoRL, can you talk a bit about the dirty laundry?
Yeah, so I think from the dirty laundry, and I think we have, when we are collecting demonstrations, we have to make sure to have demonstrations which have these, I would say, minimal changes and still have like drastic difference in the actions. So those kinds of demonstrations, I think, really help in the real world.
Great, thank you. So let's thank the speaker once again. And this also concludes our oral talk.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Kwon. I'm from the Google DeepMind Robotics team. It's really a huge honor for me to be here to present this to you today. We'll talk to you about the present and the future plans of our efforts in developing cross-embodiment data sets and model. This is a project that would not have been possible without the just incredible outpouring of support we receive from the academic community, and it's currently a collaboration between 174 co-authors across Google and 22 academic institutions. I'm going to be joined today by Cal Persh, a postdoc at UC Berkeley and Stanford, who leads our dataset effort and is going to talk about the dataset bits. I'm also going to be joined by Chelsea Finn, a professor at Stanford, that's going to kind of share our future plans. And, you know, I think you've heard many things about the project at the conference. So to keep it interesting for you, we're going to discuss future plans and some more speculative guesses towards the end. And so where did this project come from? It really comes from the acknowledgement that in natural language processing and computer vision, large-scale data sets really unlock new capability and generalist model. And the key aspect, key property of these data sets is that they are naturally occurring. What that means is that people interact with the data, with the internet, and as a byproduct, they generate the images and the sentences that eventually form these data sets. And it's precisely because of this naturally occurring property that allow for the collections of large data set at a reasonable cost. Now you can ask the question, what is this equivalent of naturally occurring property in robot learning data set? And I'm not going to claim that we're even at ImageNet level yet, but I think we're taking step in the right directions. And I'll hand it off to Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Quan. So I guess at the beginning of the project, we started out with this goal of building a somewhat diverse and large robot learning research data set. And at the time, there were quite a few data sets already out there of somewhat sizable scale. But we realized that there's actually a lot more data that exists in the robot learning community, but it's not very widely used yet. And this is data that many of you guys are collecting in your everyday research to conduct some experiments. You're running some robots, they're doing some tasks, maybe you're rolling out some policies, and you end up with a small data set, right? Like a few hundred trajectories. You don't think it's particularly useful because nobody really has that robot, so why would they use that data anyways? But then the idea here is that we had when we started this project is when you take these small data sets and you put them together into a big pool, make them very easy to use together, then they may actually be more useful than each individual data set, and they become a very interesting and large data set for everybody to work with. And so this was the idea. We started out, we reached out to some folks and asked whether they would be interested to contribute their data. And we were very pleasantly surprised by all the positive feedback we got. And people were actually very excited about adding data and building this large data set. So it seemed like really a thing that the community wanted to do. And I think there's two main really benefits of doing this kind of pooling strategy. And one obvious one is scale. So we started this project around May. By June, we had the first 5 data sets that we integrated. But then within just a few months, we were able to actually integrate 60 data sets, just 4 months, much faster than probably what we could have done if we had tried to collect the data from scratch. So scale is a very obvious positive. But there's actually another one, which is diversity. And so I'm not just talking about diversity of having your robots in different labs and so on, but also diversity in the kind of characteristics of the data. So many different researchers are interested in different problems. And so naturally, they will collect data that focuses on different aspects of the robot learning problem. So for example, some people may be interested in long horizon tasks. So they will collect demonstrations for long horizon problems. Other may want to work on manipulating soft objects or dexterous tasks or kind of using tactile sensing. And so by pooling all of these data sets together, we end up with one data set that can capture many of these interesting problems that the current research community is interested in. So long story short, we took 60 data sets, we put them all into coherent format, and this is what we call the open cross-embodiment data set that you may have heard about before. It's a quite large data set. It has more than 1 million robot trajectories across 22 different robot embodiments. It was contributed by 34 research labs around the world and features more than 300 scenes. As I mentioned, it's cross-embodied, so we have many different robots. It is mostly robot arms, but there is some bimanual data in there, some wheeled robots, different types of arms. It's also quite diverse in the types of scenes that are in there. To be fair, most of the data was collected and contributed by academic labs, so a lot of the scenes look somewhat academic, with like tabletop settings and some lab. But there's some diverse data from other scenarios in there too. So we have some kitchen data, for example, we have some outdoor data. So there's some diversity there as well. And then in terms of the skills, it's not all pick and place. I think there's a lot of interesting kind of small data sets that people have collected on interesting skills. And there's a long tail of interesting tasks like pouring or cable routing or screwing and so on. And we have a very comprehensive analysis of all the kind of skills and objects that the robots interact with in our paper. And I highly encourage you to check that out. Now, making a big data set is just step one. I think making the data set usable is the very important second component. And so we tried really hard to make it very easy for you to work with this data set. All of the data sets are stored in a coherent format, which is T of records. You can load and sample within a few lines of code as shown here. And it really interoperates with any deep learning framework that you'd like to use. If you really want to use TensorFlow, it does work with TensorFlow, but we recommend maybe JAX or PyTorch, and it works with that too. We have some collabs that you can use to play with the data without downloading it. And importantly, we also provide tools to filter the data. So you don't need to download everything, but say you only want Franca data or you only want data with wrist camera images because that's what you're working on. It's very easy for you to go in and filter out the data sets that have this kind of data and then only use those data sets. Now, clearly, this data set is quite a bit different than the kind of data sets people usually work with in robot learning, specifically is cross-embodied. And to kind of visualize the challenges that come with that, I walked around our floor at Berkeley and took a bunch of photos of all the different robot learning setups we have on that one floor and one institution. And you can see it's already incredibly diverse. And I'm not just talking about the robots, also the kind of camera setups, the viewpoints, and so on. It's very, very different between the different setups. And that's clearly a big challenge for any model you want to train on that data because it needs to handle all of that diversity. And so I don't want to claim that in this project we found all the answers to this problem, but we made some initial efforts on trying to train models on this diverse data set. And I'm handing it back to Kwan, who will talk about the modeling efforts.
So what is the key research question we're going to be asking ourselves? So we have all of this different data set, one of them pushing along one dimension, as Carl described. We put all of them together and many, many more data sets. We have a data set that has quite large coverage. And we train a single model on this combined data sets. We have a generalist model. Now, the key question is the generalist model better than the specialist model? The specialist model that have been kind of optimized to work well with its corresponding data sets. The reason why we're asking this question is to ask, should we do more of this project, more similar project in the future? And to answer this question, generalist versus specialist, we're going to have two kind of considerations. The first is we want model architecture that have high capacity to absorb all of the knowledge that are contained in this data set. The second, and it's a more nuanced point, is that we want to make minimal modification to existing architecture to really understand the impact of data scaling on performance. And so to also get started with the project, and because of the constraint that I just described, the current modeling assumption that the model have is that it only control a single arm, only takes as input a single image and text instructions, and the robot mostly 2 fingers, parallel jaw. But as you can see from the GIF in the bottom, there's already quite interesting diversity in both the task and the image space for us to work with. And because of this consideration, we use RT1 and RT2 as the model architecture that were previously published from Google DeepMind Robotics. And it's important to note that the RT1X and RT2X model is literally just RT1 and RT2 trained on the open cross-embodiment data sets. There's already kind of interesting action space, velocity, absolute position, delta positions. And one of the other surprising facts about the project is how we ran evaluation, where training would be performed in one lab for a model that is small enough to run local inference with. We sent the checkpoint to a collaborator to help us run inference. And we do not standardize the control infrastructure or the evaluation setting across the labs. We kind of take advantage and use whatever exists already. For a model that is too large to run local inference with, we host the model in the cloud, and we allow the people that help us with evaluation to query the model through an API. And in total, in the result that I'm going to present to you, we ran 3,600 evaluation trial across 6 different robots. And the project would not have been possible without the outpouring of support we received from the academic community. I would particularly like to highlight the student and postdoc that we work with that help us with evaluation. Really, thank you. And so these are the first sets of results that got us really excited about in-distribution performance in the low data regime. We have tasks that require higher degree of precision, such as routing cable, and then we have tasks that interact with articulated objects, deformable objects, such as table wiping, and the more bread and butter pick and place tasks. And in this kind of plots in the top right, there are 3-bar chart. In the first one, starting from the left-hand side, this is the original methods that we expect has been reasonably optimized to work well with the corresponding data sets. And so the first bar is only trained on one data set. The second one in the middle is RT1, also trained on a single data set only. And the one in the rightmost bar chart, the one that's rainbow, is RT1 trained on the open cross-embodiment data set. And we consistently see a relative 50% improvement in success rate, even for in-distribution tasks. And this got us really excited. So that was the RT1 model evaluation in the loaded data regime. After that, we start thinking about kind of immersion scale evaluations. And I'll say why it's immersion in a little. But this is really, an existential question for the project. We have previously announced RT2, which have great generalization because of starting from a VLM backbone. You can ask the question, if I fine-tune my model from a VLM, if I have a large fleet of robot, and we'll have a fairly reasonable large amount of human demonstration, is data from the other robot going to be relevant and useful for me? And there are 3 axes that we're testing here. And these are kind of the axes that require understanding of concept that we know that the base VOM at the time was not good at. And even the RT2 model was also not good at. And there are 3 axes. There is understanding spatial relationship that is relative between object. So that's the one in the left-hand side. The one in the middle is to kind of understand absolute position and object part relationships. So that's the one in the middle. And the one in the right is to see if the model can now modulate low-level behavior based on a very small change in the task string. And these are skill or concept that does not exist in the data set that correspond to the robot we use for evaluation, but we know exists in the other robot data sets. And we call this emergent skill because we didn't know what to expect before we actually ran the evaluation. And to our great surprise, we see a consistent 3 times improvement in success rates when we include the open cross-embodiment data set in training. And there's 2 kind of fun facts here. The first is that the RT2X model here was really only trained once. That means we set the weights, we hit the button, we come back, we take the checkpoint, and then we run evaluation. So we didn't kind of have extensive tuning here, even for training. The RT2 model success rate is about 30%. So the increase in performance here, we do see that very consistently. And then,
Yeah, thanks, Quan. To summarize what we've talked about so far, I think we've introduced the open cross-embodiment dataset. It's pretty large. It has many robots. It is easy to use. It's fully open source, so I really highly encourage you guys to check it out. Quan has also just talked about the model improvements that we saw, and those are very exciting. So we're really glad with the outcome of this initial project. But really, we don't think things should stop here. And I guess maybe this part of the talk so far hasn't been too much novelty to you guys. I think people have discussed this data set in the past, so we tried to think a little bit about what else can we talk about. And I think we want to talk a little bit about what is still open, like what are the problems with the current model and what is there left to do going forward. So let's talk a little bit about dirty laundry. On the dataset side, the dataset is pretty big, it's pretty diverse, but really it's not truly in the wild. I mentioned most of the data comes from academic contributors who mostly collect data in academic labs. And so by design, basically, there is a certain bias towards maybe not really in the wild data. And so this dataset should grow in the future. We're really excited to keep contributing. We're hoping for lots of engagement from the community to keep improving this dataset. Specifically to point out a few shortcomings of the current data set, I think one thing that is really missing is really diverse environments. So most of the environments we have are different types of labs, maybe a little bit of outdoor data, but not actually a lot. Maybe collecting more data in households or factories or where we actually want robots to work eventually would be very helpful. On the robot embodiment side, a lot of the data currently is arms. I think I talked to many people also here at CoRL who are very excited about mobile manipulation, bimanual setups. We currently only have a little bit of that data. I'm very encouraged that many people said they want to contribute data like this. But yeah, increasing the number of embodiments and moving towards mobile and bimanual setup or also drones is something that we're very excited about. I think hand in hand with the embodiment question goes the task question. I think somewhat limiting currently is just like the single arm setup, but I think if you checked out the Aloha demo, for example, there is great hope that in the future, by moving towards more expressive hardware, we can also move towards more interesting tasks. And finally, something that we haven't really touched on in the dataset much so far is simulation. So at the moment, we have, I think, a grand total of 2 simulated datasets. But I think there's many exciting efforts on scaling simulated data generation, also presented here at CoRL, and we try to reach out to the authors and get them to contribute their datasets. But generally, I think if you have interesting simulated data that you think would be a good fit, I think we are very excited about working with you to add that data to the dataset as well. Now, I talked about data. Let's talk a bit about the model. I think Quan mentioned we made quite a few limiting assumptions so that we can get started on a model, but the current RDX models are not particularly flexible. So right now they can only take a single camera stream as input. They can only define tasks as language strings, and they can only control end effector control actions. But really, when we talk to people, I think one thing that many people say they would like in the model is that it's more flexible, that it can take different kinds of inputs, depth, proprioception, define goal images as the way to tell the model what task you wanted to solve, or control, different kind of robots that use joint control, or that have a base you need to move, or that have 2 arms. And then especially for academics like myself, I think it would also be very nice if those models were easily fine-tunable, which is not something we have focused on in the first project here. But there's reason to hope that we can make progress on these. I want to highlight a work that came out of the Google DeepMind folks in the London office recently, where they showed actually in this RoboCat project that it is possible, in fact, to train a model that can control multiple robots with multiple action spaces and improve from real data collected online in the real world. And so I think integrating some of these things into the models that we train on RTX would be very helpful. And I highly encourage you to check out this work. All right, so these are kind of the, let's say, shorter term improvements that we can make within the scope of the current project. But I think to make this a little bit more fun, we tried to speculate a little bit more and think about what other things can we do with this now created momentum of people working together in the robot learning community. And so one thing that comes up often in talking to people, what else does the robot learning community need beyond the data? Because we know we need data, but what else do we need? Is evaluations. I think this is a very common thread that many people say, okay, robotics does not have evaluations. But actually, if you think about it, evaluations in some sense are somewhat similar to data sets. One thing that we observed in this project is that there's many labs that have small data sets that by themselves are not maybe super expressive and indicative of performance, but when you pool them together, you end up with something that's much larger, much more diverse, and actually much more helpful for training these models. And maybe in evaluation, it's quite similar in the sense that there's many labs that have a few benchmarking tasks that they use for whatever, kind of a problem that they want to benchmark their models on. But if you were able to pool those kind of evaluations in simulation or real and make them easily accessible so that you end up with a very large and diverse kind of benchmarking set, that could be a very valuable contribution towards, benchmarking efforts in the robot learning community. So I think this is something that we're excited about. We're trying to brainstorm it a little bit. And if this is something that you're excited about too, we would be very happy to hear from you on that. Now I will hand it back to Kwan for a little bit more speculation.
So we didn't put the globe on the project website for only aesthetics reason. It's really trying to convey where we want the project to be eventually. We want to get to the point where there is no lost byte. What that means is that every time a robot is turned on in the world, we would like that data to be logged and to be eventually routed into a repository where we can use for training. And it's also important to ask the question of what constitute responsible data practices. How do we do lineage tracking and data version control at scale? For every byte that hits the model during training, how do I know where that comes from? And I like to make the argument that if you are developing new hardware, it's particularly in your interest to contribute data to the open cross-embodiment data sets, because that significantly reduces the expected cost for other people to adopt your hardware if someone demonstrates that they can take the data set that you open source and zero shots to your hardware in a new environment. So that's the first speculative bet. What does it take to create the internet of robotics data? The second bet is if you look really hard at the experiment that we ran for RT2X, you can ask, why did we push along those 3 axes? And what happened is we have a base VOM that was really good at the time. If you fine-tune it on RT1 robot data, you get RT2. And we know that both RT2 and the base VOM was kind of not doing great in this 3 axes of spatial understanding, relative spatial understanding, absolute spatial understanding, and modulating behavior based on a small change in the instructions. And then what happened next was that we take the base VOM, we co-fine-tune it with only 12 robotic data sets. There are 60 robotic data sets in the data mixture now, but the model that we eval on was only trained on 12, purely because we wanted to fix the training mixture. And we see a consistent 3x improvement in this kind of spatial understanding and following modulating action based on a small change in behavior. And I like to make the argument that, really spatial object understanding eval and absolute position understanding eval are spatial concept acquisitions. So for whatever reason, the base model was not good at spatial understanding. You fine tune it with robotic actions, and now it demonstrates a kind of very good understanding of the spatial concept and expresses that understanding through actions. So clearly that understanding is in the model now. An interesting question that you can ask is, can you now elicit those understanding through other query interface? Is the model better at spatial reasoning if you ask it on VQA questions now? So that's the kind of spatial concept acquisition. And this modulating behavior based on a small change in instruction, it's really fine-grained instruction following. And so you can now go and ask the question, is this model better at, let's say, controlling a website or controlling your phone or doing tasks for you in the digital space? And so if you were here for Carol talk yesterday, the robot should be kind of riding the wave of things that happen outside of robotic. And I think that should definitely happen. But there is the chance that we can contribute back to outside of robotics to make the model that is outside of robotic even better, because the problem that we deal with in robotics of making decisions under constraints, making decisions that takes into account the contextual knowledge is actually very relevant and kind of is naturally grounded, so to say.
All right, to round this out a little bit, I think we had a lot of fun in this project. It was quite a different type of project than any other of the academic projects I've been a part of before. We had weekly meetings with more than 50 attendees, more than 130 people on the invite list. It was very energizing, a lot of people contributing to one effort. I want to give a big shout out to Kwan, who managed this all very masterfully. And this is a big contribution to making this actually go so smoothly. Within 4 months, we had data set out. So this is really for Kwan's management skills. I think overall, this is maybe a kind of a new type of effort in the robotics learning community. I'm not aware of any other effort with so many authors on one direction, and we're really excited to keep this momentum going. I think we discussed a few directions that we think would be valuable to explore in the future, and we're very interested to also hear from all of you guys what you think would be exciting to do together.
I'm very touched. So yeah, we definitely do not want to stop here. We want to continue to grow the data set to demonstrate more interesting capability. If you want to contribute data, we have a form on the project website where you can indicate your interest. If you want to use the data and the model, we have a GitHub repo where you can ask questions and raise issue. And for any other inquiries, please kind of email this Google Groups. And you can see, Chelsea is there. There is one more thing that we'd like to share. It's really a question to the community.
So one of the things that I think is most exciting about the RTX project is that we actually have a model that's capable of being run on many different platforms at many different institutions for many different tasks. For example, 2 students in my lab at Stanford, Mujin and Max, evaluated the RT2X model on some WidowX's at Stanford, without the model ever having been trained on WidowX data at Stanford. And so these models really are capable of working out of the box without extensive hyperparameter tuning for the particular test scenario or cherry picking or and so on and so forth. And so I think that this opens an exciting possibility of not just testing these kinds of models in the environments that that collaborators are in, but in many more situations on many other robots. And so one exciting possibility that we've been discussing, an idea that we've been discussing, is potentially opening up a public API that allows researchers in the community to prompt the model with a language instruction and an image captured by the robot's camera, and being able to get actions from the RT2X model. And I think that something like this is a really exciting idea because it opens up the door towards kind of an era where we're not just comparing algorithms and kind of trained on data at individual institutions, but actually evaluating models and how well they work in unseen scenarios. And so we're not making any commitments at this time, but we'd really like to gauge interest in an API like this and what sort of use cases people think they would use if they were to actually have access to an API to the RT2X model. And so if you're interested potentially in using something like this, I really encourage you to fill out the form linked on the RTX website. The form is also available at the QR code.
And with that, I'd like to really extend a big thank you to for the community again that really enabled this project. I'd like to thank Carl, my partner in crime. That is such a pleasure to work with. And with that, we'd like to open it up to questions. Oh, it's kind of hard to see you with the blinding lights, but I think I saw a hand over there.
Academic labs. My question is, do you think Google as a big corporate, will there be like legal and corporate restrictions in the future for the development of the data set, especially maybe 15 years from now, we have commercialization of these products?
That's a great question. I think robotic is still very hard. We don't want to convey the expectation that we will have a robust, safe, and high performance 99% solution that works anywhere, anytime soon. But when the legal aspect comes in, it's really about doing things in a responsible manner and engaging with the community in a responsible manner.
Sorry, maybe I can also give my 2 cents here since I'm not a Googler. I think we made sure that at least all the data sets we're releasing in this effort are licensed under a freely usable, even commercially usable license. And so all of that data is open source for sure and can be used by anyone. So anybody who contributes data, it's definitely made sure that this data will benefit everyone else in the community.
Trying to see if there are more hands in the audience. If you want to ask a question, please feel free to just stand up. This is where you ask the question, is no question a good thing or a bad thing? If there are no further questions, I would like to end the talk here and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kwang, Carl, and Chelsea. So next up is our keynote speaker. And today, it's a great pleasure and also honor to have Dr. Zhenyou Zhang with us today. Zhenyou Zhang is a chief scientist at Tencent, China, and is a director of Tencent AI Lab and Tencent Robotics X since March 2018. Before that, he was a partner research manager with Microsoft Research at US for 20 years. Dr. Zhang is an ACM fellow and IEEE fellow. He is the founding editor-in-chief of IEEE Transaction of Cognitive and Developmental Systems. It's on the honorary board of International Journal of Computer Vision and on the steering committee of the Machine Vision and Applications. He was the general co-chair of IEEE CVPR 2017 and received IEEE Helmholtz Test of Time Award at ICCV 2013 for his paper on camera calibration. According to Google Scholar, he has over 70K citations. Let's welcome Zhenyou Zhang.
Thank you, Jian, for the introduction. Hello, good morning. It's a new community for me and a very exciting community. I have never been attending this conference, but it's really a great pleasure to present my recent work. And I want to thank Jay and the organizing committee to have invited me to give this talk. So as Jay mentioned, I'm from Tencent, but Tencent probably is not well known in the world. Actually, Tencent is the largest internet company in China, and it's among the top 10 largest companies in the world. 1/3 of the company is in gaming, so it's the largest gaming company in the world. And another part of Tencent is about social network. It's like Meta. And another part of Tencent is in payment, online payment, etc. Like WeChat Pay, maybe equivalent to PayPal. Not actually. I think the payment in China is much more, online payment is much more advanced than in the US. So I'm going to talk about lifelike robotic learning through hierarchical neural control. The testbed of the work is the quadrupedal robot called Tencent Max. We developed ourselves. So this is the 4-legged robot, weighted 14 kilograms. Each leg has 3 actuators that can provide continuous torque of 22 Newton meter at average. But the one special design, it's an innovative design, is we have the wheels on the knee. Okay, so that's different. So this means the robot can traverse different rough terrain with legs, but on the flat surface, it can roll on the wheels. So this saves the energy. And also, we have only one driving system for both legs and wheels. So we don't have two separate systems to drive legs and wheels. It's the same. So there's a trick, a design on the knee, so it can change from the leg control and wheel control. And the control I'm presenting today is an end-to-end deep neural network trained by a hierarchical scheme with reinforcement learning and generative pre-trained models. And here's a preview of the robot running. So as we know, the robots have been widely used in automation in production lines. Of course, these robots are not what we are interested today in this audience. So we are more interested in intelligent robots. This means the robot should have some autonomy, and it should be able to do autonomous learning and problem solving, and it should adapt and replan when the environment changes. Okay, and the Tencent Robotics X Lab was established in early 2018. And at that time, I proposed this called the A2G theory to guide the development of our lab. And A2G, just the first initials of this 8 English words. A for AI, because the robot need to see, to hear, to speak, to reason. So that's the AI part. And B for the body. Obviously, especially in China, people think humanoid form is the best. But I don't think this is, at least this is the one everyone knows, but there might be better form factor than the humanoid. C for control, robot needs to be controlled. So ABC forms the foundation for the robot. Then above that, we have this D for developmental learning, because we want the robot to interact with the environment, with people, with other robots, and it should learn from failure. So then it can do better. And if they are successful, then should do even better. So that's like a kid, should develop their mechanical skills, social skills, emotional skills. Okay, so that's the D. E for emotional intelligence, EQ, because we want the robot to coexist with us, with humans. And the robot need to understand the human emotions, but also the robot need to exhibit their emotion. So we human need to know whether the robot understands us or not. Okay, and if for flexible manipulation, and that's one key aspect, I think, for the robot to be really useful in our daily life. Because if the robot cannot do physical jobs, its use, its importance is much more limited. And at the end, we want the robot to be our guardian angel. It should be connected to the sensors in the environment and to the cloud, to the other people, to the family members, etc. So we are always be protected by the robot. And that's, I think, the future for us for the harmonious coexistence of robots and humans. And in terms of the autonomy, we have to think about two ways of autonomy. The first is I call the reactive autonomy, such as when someone kicks a robot, or like us, when we walk and we are tripped by small obstacles, then we have to be recovered to be balanced quickly, immediately. And the second is the deliberate or purposive autonomy. So for example, when I try to jump off or walk down the stage, and we need to plan, or like the robot want to open the door, need to do some planning. Okay. So from this observation, we have to think about how to control robot. The traditional control paradigm is like a sensing, planning, acting, and then go back to sensing. But this paradigm does not really help us to solve this reactive intelligence. So when we are tricked, right, we don't have time to think how we should balance. So this reaction should be very fast. Okay. So this traditional paradigm is not very useful in the future, I think. But this is the way we have been doing for quite some time. So I propose this new paradigm called SLAP. Sensing, S for sensing, L for learning, A for action, people planning. The first important difference is we should have learning, and learning should be part of planning, sensing, and action. Okay, so that's everywhere should have the learning, should learn from the environment, learn from the experience. Then the second very different part is sensing and acting are tied very closely to each other. This is key to achieve reactive autonomy. Okay. So when there's sensing and it's not as predicted, then should be acting quickly. So sensing, acting. And if we compare this SLAP paradigm with our human intelligence, as Daniel Kahneman in his book Thinking Fast and Slow, he is proposing two systems to model our human cognition. The system one is mostly intuitive, instinct thinking, and it's very fast. And 95% of time is spent on this system one. And only when the system one cannot solve the actual problem, then it will go up to the system two, and it spends only 5% of time. And our reactive autonomy is equivalent to system one, and the deliberate intelligence or purposive autonomy is equivalent to system two. And in his Thinking Fast and Slow book, it's besides the system one, system obviously is a perception in the front. And the system one is more, as I said, more intuitive, but for system two, it's a reasoning part. Okay. And inspired by this paradigm, we proposed this hierarchical system. And this is similar to our human brain. We have this cerebellum. It's very automatic control our body movement or muscles. And then you have the cerebrum, which is a big brain, which can do the cognition, etc. So with that inspiration, we have this multi-level systems. And the next slide, we have this more detailed one. So we divided our robot control into 3 levels. The first level is the primitive level control. The input of the control is the proprioception of the robot, like the joint angles, etc. And another input is the latent variable, which will be provided from the top, from the higher level. And the output is the torque, which controls the robot movement. And the second level of control is environment level control, ELC. And the input is about the environment, the exteroception, and also the proprioception, and a navigation command, which will come from a higher level, that's a strategic level control. And the output is the latent variable, which will drive the primitive level control. And the third level is a strategic level control. That's the input is a task-specific information, plus the exteroception and proprioception. And then the output is a navigation command, which will drive the ELC, environment level control. And the advantage of decoupling these 3 levels of control is that we can train each level separately. And the pre-trained model can be updated without affecting other levels. Okay, that's as I will show later. Now, let's take a deeper look at each level of control. So for the primitive level control, we want to achieve life-like behaviors. So we want to observe how human and animals behave. And we want to summarize the knowledge. And we don't want to do hard coding or writing rules. And the method we use is generative pre-trained models. But the difference between our pre-trained model with other pre-trained like a large language model is that in NLP or CV, the model generates samples that are homogeneous with the input samples in training, text to text, for example. Now we are doing obviously multimodal large language model. But for our robot control, the data are automatically multimodal because we have the motion and also the 3D environment information. But the output is a torque to control the robot. Okay, that cannot be collected from human or from animals. So we need to generate the control signal instead of data samples. Okay, so the data in this talk is about robot dog. So it's collected with a dog running on the treadmill. And here are the steps for the primitive level control. So first, we collect the dog motion with the motion capture system. And since the real dog and our robot are different, so we need to retarget to the robot morphology. And we use MLP, multi-layer perception, as an encoder to abstract the motion data. And here we use a vector quantized code book. And as we'll show later, this is much better than VAE and the GAN-based method. And then we use a decoder to output action. That's output the torque to control the robot. And we train the network using reinforcement learning with an imitation reward. And when we use this model, we just replace the encoder with some latent variable from the the upper level, or we just input a random number. That's the video you saw at the first slide. Okay. And then we train in a virtual environment and deploy via zero-shot way. So there's no need to do fine-tuning or sim-to-real transfer. But if we do it, should it be better? But here are some details for the training of the primitive level control. So we collected a half hour of the dog running on the treadmill, captured at 120 frames per second. And we had to do the important sampling over data clips. And the POC trained to track all motion data on only flat terrain. And later, in the second level, we'll deal with different environment. But in this case, only flat terrain, that's enough. And we use 256 codes for the vector quantized model. And for the sim-to-real, in the simulation, we added random parameters like terrain friction, perturbation force, and the torque limit. And we trained in 4 days on V100 GPUs. And in order to see the difference between what we learned from the animal, so here we use 4 criteria. The first one is the swing time. That's the period while the foot is not in contact with the ground. And the second is the stance time. That's the period when all the foot are in contact with the ground. And also the step distance, step height. So here on the right, we have the first row is for the front legs, the second row for the back legs. And the first column, first line, is the distribution collected on the real data. And the second is the distribution with our trained model. And the other 4 are for other different methods. As you can see, the distribution from our model is very similar to the real data. And now let's take a look at the video with only the primitive motor control. So here the latent variable is a random sampling. So we don't know, where the robot want to go, okay? Because it's a random number. And if we take a look, it's like the robot has some spirit, okay? Because it has its own behavior, okay? It's not controlled by us. So it can continue to run. And it's outdoor. And here's the comparison between the training in the virtual world or digital world and the real world. As I mentioned earlier to Jay, we have this integrated physical digital world framework. So we train in the digital world and we run in the physical world. But the control is the same to control the robot in the digital world and the same to control the robot in the physical world. And once we have this primitive level control learned from the real dog, then we have to work on the second level, which is environmental level control. And also, since the learning is on the flat terrain, then the robot has to adapt to different kind of environment. So here, after the pre-training, we fix the VQ code and the decoder learned from the primitive level. And the EOC, now the environmental level control, take exteroception and a command to infer what's the best latent variable for POC to interact with the environment. Okay, so this way we can learn multiple parallel EOCs. For example, when we want to do the creeping, jump over an obstacle, or walk on the stairs, then after one EOC for each environment, we can then compress into a unified EOC through policy distillation. And here on the lower right, we compare the training with this two level of separation with the single control. Okay, so the red one is the success rate or training with this two level of separation, okay, hierarchical level. And as you can see, it can learn very quickly. And if we want to learn a single control from scratch, and that's a blue line, and that's very, very slow and very difficult to achieve high quality. And here are some details for the EOC. We use pipe bullet to simulate the environments. Here we train the 4 different environments, creeping, hurdles, block, stairs in parallel by sharing a fixed POC learned in the earlier stage. And with some sim-to-real tricks, we again added the terrain friction, perturbation force, and torque limit, and some random obstacle shapes and combinations. And this, we use only one V100 GPU and trained for 4 days for each environment. And we learned the creeping, walking on stairs, jumping over hurdles, traversing over blocks. And we also tested the success rate, and it's almost 100% for every case. And even though the torque is limited to between minus 15 to positive 15 Newton meters, but it learns to use less energy. So it's only between minus 5 to 5, roughly. And now let's take a look at the second one. And here we have the control, ask the robot to walk like number 8 around 2 poles. So now it learns to obey our human asks. Okay, in the previous one, it's just a random sampling, so we have no control. Now we can control the robot. Jumping. So after the robot learn how to deal with different environments and different obstacles, then the robot can perform some tasks. That's at a strategic level. So here we fixed the POC and EOC. Okay, and now we give a task to the robot, then it will try to solve the problem. And that's called a strategic level control. And here we design a chess tag game in which two robots act as a chaser and an evader, respectively. And their role will switch by triggering a flag randomly plugged in the environment. Okay, and the game ends when the current chaser catches the current evader. And actually, this is relatively simple for our team, because our team has worked on the StarCraft 2, and we built an AI bot which built a human master in China server and the Korean server. Okay, so they are really good at strategic game playing. So here are some details about this strategic level control. We simulated the environment as a chess tag game, and this SAOC is trained only on flat terrain without any obstacles. Okay, we prioritize fixtures safe play, and also we don't have any obstacles added in the simulation. And later you'll see when we add obstacles, it will deal with automatically, because the POC can deal with that. Okay, and this is trained with full V100 GPUs in 40 hours. And before we take a look at the video, we can mention some interesting observations that's emerged from this SAOC. So first, if the chaser estimates that it has no chance to catch the evader before the evader approaches the flag, then it gives up and wandering around to wait. Maybe a flag will appear around the robot. Okay, that's the first behavior. The second is the chaser is about to catch the evader, and it performs a punch, try to catch the animal. Okay, and that's learned automatically. We didn't have that behavior in the real data. And the third is arbitrary obstacles seen in the training. It can be in training in the EOC, can be included randomly without a result to retraining the SAOC. Okay, that's as I mentioned, the advantage of this hierarchical neural control. And in the real world game, we try to limit the speed of only 0.5 meters per second, but the actual robot can run much faster. Okay, so let's take a look at the video of the tag chasing game. First, on the flat terrain. So it sees near the flag. So the other robot just wander around, and then it try to cheat with a curved trajectory. Okay, now it has no. And now we add some obstacles which has not been used in the training of SLC. This is a pounce, okay, like a real animal, right? Okay. This is just one robot is controlled by a human. Obviously, the human cannot win. So, okay, I don't need to play this one. So to summarize this work, so we use this hierarchical scheme to do the neural control of the robot, and learn the knowledge at each level can be enriched and updated by only fine-tuning that same level without change other levels. That's the advantage. And that's updates on one level do not affect other levels. So if we add a new AOC, we just learn, I mean, a new environment, which learn a new EOC, and that EOC can be compressed into the earlier learned pre-trained EOC using this policy distillation. And I will show another video, which is about recovery when it's fall down, and we don't need to train other. We need to train only on the POC without learn the EOC or ACOC. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at this. This is another skill learned when it falls down. It's harder to make it fall. And when it falls, it will get up, continue to run. And this method is extensible. Okay, this one is extensible and scalable. So, for example, we can apply the exactly same control to a human boxing. So we learn the POC, primitive level control, only from one person doing the exercise of boxing. And then when two people fight with each other, we just learn in the digital world, okay, in virtual world to do. And it looks like pretty realistic, right? And if you are interested in the details, you can take a look at the papers. And since I still have some time, I will show you a few other videos. This is the same robot Max traversing we call the prime pose. It's the same Max. But this is not learned. This is the earlier work, not learned with this neural control. So it is no sound. You can play the music sound here. Can you turn on the audio? It's not audio. It's not necessary, but it's. No? Okay. It's okay. So the vision is in the front, so it has to infer in real time the location of each pole from the environment, and then control the foot accurately on each pole. It's not easy. Now it will switch to the wheels on the. Oh, that's the earlier one. And that's another robot we built. It's leg the wheels robot. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, so final video. We are also working on the flexible manipulation. So the hand is built by ourselves, and we have a tactile sensing on the fingertip. So all the black part is the tactile sensors. In-hand manipulation. And to put it in the small hole, because the vision is not accurate enough, you have to use the tactile sensing on the finger to put. Okay, that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, this is so cool. Thank you very much for insightful talk and also very cool videos. Maybe I can start with my first question. Then if there's questions on audience, please raise your hand so we can throw the mic to you. So the first question I have is, you show all these like a very capable hardware, and it seems that Tencent is building these hardware. And in the last few years, we have, the entire research community has benefited a lot from the hardware from China, such as a Unitree and so on. I wonder like whether Tencent is selling these hardware as well. So what's a longer term plan?
So we are different from Unitree. Unitree is a startup commercializing robots. We are not commercializing robots. We are very good friends with the founder. So we are aiming at a very different level of tasks we want to accomplish. Okay, as I mentioned from the beginning, when I proposed this A to G theory, really it's my ambition to establish this robotic lab in order to develop the technology needed in order for the robot to coexist harmoniously with us. And I think it's still a long way to go. So commercialization is not our first priority. Even though I showed some cool hardware we built ourselves, but if we do the commercialization, I don't think I have enough time and effort to do more, more advanced research. Okay, my lab is only 50 people, full-time employees, still big compared with a startup, but our ambition is high. So if you are interested in, welcome to join my lab. But we are not doing that. So don't expect Tencent will sell some of the hardware for you to do the academic research. So sorry for that. Yeah, I have to be clear because then you know right. If we want to do commercialization, it takes a lot of effort. Yeah.
It would be great if these hardware can be used in research.
Great, really impressive videos. I'm actually curious, how many takes did it require to get these videos to work? I mean, in other words, how many outtakes?
So not many. So we have the exhibition hall in the Tencent. So if you are coming, we'll show you live demos. Yeah. Obviously, hardware will break if you flip over too many times. It will break. Okay, it's not a production quality, but it's pretty reliable. So like the working on the Prime, it's a single shot. Okay, yeah, single shot. Yeah, it's from the beginning to the end.
Okay, I just want to,
but not 100% accurate success rate. Yeah.
Okay, because Boston Dynamics has said that it's up to 200 takes to get some of their videos. So I'm just
that's probably the humanoid. I don't think for the quadrupedal, the Spot Mini, I think it's pretty reliable.
It's better.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right, good.
So we are not working on the humanoid robot.
Okay, thanks.
And as I mentioned, you know, for my A to G theory, right? I put the B very prominently because we want to study what's the best form factor for us to build in order to serve for the robot to serve us. Okay, not necessarily the humanoid robot. I mean, humanoid way, everyone can imagine what's a humanoid robot, but I want to explore all the possibilities. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Any question from the audience?
Yeah, here's one behind you.
Hi, thank you for the great talk. I have one question. So in the first stage of your three-stage theory, the primitive learning stage, I saw you first collect the action data from a real dog.
Yeah.
And then use like a VQVAE to learn the primitives. So I wonder this VQVAE pipeline, if it can also learn from like noisy web videos of dogs. Like if you take a web video of the dog and you use some like post estimation to give some pseudo labels, and you learn from that instead of like
so we have not set will be nice. Set definitely will be nice, and then we'll have much more data, right?
Yeah.
So the difficulty here is we need the 3D positions of the legs moving. So we want to have accurate 3D position of the foot, the leg, etc. to control. Because we use the imitation learning. The reward is how good the robot dog behaves from the kinetic level to the real dog, right?
Right.
And if we try to do from the video, you have to learn to estimate the position of the leg from video. That's another one. It's doable.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the estimation of the like pose is definitely more like much noisier than
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Data. Yeah, I just
But
wonder.
On the other hand, you have more data, so probably it's okay.
Yeah.
More noisier data. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think I was wondering like if this VQAE can somehow learn a better compression of the action data, so it can remove the noisy part of the data and learn the actual like primitives. So if it has any advantage than other like vanilla behavior cloning from the web video data or other like methods, because like people are struggling with learning from web videos, right? So the big reason is that like the label is too noisy. So I wonder if VQAE can get rid of the noisy part.
It can get rid of noise. Yeah,
learn a better compression of the.
I see. I think it's we have not done that, but we are thinking. It's important to learn more like a dog is, you can ask a dog to run on treadmill. If it's a wolf or other, like it's very hard. So if we can learn from the video, it would be nice. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thanks for the really nice talk. For the last demos that you showed, you said it was not learning based. I'm just curious, like what methods did you use? Because for example, for the drinks making thing, even scripting something like that will be very, very difficult. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, so that's just a traditional model prediction control.
But then can you share
it's a whole body, whole body control. Yeah,
I see. But even scripting like the motions and all must have been like quite tedious, right? So can you share some?
No. We have also the motion capture of a real bartender.
Okay.
We have a but the control is not neural control.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Otherwise, we don't know how to do that. So we learned from a real bartender motion capture data.
Cool. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the great talk. I have a question about the motion capture data from the animal videos. Did you need to do a lot of filtering to make sure you only get the parts of the motion capture you want to imitate? Like, were there maybe some behaviors that you couldn't imitate because they're different kinematics, or maybe you don't want that behavior, or do you just use everything?
We use everything, yeah.
Oh, very cool. So did you need to have a dog that was very similar in size to the robot, or did it work with anything?
We have one step called retargeting.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, to find a dog which can run as people ask, that's already difficult. To find a dog same size as a robot, that's even harder. Yeah.
Thank you.
And the targeting is useful because we don't have many data. So if we have a lot of data, then probably the retargeting can be learned also automatically. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the great talk. I'm a student working in dextral ablation, so I really like the video showing the at the last for the dextral hand. So I think I have a question to you. Like you mentioned that you want to explore all the possibility to build a robot hand, right? Not just try to imitate the robot hand, human hand. So I'm thinking like if we for the design pipelines, if we just want to like build a hand that look like the human hand, it's very straightforward. But for the other possibilities, are you able to like build all the different hands and try them on the hardware and then test like evaluate the performance, or you have any other design pipelines to find the correct or like the most best model for the hand?
That's a great question. Actually, we spend a lot of time try to figure out what's the best form factor for the hand. Two fingers, that's commonly used. Actually, for the earlier work, we use the 2 fingers too. And then currently we are doing the 3. Actually, we have studied how whether we need the 5 fingers. Definitely, we don't. I think for 90% or even 95% of tasks, we don't need the 5 fingers. At least we don't need the full articulated 5 fingers. So we are now designing a new, more complicated than this 3 fingers hand. Yeah. But it's hard. It's in theory we want to do simulation in the digital world to evolve different morphology of the hand and find the best hand with the smallest number of actuators, complete the maximum number of tasks the human usually use. Yeah,
yeah. I also have a follow-up question. So like in addition to the test rate, like you can like compare all the hands. Do you think other like performance metrics that can also be used to evaluate the performance, like the completion task completion time or like energy needed to complete the task? Do you think?
Yeah, those are the important things. Yeah. So for the hand, yeah. So it's hand is much more difficult actually than we used to think. Yeah, it's difficult, and also the tactile sensing on the fingers is extremely important in order to, to do the flexible manipulation. So that's why from the very beginning, I have this F flexible manipulation in my direction. So from the very beginning, tactile sensing is one of the biggest research effort in my lab. Yeah.
So we have time for one last question.
Hi, thanks for the talk. In your architecture at the lowest level, did you have to go through all the way to the torque control? Did it make a difference? And was it also harder to do sim-to-real transfer at the torque control level?
So we have the 3D model of the robot Max in the simulation. So the control, etc. We have the model. So we have the reinforcement learning in the training in order to because the torque, the control cannot be observed from the real dog, right? So we have to try different things in the reinforcement learning framework, so to generate a right torque, so the behavior is similar to the real dog. Yeah.
I meant instead of torque, you could also do position control. Like
we use torque to control. Yeah. If you want to position control, we use torque.
Yeah. Have you tried to compare the difference? Did you decided?
Position control, I think, is not as. I mean, in this type of control, it's better to have a torque because you have the continuity. It's better, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, let's thank our speaker again. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you. Yeah.
This concludes the keynote. So please be back at 1:45 for the final oral session. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Johnson Wang, and today I'm excited to share our work measuring interpretability of neural policies of robots with disentangled representation. And this is a joint work with Wei Xiao, Tim Saide, Rami Hassani, and Daniel Rus. So interpretability is critical for robot learning as it can build up human trust in the autonomous agents and allows robot to better interact with human. Furthermore, by gaining more insights into the underlying decision-making of robots, we can more easily debug or maintain the system at both development and deployment time. Interpretability of neural networks has been widely studied to remedy the black box property of deep learning, like saliency map, neural semantics, logic rules, etc. However, interpreting robot behavior in learning-based models is challenging, as their decision-making strategies are emergent and not known beforehand. Most existing works focus on injecting interpretable structure into the model. Some recent works look at the value functions or neural network dynamics, yet they investigate less on the quantification aspect. Our work follows the high-level pipeline as, first of all, come up with a way to describe robot behavior as well as discover their emergent. And second, building on top of such abstraction, provide quantification of interpretability of robot policies. So we first describe how we can use decision trees to describe robot behavior and extract their emergence. We aim to associate neural responses with logic program, which can be later on used as the factor of variation in disentanglement. Factors of variation has been widely studied in unsupervised learning. The idea is to find the underlying explanatory data, factors of data, for example, hairstyles, object colors, or shape. In our work, we aim to find the factors of variation in robot learning as learned emergent behaviors or skills. We start by training a decision tree that maps robot environmental state S to neural responses Z. Next, we trace out the decision paths to construct data pairs with decision paths and neuron responses, as illustrated on the bottom right. Here, each decision path becomes an instantiation of behavior associated with a specific neural responses. Next, to understand the decision-making of neural policies at deployment time, which may have no access to robot or environmental states, we train a classifier on top of this set of decision paths to predict the behavior of neural policies directly from the neural responses. Finally, after combining all modules, we can first perform a regular inference of robot policy, and second, extract the neural responses and then use them to decipher the behaviors carried out by the policies. After instantiating and finding the behavior of robot policy, we propose to use disentanglement measure to quantify interpretability. The first proposed metric is neural response variance. It is computed as the average normalized variance of the neural responses corresponding to each decision path. And specifically, we compute the variance within a set of samples associated with a specific behavior. This metric captures the concentration of neural responses that correspond to the same behavior. So for example, as illustrated on the right, the neural responses spanning within a narrower band for one behavior is considered good in this metric. The second metric is mutual information gap. This metric computes the normalized difference between the highest and the second highest mutual information of each decision path with individual neural activations. First, we compute the best match between the neural responses Z and behavior P measured by mutual information. Then we compute the second best. This leads us to measuring the gap between the best match and the second best match, where the larger the gap is, the clearer pattern of neural responses with respect to a behavior is. What's interesting in the context of robot learning is the conversion term here, which handles the inherent correlation between factors of variation. So for example, walking and running behavior may be correlated depending on how they are described. Intuitively, mutual information gap measures how discriminative the correlation between the neural response is with one behavior as opposed to the others. For example, as illustrated on the right, good performance occurs when neuron is only activated at a certain behavior and non-correlated at all with the others. The third metric is modularity score, and the non-modularity is computed as the normalized variance of mutual information between its neural response and all non-matched decision paths. Intuitively, for an ideally modular representation, each neuron will have high mutual information to a single factor of variation and low mutual information with all the others. This metric is in a high level similar to mutual information gap, but focus more on the concentration of a single vector. The quick takeaway so far is we first of all identify the factor of variation in robot learning as decision paths, and second, use disentanglement to measure interpretability. In the following slides, we demonstrate some experimental analysis answering the following three questions. First, what can we extract from neural responses? Second, how effective the disentanglement is to measure the interpretability of policy. Third, what architecture is more interpretable throughout the lens of disentanglement. To better perform quantitative analysis on the proposed interpretability measure, we examine whether the proposed metrics are indicative of other human interpretability metrics. Specifically, we follow a prior work that studied human interpretability. We adopt the metrics including explanation size and cognitive chunks. For quantitative analysis, our high-level experimental plan is to see if this entanglement measure can be indicative of interpretability across the following models, including FC, GRU, LSTM, ODR, and CFC, and NCP. And what we want to see essentially is the ranking by disentanglement and by human interpretability are aligned with each other across all models. Here, we look at the locomotion task. And for visualization, we only focus on the response of few neurons. And interestingly, by observing the decision paths, we identify various behaviors, including periodic gait cycle and recovery motions in failure moments like early touchdown or forward flipping. Note that the poses here are not just illustration, but also actual samples retrieved based on neural responses associated with the desired decision paths. Next, we aim to investigate into the remaining two questions. So the table shown here is the full result of disentanglement metrics and human interpretability metrics across various models. And among them, we found NCP achieved the best interpretability. Next, we show the ranking correlation across all models between disentanglement and interpretability. Among the proposed metrics, mutual information gap is the most indicative of human interpretability. Lastly, we demonstrate some analysis on vision-based driving. On the left, we show how each decision path corresponds to a driving behavior. On the right, we show the face portraits on the space of lateral deviation and relative heading with respect to the lane center. The color here indicates the neural responses, and the arrow here are the closed dynamics of the task. We can see how the face plane is partitioned into multiple behaviors. We can also retrieve from view image, which is the observation input of the policy based on neural activation. They correspond to the four behaviors shown in the previous slides. Similar to locomotion tags, we have consistent finding that NCP being the most disentangled and interpretable, and then mutual information gap is the most indicative metric of interpretability. We also conduct counterfactual tests by removing neurons with useless logic program by human judgment, such as speed-only logic program on the left. The table on the right shows the closed-loop performance of removing such neurons. As expected, we observed no effect of removing those useless neurons as in column 3 and 7. Here, we also show the driving profile of lateral deviation from the lane center throughout time. The red curve is the reference, and the green and cyans are the result removing different neurons. Despite not affecting the quantitative metrics in the above table, we can still see the final influence of the actual control signals from those neurons. So in summary, we present to use decision tree to extract behavior from neural responses and introduce a set of interpretability measures in the lens of disentanglement. We show that disentanglement, especially mutual information gap, can be indicative measure of interpretability for robot learning. Also, we demonstrate interesting emergent behavior extracted from neural responses. Thanks again for all my amazing collaborators, and please visit our poster in the afternoon now at part 30. Thank you.
Do we have questions? I have a question here while the next speaker sets up. You talked about this idea of individual neurons. How do you decide which ones, or do you do this for the whole architecture?
Oh, sorry. We basically use, we pick a kind of like a bottleneck layer and then use all the neurons in that layers. And then basically, if there are multiple layers in the network architecture, we first of all use some kind of intuition to pick those that looks like bottleneck. And otherwise, we just test across multiple layers and see which one is the best.
And then the metrics that you were using were built for reconstruction-based models such as VAEs. How do they perform for MLP-based models where you are going from high dimensional to low dimensional outputs?
So wait, can you?
So the metrics that you were using, for example, from the previous papers were built for VAEs.
Yes.
How would they perform, or what is the guarantee that they would work well for these sort of architectures which go from images or high dimensional to action-based models like MLPs?
I guess that's why we test on multiple architectures, and our goal is probably not to see how compact the representation can be by doing any kind of learning, but just use those as a baseline and then try to test whether our metrics is valid. Thank you.
Thank the speaker once again. Thank you very much. Next up, we will have Shubo Liu talking about task-oriented Koopman-based control with contrastive encoder. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Shubo. I'm a PhD student from Simon Fraser University. In case you don't know where it is, I just want to show that we're in Vancouver, located on the west coast of Canada, and I welcome everybody to visit. Okay, I'd like to introduce our paper, task-oriented Koopman-based control with contrastive encoder. So to start off, I'd like to introduce a bit of background of this work, which is Koopman-based control. So basically, Koopman-based control arises from the Koopman operator theory, where people find, based on their theory, it is possible to achieve linear control for any nonlinear systems by lifting the state space to infinite dimensions. So what Koopman control does is actually obtain three components in a data-driven way. First, it tries to find an embedding function, which we can think of an encoder in deep learning, to transform the original state space to a new latent space. Then it tries to find a Koopman operator to make this latent space behave linearly. Finally, one can design a linear controller based on the lifted space, avoiding the direct control of the original nonlinear system that may be very complex. And of course, to avoid the infinity, people usually choose a finite high dimensionality for the latent space. So there's a lot of work on this topic, especially from the control community, and most previous work tried to use a two-stage model-oriented method. They first learn from trajectory data to identify the Koopman model, including the parameters of embedding function and operator. And then directly, they apply the LQR or MPC controller to this identified globally linear model. However, this method can work on some of the low-dimensional small-scale problems, but lacks scalability. There are two main challenges here. One of them is the latent state and its dynamics cannot be always well-fitted, even with a large amount of data. And very often, this inaccurate model can degrade a lot on the subsequent control performance, as shown here. And secondly, even the model is perfect, the latent system coefficients, for example, in the LQR controller, there's a Q matrix, describes the weighting importance of each state. To apply this controller, this kind of coefficients also necessary and needs careful tuning with manual effort, especially when we have latent space. But no one actually knows the meaning of the latent states. and cannot properly set the weights for them. So if this coefficient is not well tuned, it leads to undesired performance as well, even if the model is perfect. To overcome these challenges, we propose to use reinforcement learning as a one-stage, task-oriented Kuhlmann control. In contrast to previous two-stage method, we put the 3 components in a one-stage single loop and use actor-critic reinforcement learning with a task cost to learn their parameters simultaneously. More specifically, at each state X from the environment data buffer, we use a contrastive encoder as Kuhlmann embedding function to lift it into the latent space Z, and use 2 matrices, A and B, as a Kuhlmann operator to apply the linearity constraints on the latent dynamical system. Then we can incorporate the LQR linear controller into this loop to generate the control U to the robot to drive the environment interaction. At the same time, we evaluate the task cost and use actor-critic reinforcement learning to update all parameters in the loop. More details with a bit math. For the Kuhlmann embedding function, we use a contrastive state representation and take the classical form of NCE loss to optimize its parameters. For the Kuhlmann operator, we use 2 matrices, A and B, to represent a latent dynamical system and optimize it with one-step model prediction loss. In principle, it would be better to also use multiple steps here to account for long-term linear prediction. And lastly, for the LQR controller, we didn't compute the closed form solution, but instead we simulate an iterative process to solve the discrete Riccati equation where A, B, Q, and R 4 learnable matrices to retain the gradients within the loop. We use soft actor-critic loss based on this implicit LQR policy. At each step, we use SAC loss to update all parameters and use contrastive loss to only update embedding function and use model prediction loss to only update the A and B dynamical system parameters. So basically, we solve an optimal control problem in the latent space at every time step. In terms of the challenges mentioned earlier, our method achieves better control performance, control resilience to the modeling error as shown in the table above. We observe acceptable control performance even under mild modeling inaccuracy, but two-stage approach gets degraded a lot with more modeling error. Second, the latent system's Q matrix now is automatically learned without any manual tuning and achieves the best performance compared to the other manually tuned parameters. We show that the LQR control and the latent modeling performance on some of the simulated tasks with a varying level of nonlinearity and dimensionalities, for example, the 4D carpal and 18D cheetah running system. And the control cost is constantly decreasing as shown in the middle figures. To know here, the lower cost is better here. And on the right, we project the latent states from the 15 dimension to 2D plane for visualization of the model prediction. And we observe the really good overlapping between the true and predicted states. That means we learn a really good globally linear model. And furthermore, we also show that LQR control with a linear model is possible in stabilizing carpal system pure from pixel observation. It's worth to note here that even though these tasks are mostly well solved with a pure reinforcement learning method with nonlinear neural network policy, it's good to see that they are still solvable given more formalized structural constraints such as Kuhlmann linear dynamics and optimal control over the latent space. And beneficially, we obtain additional approximate globally linear model, which means a lot, especially from the control perspective, because optimal control are usually too restrictive to handle those high dimensional tasks. To highlight such benefit, we provide results showing that our method allows more system interpretability using classical control theory. For example, the stability analysis of the learned latent model via pose-zero plot indicate that there's a stability consistency between the latent and a true carpal system as they have the symmetrical and overlapping pose. Also, we did the controllability analysis by examining the rank of the controllability matrix of the latent system on the 4D carpal system. Its rank, which is 6, is actually much lower than the chosen latent dimensions 50. This means some of the states are uncontrollable and might be redundant states. So we try to reduce the dimensionality of the latent system from 50 to 6 and retrain on the task. Surprisingly, the final LQR control and modeling prediction performance is still comparable. When we continue using an even lower latent dimension, the performance collapses. This means maybe the controllability matrix of the latent system implies some possible lowest dimension that we can use for the Kuhlmann embedding learning and the linear system learning. So also show that our method does not lose too much in control performance compared to some popular model-based method like the Dreamer, and also demonstrate that the contrastive representation here is a better choice than the autoencoder in our framework. So finally, we deploy this method from sim to real on the real on simple car navigation demo. Here is the 2D LiDAR measurements and odometry information at high dimensional states, and control the velocities for the car to navigate to the goal while avoiding the collisions to the walls on the two sides. We train this policy in simulation with only 40 episodes, with each of them containing 700 steps, which is quite efficient, and directly transfer the policy from sim to real without any fine-tuning. Despite moving quite slow, it does successfully finish the task using the learned LQR controller on the high-dimensional observations. Okay, that's all about my talk. Thank you for listening, and I highly appreciate the effort of our co-authors and advisors from Simon Fraser University and the University of Melbourne. And also welcome to our poster at 4:15 p.m. and number 31 both, I think. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yes. And questions?
Thanks for a great talk. I wonder, when you lift this, do the Kuhlmann lifting, do you lift boosted action or you only lift the state? If you lift boosted action, how do you convert the optimal action in the lift space back to the original space?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a really good question. Actually, in this work, we only lift the states. We keep the action to be same as the original tasks. So yeah, that's what we're doing.
So you sort of need to assume the dynamics still linear with respect to action.
Yes, that's an assumption. Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. So in practice, how do you choose the latent space dimension? Do you have a heuristic for that?
Yeah, that's also a good question. Actually, we have to choose a latent dimension which is considering the system of the original, considering the dimension of the original nonlinear system. So we better choose a larger dimension than the original nonlinear system, like for maybe 10 times as a heuristic experience. But of course, after training for some time, we can evaluate what is the most minimal dimensionality that we can choose. So that gives us better information on how we choose latent dimensions. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll have the next speaker set up. And while Ilya sets up, I have a question. How do you actually train the contrastive embedding? How much data do you have, or do you have to have optimal trajectories ahead of time to train the data?
Oh,
train the embedding space, yeah.
Oh, when we train the yeah, when we train the system, this process, we don't need the expert data. We don't need the trajectories, but following the normal trajectory that a reinforcement learning doing using off policy training, and we collect data from the data buffer and try to generate LQR control at every time step, and to drive this whole loop. And there's no extra trajectories needed. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's thank the speaker once again. Next up, we have Ilya Radosavovic talking to us about robot learning with sensory motor pre-training.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Today, I will present our work on robot learning with sensory motor pre-training. This is joint work with Baifeng Shi, Litian Fu, Ken Goldberg, Trevor Darrell, and Jitendra Malik. And it's really great to be presenting this work at CoRL 2023, where one of the major themes has been that of scaling. Overall, the majority of the approaches we have seen have really focused on behavior cloning at scale. So we've seen wonderful work coming out of Google, NVIDIA, as well as other papers being presented at this conference. And while I think this is great, and it will likely lead to more capable models in the sort of short or near term, in the long term, it might bring two challenges. Namely, it does require access to good trajectories, that is good data, or semantic labels of some form, for example, textual instructions or task labels. And in this work, we ask the question of what is a good pre-training objective that might enable us to scale more more readily in the long run, namely scale to autonomously collected data from robots being deployed across the world, unsupervised and unlabeled. So to try to answer this, we can look at the neighboring fields of language and computer vision for some inspiration. Namely, in the case of language, we have seen tremendous progress being driven by masked language modeling or by masked models or the language models. And we've seen similar approaches being very successful in computer vision as well. So let us consider a robotic setting to sort of try to see how we might formulate something a little bit like this for robotics. So typically we would have a robot operating in the real world. This robot will provide us with some form of proprioceptive information, such as joint position angles, and will provide us with high-dimensional sensory information, such as camera images being here, in this case, 3 images being pointing at the scene. So this sensory motor information together typically gets passed on to some decision-making process like a controller that produces the next set of desired states, next set of actions that then get passed back into the real world. So if we consider this sensory motor loop, we can sort of see that as a byproduct of a robot acting in the real world, we get access to sensory motor trajectories. So these trajectories consist of images, proprioceptive states, as well as actions over time. And one way to think about them is really as being the language of the physical world. So now adopting this perspective suggests a simple and general framework for sensory motor pre-training. So namely, given a sensory motor trajectory like being shown here, we can sort of flatten it into a sequence of tokens consisting of sensory motor inputs. We can then mask a subset of this trajectory and train a general transformer model to take in the observed inputs and to predict the missing content. So again, a very sort of simple and general approach that takes in a trajectory of sensory motor tokens, flattens this trajectory, masks out a subset of the trajectory, and then trains a model to predict the missing content. So as you can sort of see at the core of this approach is this idea of sensory motor prediction. And you might ask, well, why would you want to do this? Why is this a good idea for robotics? And the intuition goes something like this. If we have a model that is able to mentally infill the missing sensory motor content, it is likely that it will have acquired the model of the physical world that should enable it to act. Indeed, we have a lot of evidence from cognitive neuroscience, psychology, and really human studies at large that prediction is essential for intelligence, essential for sensory motor learning, as well as perception. Okay, so given this sensory motor pre-training stage, we then take the same model and we fine-tune it on a small amount of downstream data. So we use behavior cloning and we perform supervised pre-training. So a nice property of our model is that this sort of general formulation enables us to turn our pre-trained model into a policy by simply supplying the mask token at the last time step and training the model to predict the next action. At test time, we can deploy this model in an autoregressive fashion. So again, we pass in the mask at the last time step, we predict the action. This action together with the new sensory observations gets fed back into the context and the model gets deployed in an iterative fashion like that. Okay, so far we have seen a framework for sensory motor pre-training, which consists of 2 steps. In step 1, we learn general sensory motor representations. And in step 2, we fine-tune these representations on downstream tasks. Now, of course, our approach requires access to real-world data, and we haven't really discussed this so far. While in principle, this can be applied to any source of robotic trajectories like the RTX data that you've seen in the session earlier today, for example. For the purposes of this project, we have collected a small data set of 20,000 trajectories in our lab. Those consist of picking objects with variations in position, color, and shape, as well as stacking objects and destacking objects, and bin picking. So given this pre-training data, we pre-train our model on this, and then we fine-tune it either entirely or only sort of the last layer for linear probing on downstream tasks. And here we show a few example rollouts of the policies we learn using this approach. So sort of picking, stacking, and destacking being shown here. Quantitatively, we studied the performance of our approach across a wide range of settings. So first, we consider pre-training on data coming from different tasks, namely picking, stacking, or destacking, and then evaluating on stacking. Sort of, and what we see is that being shown here on the right is that our approach leads to improvements across the board, sort of independent of the pre-training data. Next, we consider transfer across different labs. So we pre-train a robot, pre-train a model on a Franca in one lab and evaluate it on a Franca in another lab. And we see that there are variations in the environment, in the background, in the cameras. And we see that pre-training leads to considerable improvements compared to training from scratch. We then push this idea a little bit further, and we consider transferring across different robots. So we pre-train on an X-arm in one lab, and then we've transferred these representations to a Franca in a different lab. And note that here that the gap is quite considerable. These robots vary in their kinematics. They vary in the control frequency, different cameras, different environment, different tasks. And what we find is that pre-training on X-arm leads to considerable improvements compared to no pre-training at all, and comes surprisingly close to pre-training on the exact same Franca robot. Next, we find that our approach has favorable scaling properties and improves with model size and data size, and that this sort of very general formulation enables us to formulate different pre-training tasks by simply supplying different masking patterns. So for example, here we compare random masking to causal masking, where we observe the initial portion of the trajectory and then we predict the latter portion. And what we find is that causal masking works better when transferring representations across the same task, but that random masking works better when transferring representations across different tasks. One interesting thing we observed is this sort of emergent self-correction behavior, where if the robot fails to grasp an object, it will go down and retry, or it will correct its stacking behavior. Of course, our approach is not without limitations. While we've seen promising signal here, the tasks we have considered have limited diversity. The environments are also limited in diversity. It'll be great to sort of push this further. Furthermore, we require fine-tuning. It'd be great if we can get to a point where we can do these sort of things zero-shot or with few-shot prompting. And finally, our success rates are not perfect either. We're showing a few failure cases on the slide. So a few takeaways. So we've sort of adopted this perspective of viewing sensory motor trajectories as being the language of the visual world. And we've presented a self-supervised mass pre-training objective that transfers across tasks, labs, and robots. Thank you very much. I would be happy to take any questions either now or later today at the poster session.
Do we have any questions? Okay. Oh, let me grab that.
Thank you. Thanks for the great talk. Do you mask out entire images or just image patches? And if you mask out entire images, have you tried masking out patches, and what, would there have any effect?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. So in fact, we mask out in the latent visual space. So our images are encoded with a pre-trained vision model, and then we sort of perform both masking and prediction in that latent space. And this comes with a few advantages. One, it is easier to perform prediction in this space. And second, it also enables it sort of allows for very fast both training and inference by decoupling the context length from the size of the vision model. So we can afford to run really large vision models up to 3 billion parameters in real time on the real robot.
Hi. So I saw that you're using 20K trajectories for pre-training, right? Real robot trajectories. So how many trajectories did you use for fine-tuning?
Right. So our data set consists of 20,000 trajectories in total. We do not always use 20,000 trajectories. Depending on an experiment, we sort of vary this. When it comes to fine-tuning, the amount of fine-tuning trajectories varies from only 20 to up to 240 or for harder tasks. So it's really sort of a curve depending on what sort of robustness and level of performance you're interested in.
The 20K trajectories, the tasks that you use in those trajectories, are they the same as the eval trajectories?
So it varies depending on an experiment, depending on the sort of the question we're trying to answer. We study both. We study transfer within tasks as well as transfer across tasks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think thank you very much. Let's thank the speaker once again. Next up, we have Varun Bhatt presenting surrogate assisted generation of human robot interaction scenarios.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to talk about our scenario generation work done at Icaros Lab at USC. So here are some videos of human-robot interaction systems from our lab. And due to complex interactions between the human and the robot and the long duration of these tasks, these are like extremely hard to test thoroughly. We've also seen a lot of generalist agents in the last few days at the conference, and we know how hard it is to see exactly where they'll fail. So our goal is to algorithmically generate scenarios that can evaluate and find the strengths and weaknesses of these systems. Let's take an example of package labeling. This is one of the domains in our paper. So here there are some boxes on the table, and the human has to write an address on them, and the robot has to go put a stamp on them. And the robot policy that we try to test infers the human goal and moves to a different goal so that both the human and the robot can work simultaneously. This policy has been shown previously to be extremely robust in like regular scenarios, but we still find that there are some cases where it causes unwanted delay. For example, it may incorrectly infer the human goal, or it may choose a suboptimal goal order, all of them causing delays in task completion. So it's not just one adversarial scenario that we care about a set of diverse and challenging scenarios to test these systems. And quality diversity optimization is well suited for this purpose. The quality diversity optimization algorithm takes in an objective function and a set of measure functions and tries to generate a set of solutions that maximize the objective functions while being diverse with respect to the measured functions. For example, I can ask it to generate a photo of Tom Cruise while varying the hair length and age. Generating photo of Tom Cruise is the objective, hair length and age are the measure functions. And one single run of this algorithm gives me more than 10,000 such images, each of them looking somewhat like Tom Cruise, but varying with respect to hair length and age. So if you have to apply QD for like generating challenging and diverse scenario for package labeling, what we can do is we can set the objective to maximize the task completion time, making the scenarios challenging. And we can diversify with respect to distance between the objects, robot path length, and so on. Now, QD for scenario generation has actually been done before. What exactly happens is the algorithm samples some candidate scenario parameters, and then we generate scenario from that, evaluate the scenario either in simulation or in the real world, get the objective and measure values, based on which we can update a solution archive and the internal algorithm parameters. If we repeat this tens of thousands of times, we now have a set of scenarios that are diverse and challenging. This works fairly well, but there's one small issue. For the packaging task that I mentioned earlier, it takes 2 to 3 minutes to do a scenario evaluation, which means it's not feasible to just run QD for long enough. So we thought, what if instead of doing complete evaluations, we just have a surrogate model that can predict these objective and measure values. Then we can replace the full evaluation with a surrogate model, and we'll be able to do the QD algorithm very quickly. But there's one issue again, we need diverse data to train these surrogate models. That brings us to our key insight. When we sort of replace these evaluations with a surrogate model and then exploit it with a QD algorithm, we get a set of scenarios that are predicted to be diverse and challenging. But if we label these scenarios and use it as a data set to train the surrogate model, it's now diverse data that can improve the predictions of the surrogate model in the subsequent iterations. And that's exactly what we do in our algorithm. First step is to exploit the surrogate model by just a regular quality diversity algorithm. We get a set of scenarios that are predicted to be diverse and challenging. And then we label some of these scenarios by doing complete evaluations. We get the ground truth objective and measure values, which we can use as the data set to train these surrogate models. And then if we repeat these steps a lot of times, we get a set of scenarios that are diverse and challenging with respect to the ground truth evaluations as well. And one thing to note is that we use no pre-training or no external data for these surrogate models. All the data used to train it comes from the execution of the algorithm itself. We find that doing this gives us a huge improvements in sample efficiency over the baselines. I have some archive heat maps here. On the left, we have our algorithm DSAS, and in the middle and the right, we have some baselines. So what these archive heat maps show is that each cell in this archive contains one particular scenario. And the color shows how good the scenario is, which in this case is how challenging it is. And we can observe that our algorithm fills in more cells with a higher quality scenario, which means if we are testing some robot policy with scenarios from our algorithm, we can get a more holistic view on the strengths and weaknesses of the system compared to using scenarios from our baselines. We then show that these failures are not just artifacts of simulation, they actually happen in the real world if we reproduce them with a real robot and a real human. I have a video here where initially things are going well, human is writing on one box, the robot is going to stamp on a different box, but then the human starts to move towards the middle box and the robot also moves towards the middle box because the robot hasn't inferred that the human is going there. And once it realizes that the human is going there, it has to go all the way around to the rightmost box, which causes a significant delay in terms of task completion. And that was just one failure scenario found by our algorithm, but our algorithm also finds a diverse set of failures. So here are some examples. Some of them are due to incorrect goal inference. And some failure scenarios are because the robot got stuck somewhere, had to like replan, which added more delay. And there were also cases where the robot chose a suboptimal goal order, which caused the human to wait and cause a delay in task completion. So in summary, we provide an efficient method of algorithmic scenario generation to test human-robot interaction systems. But it's not just HRI systems. We can also extend this to a lot of different robotic systems that we have seen in this conference. In the future, there are like 3 ways in which this can be taken forward. One is to leverage these failure scenarios to improve the HRI algorithm. Second one is slightly different, where we look at the simulation video and try to give a textual explanation of why the failure occurred. Right now, we just know whether a failure occurred or not, and we need to manually give the textual explanation of why the robot failed. And I'm happy to like see work in this regard in the conference and also outside the conference. And finally, the third thing is something that we are already doing with our collaborators at CMU is flipping the objective functions sign. So now we are generating easy scenarios. This is actually like really useful in case of automated warehousing because you can now move the shelves around and given a robot navigation algorithm, you can extract the most out of it. Please stop by at our poster for more detail and I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
If you have questions.
Hi, thanks for this great talk. So looking at your videos, it seems like a lot of the cause of the failures you highlighted was like a diversity in humans' actions, but then I didn't see like a human model when you were trying to generate diverse scenarios. So could you talk about why your approach works in a system that involves humans despite not explicitly modeling the humans, and then like how this could be generalized to incorporate human models?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in the specific domain where we have the video, we fix the human model and then only search for where the objects are placed. But we also have another domain where we search over some parameterized human model and try to like vary those parameters to see how the human varies. But I want to like say that this algorithm in specific just assumes that you have some parameterization of a scenario, which could be parameters of a human model, parameters of your environment, and it just searches over those parameters to like find failures. So if we have a human model that's parameterized, we can always like search for those parameters as well.
Thanks.
I have one more question. Do you have to figure out what mechanism of sampling is? Do you have to develop a curriculum for this kind of stuff, or is it random in some pre-specified space?
So the sampling is being done by the quality diversity algorithm. So basically looking at the output of a scenario, like seeing how successful or like what the diversity measures are in those samples, we modify our sampling distribution so that the parameters that we sample the next time is going to lead us to like more challenging scenarios or like fill in parts of the measure space that we haven't covered before. So increases diversity and so on.
And you also mentioned that you were not using any pre-training data. Could you say a bit more? How do you actually initialize the surrogate model?
So the initial surrogate model is completely random. So the first iteration of our method maybe just gives us like not diverse set of like scenarios, because it's just what the surrogate model predicts to be diverse and challenging, but it may not actually be diverse and challenging. But what happens is like, since we have these now inside the labeled data for the surrogate model can like improve from its own failures. And in the next iteration, it will be more accurate, which means the like as we go on, the predictions are going to become more and more accurate, and we get scenarios that are actually challenging and diverse with respect to ground truth.
Said that in your setup, evaluating this with some sort of ground truth model, which was MIP, was taking 2 or 3 minutes. Did you do an evaluation? Because you still need MIP in the outer loop in your method. How much practical time are you actually saving? Or what factor of time you're saving?
So basically, we did like 2 experiments in our paper. One is like in terms of sample efficiency. So given like you can evaluate the system like 10,000 times, how much of the space can you cover with our algorithm versus the other algorithms? And the other thing that we did was, given, let's say 12 hours of compute time, how much can you cover? And we found that in these like complex scenarios, we actually do around like 2 times better if we just have like a 12-hour budget in terms of how much we can fill.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's thank the speaker once.
With lots and lots of amazing speakers, amazing presentations, amazing posters, demos. This is a wonderful community, and we've really, really enjoyed having all of you here. There's one really important thing left to do, which is to give out the best paper awards and congratulate those authors. And so I'd like to introduce Harish Ravichandar, who is the awards chair.
All right. Hello, everyone. I know this is the last day, last session. I'll try to make this fast. So first, I want to talk about the types of awards we have. We have 3 types: Best Systems Paper Award, Best Student Paper Award, and Best Paper Award. So, there are also prizes associated with these awards this year. It's sponsored by NVIDIA, so I would like to thank the sponsor. So the prizes are a Jetson AGX Orin, 5 Jetson Nanos, and a laptop with RTX GPU. And I also want to take a moment to recognize, acknowledge, and thank the awards committee. Their efforts was instrumental in being able to review the papers and recognize the best papers. Some of you would have already seen the list of finalists. So let me take a second to talk about the process of how we came up with the finalists and how we decided on the winners. So it can be divided into 2 parts, things we did before the conference and things we did during the conference. So we started with an initial list of 33 candidates that were given to us by the program committee from all the list of accepted papers. And this selection was, of course, based on reviews and discussions within the program committee. Once we got this, each award committee member reviewed all of these 33 candidates and looked at the reviews as well, and independently shortlisted some papers from the 33. Specifically, they created the top 2 papers for the Best Systems Paper Award category and top 3 papers for the Best Paper as well as Best Student Paper Awards. And then each committee member independently ranked the superset of all of these top candidates chosen independently. And then the committee members were, of course, not allowed to vote on papers with which they had a conflict of interest. And we chose the finalists from these candidates as well as these rankings based on a ranked choice voting mechanism. And those are the finalists you saw. So during the conference, once we had the finalists, the committee members attended the presentations as well as the poster sessions. And once more, they did an independent ranking of the finalists based on their observations and reflections during the conference. And the committee met earlier today to deliberate and decide on the winners while taking into account several considerations, such as how generalizable these ideas are in these papers, what is the potential for broader impact, what are the different application areas that are being focused, as well as the research methods and the tools and the techniques used in these papers. So the first category is, of course, the Best Systems Paper Award category. So let me take a moment to recognize the finalists. So the first finalist is Mimic Play, Long Horizon Imitation Learning by Watching Human Play by Chen Wang, Ling Shifan, Jiang Kai-san, Rohan Zhang, Fei Li, Danfei Xu, Yug Zhu, and Anima Anand Kumar. The second finalist is RoboCook, Long Horizon Elastoplastic Object Manipulation with Diverse Tools by Hao Chen Shi, Hao Zi Xu, Samuel Clark, Yunzu Li, and Jiajin Wu. And the final finalists for this category is Robot Parkour Learning by Ziwen Zhuang, Zipian Fu, Jiren Wang, Christopher Atkinson, Soren, sorry, I'm going to butcher this name, Schwarzberger, Chelsea Finn, and Hang Jiao. So without much further ado, let me announce the winner. But before I do that, I want to take a moment to congratulate these finalists. Let's give them a big round of applause. So the Best Systems Paper Award goes to RoboCook, Long Horizon Elastoplastic Object Manipulation with Diverse Tools. If any of the authors are here, I welcome them to the stage so they can get a certificate, and we would love to acknowledge them and congratulate them. Thank you. All right, so the next, we have a set of finalists for the best paper as well as the best student paper award categories. So here are the finalists. Distal feature fields enable few shot manipulation by William Shen, Ji Yang, Alan Yu, Jensen Wang, Leslie Pak-Kielping, and Philip Isola. And the next one is language embedded radiance fields for zero-shot task-oriented grasping by Satvik Sharma, Adam Rashid, Chungmin Kim, Justin Kier, Lawrence Yuliang Chen, Angju Kanazawa, and Ken Goldberg. And we also have Mimic Play again, nominated for this category, Long Horizon Imitation Learning by Watching Human Play. And we have two more finalists for this category, Robots That Ask for Help, Uncertainty Alignment for Large Language Model Planners by Alan Wren, Anushree Dikshit, Alexandra Bodrova, Sumit Singh, Stephen Chu, Noah Brown, Peng Zhu, Leah Takayama, Fia Xia, Jake Barley, Zenjia Shu, Dorsa Sadiq, Andy Zeng, and Aniruddha Majumdar. And finally, we have predicting object interactions with behavior primitives and application and stowing tasks by Ho-Nan Chen, Yilong Niu, Kai Wen Hong, Xiujing Liu, Xiwan Wang, Yunzu Li, Catherine Rose Trix Campbell. Let's take a moment to congratulate all the finalists. All right. So the best student paper award goes to Robots That Ask for Help, Uncertainty Alignment for Large Language Model Planners. Once again, if the authors are here, I welcome to the stage.
At least one.
You please join. Congratulations. All right. All right. All right, that leaves us with one final award category, and the winner for the best paper award goes to Distilled Feature Fields Enable Few-Shot Language Guided Manipulation. Once again, if any of the authors are here, I would love to have them on the stage. Congratulations. Congratulations to the authors one more time. Okay, so with that, my job here is done. So I'm going to leave it up to somebody else to talk about something exciting.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you to the whole awards committee. With that, we're going to start thinking about next year.
Hi, everybody. So I hope you're all eager to attend CoRL next year again and to learn where it's going to be. And it's my honor that I can announce where we're going to have it. It's going to be in Europe again. And we decided for Munich in Germany as the venue. So I really hope that we can keep up with, how great CoRL was here in Atlanta and that we can make it fun in Munich as well. Bavarian people, can have fun and can be funny. I hope we're going to have like some exciting social events also in the city center and that you can also experience, Munich a bit and that we are also going to have a great program again as we had this year. I also want to announce briefly, the chairs that we have decided yet. So we're still in the process to assemble the whole organization committee. But I want to thank especially Dorza that is going to join me to be general chair. She should be here on the stage, but she was heading home already. And also very special thanks to the local chairs, which is like an humongous job. Sami and Majid are currently trying to figure out venues and organize the whole thing locally in Munich. So thanks very much to them to doing that. And also the program chairs. So we already found great program chairs, Carol, Pulkit, Wolfram, and I hope that we're going to have, such a great program as we had this year, also next year. That's it from my side. And
all right,
maybe Sonia says the last word.
I will say the last words. Thank you all again. Have a wonderful trip home. And it was great to see you all. Looking forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.